This is a world overrun by demons, where the living space for humanity has shrunk smaller and smaller. To protect these last remaining strongholds, a new profession emerged, known as demon masters. Much like beast masters, humans form contracts with demons, borrowing their powers to fight against the cruel demons who take pleasure in taking human lives. Therefore, every person, upon turning 18, is sent by their university into a demon domain to awaken their abilities. Until now, students entering the demon domain had to timidly obey the demons just to survive. But this time, the demon domain is about to be thrown into chaos by this young man. While ordinary people worship demons like their ancestors, he is worshipped by the demons like an emperor. Because he is a transmigrator, possessing an infinite hack system. As long as he has money, he could even summon the king of hell himself. Will this young man turn the entire world upside down? Let's find out. Countless warnings popped up, flashing bright red and completely obscuring his vision. The system is 18 years and 20 days overdue on its fees. It will shut down completely in 30 minutes. Host, please pay the fees in a timely manner. The young man couldn't take it anymore and clutched his head, screaming, "Can you just shut up? What the hell am I supposed to do? My name is Su Sheng. After an accident 18 years ago, I was lucky enough to transmigrate here. After learning about this world, I realized it was a place where humans and demons coexist. The demons living in the demon domains come in many types, such as devils, ghosts, monsters, and so on. Demons frequently invade human territory to hunt, while humans who have awakened their talents must conquer demon domains to grow stronger. For hundreds of years, the war between humans and demons has never ceased. I originally came here with a transmigration system, thinking I'd get a lucky start and slaughter my way through this world, but reality slapped me right in the face. I never expected to get a system that was already in debt, one that requires me to clear a demon domain and get underworld money just to activate it. Su Sheng sighed in frustration. In this world, if you don't awaken a talent, running into a demon means certain death. How am I supposed to get underworld money? Flopping onto his bed, he frowned in confusion. So, for the next 18 years, I waited to awaken my talent, clear a demon domain, get underworld money, and activate the system to become an unbeatable game hacker. That was the plan anyway. However, Su Sheng had a pressing problem to deal with. The system was going to expire in just half an hour. What kind of crappy setup is this? I have a system, but I can't even use it. This is so frustrating. Just then, a serious announcement suddenly rang out. Attention all residents of the city. A C-rank demon, Wicked Granny Ta, has infiltrated the city and is currently roaming the downtown area. The announcer continued nervously. The demon Wicked Granny Ta is a neutral-type demon and will only attack designated targets. Her method of attack is to use gifts of underworld money as bait. Any human who accepts the underworld money will become her target. After the careful explanation, the announcer's voice urgently stressed, "All residents, please remain safely indoors, with your windows locked. Do not go outside under any circumstances. The Han City Demon Extermination Bureau will protect everyone." Just as he was racking his brain, Su Sheng's face suddenly lit up with joy. His eyes sparkling, he shot up in bed. Free underworld money? But his joy was short-lived, and he slumped back down, muttering, "But a C-rank demon could kill me with a single slap. The risk factor is a bit high." After hesitating for only a few seconds, Su Sheng's resolve returned in a flash, and he dashed outside. Just take it? If I can't activate the system, I won't survive long in this dangerous world anyway. Let's do this. Under the waning moon, powerful, gloomy energy radiated throughout the area. An old woman let out a soft chuckle. She leaned on a cane while carrying a basket, walking down the middle of the street. The old lady is here to give out underworld money. The members of the bureau lurked behind, watching her. One of them whispered, "Chief, how much longer do we have to follow her?" The man stood with his arms crossed, leaning casually against a wall as he waited. Not long now. Demons are divided into two types, berserk and neutral. Berserk demons will hunt and kill any human they see, while neutral demons only hunt designated targets. The chief's face was completely relaxed, even showing a hint of relief. If Wicked Granny Ta can't find a target, she'll leave on her own. A subordinate smirked. "Good thing we found out early, otherwise this would have been big trouble." The other one agreed, his mood carefree. "Yeah, I heard that last month in Liao City. Wicked Granny Ta killed thousands of people. The entire Demon Extermination Bureau in Liao City couldn't even contain her. Hee. This time, we used the radio to warn the whole city. Not even an idiot would dare to go outside, let alone get close to Wicked Granny Ta." The chief closed his eyes, looking sleepy, and gave a lazy stretch. "That's right. I can finally get a good night's sleep." Suddenly, a subordinate shouted in alarm, pointing ahead. "Chief, look over there." Running from the opposite direction of wicked Granny Ta was the foolish Su Sheng, panting as he sprinted towards her. When he saw the demon, not only did he not slow down, but he cheered, "Found you!" The chief, now wide awake, couldn't help but yell, "Warning, who is that? What is he trying to do? Get out of here." But in contrast, Granny Kai was delighted to see. She asked, in a seductive voice, "Young man, need some nether money?" Su Sheng didn't say a word, brazenly snatching the entire basket, leaving Granny Kai stunned. Then he quickly dashed past her, running away at full speed. Snatch and run. Damn, this is so thrilling. The entire agency team stared wide-eyed at the scene. The chief struggled to speak. He robbed Granny Kai? A subordinate confirmed in disbelief. Looks like it. Granny Kai slowly came to her senses. She stared after Su Sheng's retreating figure, puzzled. "I'm a demon. Aren't humans supposed to fear me? How could he rob me?" The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly screamed in fury. Her old lady disguise vanished, replaced by a demon slowly shedding its skin, baring its massive, slimy teeth. Granny Kai had been robbed. "I'll hack you to pieces." Terrified, all the agency members rushed into the street to give chase. Granny Kai has gone berserk. She's turned into a vicious demon. Hurry, after them. Granny Kai's speed was terrifying. Even though Su Sheng had a few minutes head start, she was closing in fast. The demon roared as it pursued him. "Pretty boy, don't even think about running." Hearing her voice, he glanced back in a panic and cursed. "Holy crap, wasn't that old hag using a cane? How is she so fast?" The demon's terrifying voice boomed as she loomed over him. "No one takes my money and gets away with it." By the time the others arrived, they saw she was already on top of Su Sheng, too late to save him. That kid's been caught by Granny Kai. The person next to him was still in shock from his reckless act. Kids these days are just too naive. That's the first time I've ever seen someone rob a demon. The situation was tense. Su Sheng silently gritted his teeth. There was no escape. He had to bet it all on one play. He immediately shouted with determination, "System, recharge." A brilliant light enveloped Su Sheng's entire body. He stared in amazement as golden streams of light flew out of the stolen basket. Just as Granny Kai lunged with her claws outstretched, a fierce surge of power erupted from him, engulfing the area around Su Sheng. At that moment, the system began flashing notifications, its voice droning on. "Congratulations, host. Recharge successful. Current balance, 3,500 nether currency. Congratulations, host, for activating the Hack Tool Shopping Center." Suddenly, the system issued an urgent warning. C-rank demon attack detected. Suggestion available. Spend 1,500 nether currency to purchase a one-time attack hack. Demon-slaying golden light spell. He smirked triumphantly and replied decisively, "Buy it." A stream of energy automatically gathered in his hand. With his other hand, he formed a seal, and an arhat materialized. This was the ultimate technique, the demon-slaying golden light spell. Su Sheng roared majestically, "Great mighty heavenly dragon." The arhat simply extended its arm, and it was enough to strike terror into the demon. "What is this?" Watching it slowly descend upon her, Granny Kai shrieked in pain. Her entire body was sent flying by an invisible flame. "No, you can never kill." A true aberration. The aberration writhed for a few moments before collapsing on the street. Su Sheng wiped his forehead, offering a silent prayer for himself, feeling a wave of relief. "Phew, I even managed to kill a long-established demon like Granny Kai. This system is insane." Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. As soon as he answered, a familiar voice reminded him, "Su Sheng, tomorrow is the awakening day. Don't forget. Listen, with our conditions, mediocre talent, no money, and no connections, we have to risk our lives this time," the person on the other end repeated. "Otherwise, we'll never awaken a good talent. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow, we face death and give it our all." Su Sheng replied wearily, "All right, I know." Hanging up, he continued his lonely walk through the night, lost in thought. "Awaken a talent?" he mused. "I've already activated the system. I'm on top of the world right now. What the hell is a talent? Is it even as useful as my rester system?" By now, the chief had arrived at the battle scene, confused and curious. What happened? That was Granny Kai's scream, not the kids. Someone ran up, shouting, "Granny C has been killed. I can't believe Han City has an expert of this caliber." The chief was extremely curious. "Did you get a clear look at him?" His subordinate answered honestly, "The distance was too great. It was just a blur." The chief gave a determined order, "Find him at all costs." The demon slaying agency needs an expert like him. Perhaps he can solve the ghost domain incident for us. And so, the matter was temporarily concluded. The next day, Su Sheng went to the assembly point. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, a voice cut through the noise, drawing everyone's attention. Students, a middle-aged man stood on a high platform, speaking clearly. Today is the day you awaken your talents. We will be heading to the trial grounds outside the city. If you awaken successfully, you will gain the power to fight against aberrations and become the elites of the human race. He also warned them, but the depths of the ghost domain are extremely dangerous. A single moment of carelessness could cost you your life. I hope you will all flexibly apply the knowledge you have learned and bring back glory for the academy. All of you have bright futures ahead. Baigu, standing beside him, admitted, Su Sheng, I'm feeling a little tense. Do you think we're going to die in the demon domain? Hearing this, Su Sheng reminded his friend, Zhang Baigu, yesterday on the phone, you said you'd face life and death head on and give it your all. And today, you've already lost your nerve? Baigu cried out with genuine misery. Whenever I think about what's inside the demon domain, I can't help but tremble. It's filled with all sorts of demons, impossible to guard against, and incredibly evil. How could I not be scared? Su Sheng put an arm around his shoulder, reassuring him confidently. Don't worry, your big bros got you covered. I guarantee you'll awaken an elite talent, no problem. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out. Two broke losers want to awaken an elite talent? Are you two even worthy? It was Taiji. Seeing his flaunting demeanor, Su Sheng shot back in disgust. Taiji, did you eat crap for breakfast? Taiji crossed his arms, flanked by his sycophants, and sneered with contemptuous words. Was I wrong? Don't tell me you two actually think you can conquer the demon domain just by relying on what the academy teaches? Conquer the demon domain? With the family backgrounds and influence here at the academy, who hasn't hired a private tutor for the awakening, aside from two penniless losers like you? He secretly glanced at Baigu, thinking that he and Baigu were indeed the two poorest kids in the academy, which was probably why they became brothers. Baigu's family had fallen on hard times, while he himself had been an orphan since he was a child. He only got into this academy thanks to a recommendation from the orphanage's director. The arrogant Taiji advised, if you two know what's good for you, you'll drop out immediately. Don't even bother with the awakening trial. Otherwise, once you're in the demon domain, you won't even know how you died. Unexpectedly, Baigu, who had been silent until now, couldn't take it anymore. Taiji, mind your own business. What we do is none of your concern. He immediately scoffed. Humph. I just don't want two pieces of trash like you dragging down the academy's reputation. Let me give you a little taste of the fear that comes from the demonic. He pulled a human hand bone from his pocket, holding it to his mouth with a sinister grin. Two black shadows appeared from nowhere, stroking Taiji's head as they eyed the pair menacingly. Suddenly, they shot off from their positions, flying forward. Zhang Baigu stumbled back in terror. Holy crap, stay away. It turned out they were just trying to scare them, not cause any real harm. But Baigu had already fallen over, so Taiji turned his attention to the one who remained calm. Humph, Su Sheng, didn't you piss your pants in fear? Su Sheng sneered internally. He had once faced the evil granny, the incarnation of a C-rank brutal demon. The terrifying aura of this E-rank demon was nothing in comparison. However, all the students around them gathered around Taiji, full of curiosity. Such a cold aura. This is demonic aura. Demonic aura is extremely precious and can resist demonic entities. To think Taiji obtained a demonic aura just to awaken a powerful talent. His family background must be incredible. He flashed a smug, boastful smile. Let's give these two dirt-poor losers a little shock, so they learn their place. Su Sheng let out a cold snort and was about to say something when he heard his friend call out, Su Sheng. The other students immediately started whispering, Jing Ziyi is here. Meanwhile, she walked forward confidently, ignoring the gossip around her. She hasn't been to the academy for a month, right? I heard a senior from her clan took her for special training. Jing Ziyi will definitely awaken a super strong talent in this trial. If only I could train with her, that would be amazing. Jing Ziyi gave a mysterious smile and beckoned him over. What is it? Su Sheng asked as he walked over. She made an arrogant proposal. Have you thought it over? Do you want to become my slave? Of course, Su Sheng refused, answering bluntly, I refuse. He was secretly annoyed. There was something wrong with this Jing Ziyi. Ever since he entered the academy, she had repeatedly asked him to be her slave. Did she have some kind of special fetish or something? Seeing his reaction, Ziyi tried to persuade him gently. Su Sheng, the awakening trial is the most important moment in a person's life. Become my slave, and I will guide you to awaken a powerful talent. Pausing for a moment, Jing Ziyi continued. And in the future, people like Taiji won't dare to bully you anymore. Su Sheng let out a confident laugh. Nice try. Hearing this, Jing Ziyi thought he had agreed. So you agree? But to her surprise, Su Sheng denied it and turned to leave. Don't say that again. I can awaken a powerful talent even without you. Ziyi's eyes widened in anger. Stubborn. You will regret this. Even though Su Sheng was innocent, Taiji became jealous and issued a command. Su Sheng, here at Hancheng Academy, everyone knows I'm pursuing Jing Ziyi. How dare you get close to her right in front of me? You've just earned yourself another death sentence. When the time came, everyone lined up neatly to board the bus under the teacher's direction. Students, get on the bus quickly. This time, the awakening site is in the outskirts. Once you're on board, don't run around. No matter what you see, remain calm. For this awakening, you will be accompanied by a demon tamer. The students cheered with excitement. We finally get to see a legendary demon tamer. To become a demon tamer, you not only have to awaken the ability to tame demons, but you also have to pass a life or death assessment. It's incredibly difficult. The bus sped along the road under the night sky. Very soon, the convoy arrived at the gate. The guards saw them and immediately shouted an order. Stop the vehicle. No one is to enter or exit the city gate without authorization. The driver carefully presented the papers, explaining that all the students from Hancheng Academy were heading out for their awakening trial. Please let us pass. Immediately, the guard announced their clearance, confirming they were students from Hancheng Academy. Let them through. A code was entered into the machine by the guard, and the gate slowly began to rise, its intricate patterns glowing brightly. A surprised student wondered aloud, why is the gate glowing like that? A more knowledgeable friend explained. You don't even know that? The gate is inscribed with a series of demon warding formations to prevent aberrations from breaking into the city. Another student chimed in. It's not just the gate. The entire city wall is built with materials that repel demonic entities. A worried student spoke up. But that can only stop common aberrations. It won't do anything against unique ones. Just a few days ago, a powerful demon as strong as Granny Kai broke into Hancheng. The exorcism office had to issue a city-wide alert. Bai Gu, sitting on the lower bunk, looked outside and mused. I heard the outskirts are crawling with aberrations. I wonder if it's true. I'm this old, and this is the first time I've ever left the city. Suddenly, a student shouted in surprise, pointing outside. Look, what is that? Balloons? Why are there so many balloons in the sky? They were human heads, emitting a strange energy as they floated in the air. Su Sheng also leaned against the window, curious and suspicious. Strange. No one lives outside the city, so why would there be balloons? Just then, a balloon floated past, catching the two's attention. As it turned its head completely, a terrifying face was revealed. Its eyes glowed erratically, and its teeth were massive. Bai Gu was scared out of his wits and screamed at the top of his lungs. Oh my god. Only Su Sheng remained perfectly calm. The others started screaming one by one, each having their own breakdown. What is that thing? My eyes. At that moment, a teacher wrapped in white cloth like a mummy appeared to calm them down. All students, remain calm. Do not look out the window. Those balloons are all formed by aberrations. As long as you don't look at them, you won't be harmed. A curious student raised his hand. Who is that? He looks a bit scary. He's not an aberration, is he? The strange, mummy-like man stood at the front of the bus and said coldly, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the ghost tamer, in charge of this awakening trial. One person stood up completely, pointing and exclaiming, Why does a ghost tamer look like that? This isn't what I imagined. Another, more knowledgeable student immediately guessed, I've heard that some powerful ghost tamers possess ghost servants. This must be his ghost servant. That student's voice was filled with worry as he changed the subject. These head balloons have been around for years and haven't been eliminated yet. They must be very powerful aberrations. Suddenly, the ghost tamer pointed at someone and demanded, What is your name? A powerful energy field radiated from his entire body. It was clear he was pointing at Su Sheng, who hesitated slightly before answering. Me? My name is Su Sheng. Unexpectedly, the ghost tamer then smiled and praised him. You're quite something. When you saw the head balloons just now, you were the only one who remained calm. I have high expectations for you. With that, he vanished, and the group of bullies once again started their taunts. Su Sheng got praised by the ghost tamer? Was he just scared stiff? Another one immediately chimed in. Maybe he's using a ghost to suppress a ghost. After all, he's just a penniless ghost himself. Su Sheng couldn't be bothered to care. He was busy, lost in thought. The ghost tamer was right. When facing aberrations, I really am much calmer than ordinary people. For example, with Granny Kai, those bullies, or the head balloons just now. Seeing him continue to glance out the window, Baigu quickly advised, "Holy crap, Su Sheng, you still dare to look? You'll die." Su Sheng confidently deduced. Then there's only one possibility. My mental strength is greater than that of an ordinary person. He concluded silently, "It must be because I'm a transmigrator. This is the biggest difference between me and the people of this world." After a long drive, they finally arrived at a dense forest. The students looked at each other in confusion. This is the awakening site? Even from this far away, you can feel the dense yin energy. This awakening trial is probably not going to be simple. Just then, the teacher appeared once more. "This is your awakening site. The elderly care sanatorium. 50 years ago, it turned into a haunted domain, and it is extremely dangerous. If any of you want to back out, now is your chance." A student suddenly pointed upwards in terror. "Look at that window over there. Someone's watching us." The ghost girl simultaneously unleashed countless eyes, horrifying the entire group. A trembling student lamented, "This is too scary." Another student tried to reassure himself. "The great ghost tamer is here. Yet this aberration still dares to show itself. It must be at least a fierce ghost. Going in this time is truly a life or death situation." The teacher's voice rang out again. "If no one is backing out, then the awakening trial begins. Go on in, all of you. Good luck." Su Sheng looked at the gloomy gate, his resolve hardening. In this world, becoming a ghost tamer is more important than anything else. Even knowing the danger, not a single person backed out. Just then, where did the ghost tamer fly in from? I will remind you of one rule within a haunted domain. The rules are absolute. Unless necessary, do not break any of them. The second is the human heart. Sometimes, the human heart is even more terrifying than any aberration. A moment later, let's head inside together. Su Sheng didn't forget to remind his childhood friend, Baigu, "Stay close to me." Once the group was standing firmly inside, an automated broadcast echoed out, "Welcome to the nursing home for the elderly. Main mission. Survive for 3 days as a hospital staff member. Side missions will be issued randomly. Important reminder, you must fulfill all patient requests, or you will become their food." Everyone's face went blank after hearing the rules. They never expected randomly issued side missions. Now, they were in big trouble. A guy next to them frowned, calculating, "To awaken a stronger talent, we have to complete as many missions as possible." The person next to him disagreed, retorting, "Randomly issued missions are too unpredictable. We can't prepare for them in advance. As for our hero, the system was just..." Then chiming in Su Sheng's mind, "Host has been detected entering a cursed realm. The self-select cheat tool shop is now open." Then, it added another notification. Detected that the host has a remaining balance of 2,000 nether coins. Cheat tools available for purchase have been selected for you. Looking at the only 3 options available, Su Sheng silently calculated. The system means I currently have 2,000 nether coins, and I can only afford these 3 cheats. He calmly analyzed and eliminated the options one by one. The Golden Light Curse is a one-time use cheat. I'm not considering that, since, in a cursed realm, you never face a monster just once. That leaves a choice between Born Rebel and All-Seeing Prompt. Next, he sighed, looking at the price of All-Seeing Prompt. 2,000 nether coins per minute? That's way too expensive. Let's see what Born Rebel is. The cheat's name is Born Rebel. Price is 2,000 nether coins. Duration is 1 day, and its use is restricted to the current cursed realm. Introduction. As long as the host makes a rebellious choice, they will receive a random reward. After reading it, Su Sheng was quite satisfied. This cheat is pretty interesting. I get rewards based on my actions. The only uncertainty is whether the random rewards are good or bad. But, right now, it's the most suitable one for me. Thinking this, Su Sheng didn't hesitate any longer and decided to buy it. Purchase the Born Rebel cheat. The system immediately transformed into rays of light. Su Sheng didn't dare to mess around anymore. He took the chance to check further. While the monsters haven't arrived yet, let's see what else is in the shop. After poking around, the system screen popped up again. Summon the God of Death. Price, 20 million nether coins. He gasped in disbelief. Whoa, you can even buy the God of Death. This must be the strongest cheat, but 20 million nether coins is an insane amount. From Old Lao, he had only managed to loot 3,500 nether coins, and he just spent it all. It looks like I'll have to save up more nether coins from now on. As he was calculating, the mysterious sound of footsteps suddenly echoed out. It turned out to be a nurse, covered in blood from head to toe, who spoke in a sweet voice. Welcome to Sunset Hospital. I am the head nurse. Here. The group of boys blushed with excitement upon seeing her. Is that the monster here? She has an amazing figure. Hearing that, another guy snapped. What are you thinking? You want to hook up with a ghost or something? The guy next to him chimed in. Get a grip. We'd better remember what the head nurse tells us. She scanned them all and commented, the caretakers this time are all fresh meat. The nurse licked her lips greedily. So tender and fresh. Bai Gu, with a smitten look, gave a wry smile. Su Sheng, if all the monsters in the cursed realm are like this, I think I can handle it. A cold voice chuckled at his naive words. It seems you boys still don't understand your situation. The beautiful face vanished, replaced by a sharp-toothed demon. The boys' fantasies instantly shattered, and they screamed in terror. What the hell is that? Mommy, I'm so scared. Is it too late to back out now? I want to go home. Bai Gu clutched his pale face and wailed. Now we're really screwed. If it's this terrifying right at the start, what's going to happen later? The head nurse snapped impatiently. All of you, shut up. Next, I will assign your jobs. Even though they didn't want to, the boys all covered their mouths and obediently listened. Seeing this, she returned to her beautiful form and gave a creepy smile. If it weren't for the rules, I'd love to eat you all right now. The head nurse made a gun sign with her hand and fired at the boys in front of her. A name tag instantly appeared on Bai Gu and Su Sheng. The other guys also received theirs one by one, looking at each other in confusion, wondering, what is this? They all started asking at once. You got one too. Someone picked theirs up to inspect it. Looking closer, it seems to be an ID card. Without letting them wonder any longer, the head nurse kindly explained, the job card on your chest represents your work content for today. I hope you all complete your tasks well, otherwise, her sentence trailed off. But everyone understood the threat, so they quickly looked at each other. I'm a caretaker. Another person hurriedly said, I'm a caretaker too. The guy in the middle asked blankly, why am I a cook? Bai Gu was just as confused. Hey, I'm a pharmacist. What are you? After taking a closer look, he was completely shocked. Huh? Su Sheng, why is your job card blank? His voice was a bit loud, and now everyone was looking over. A rude, chubby guy pointed at him. He frowned and snapped, why isn't there a job title? What's going on? Don't tell me So Sin doesn't have a job assignment? As soon as he said that, everyone stared at him in astonishment. The head nurse smirked and explained, looks like you're a lucky one, kiddo. A blank work card means you don't have to do any work today. Hearing this, the crowd erupted. Holy crap, how did this broke-ass loser get so lucky? The heavens must be blind, wasting such good luck on So Sin. Why wasn't it me? Man, I'm pissed. Unexpectedly, So Sin just smirked. I don't need this meaningless life. He threw the card down in disgust. Why does everyone else have a job while I get to rest? This is unfair. Am I some kind of useless bum? Can't I even complete a simple job? Without waiting for an answer, he made his decision. No, I want to work. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at him like he was insane, but only So Sin knew the system was sending a notification. You have made a rebellious choice, receiving 3 immunities to aberration attacks. He calculated silently. Immunity to aberration attacks. That's an invincibility skill. I definitely picked the right cheat. The others snapped out of it and started cursing him out. I swear I'm gonna punch that show-off to death. Another guy yelled angrily, damn it, this is so infuriating. A girl over there was just as furious. Don't hold me back. I'm gonna take him on myself. The head nurse asked with gentle suspicion, are you breaking the rules? Just as he was wondering what to do, she shot her long tongue out to attack. In that case, I can eat you now. So Sin stood still, not even trying to dodge. The people around him gloated. This guy's toast. He broke the rules right off the bat and acted all high and mighty about it. The person next to him chimed in with a sneer. Serves him right. That's the price for showing off. But to their shock, the next second, So Sin caught the tongue with his bare hand and gave it a playful tug. Wow, this tongue is slippery. The system immediately updated, successfully immunized against 1 aberration attack, 2 uses remaining. The nurse shrieked in astonishment. What? The crowd stared at the scene, breaking into a flurry of confused chatter. So Sin blocked the aberration's attack? What's going on? Isn't he unawakened? Just like us? After toying with it for a bit, he finally let the tongue go. Only then did the nurse relent. Fine, you can be an orderly. Go take care of the patient on the top floor. She plotted inwardly. That patient won't let a human die, a quick and easy death. The crowd was stunned once again. She agreed. Since when are these aberrations so easy to talk to? However, they didn't question it further. and hurried away, waving to each other. Let's go, we need to complete our mission. The mission time is only 3 days. Don't waste any time. Meanwhile, Su Sheng turned to Baikot. You're a pharmacist. Let's go check out the pharmacy. But just as they were about to leave, their path was blocked. Stop right there, a domineering voice demanded. Su Sheng, how did you block the head nurse's attack? Tell me, did you bring some kind of anti-aberration item with you? He retorted irritably. Why should I tell you? The man immediately flared up and threatened him. If you don't tell me, believe me, I'll kill you right here and now. This is the demonic domain. Killing a person is easier than squashing an ant. Hand it over, Baikot screamed in fear. Even with the guy grabbing his collar, Su Sheng remained perfectly calm. It's fine, I don't have an item. The reason the aberration didn't attack me, he lied, furrowing his brow, is because the earlier reminder said, we must satisfy all the times patient's asterisk requests. The head nurse isn't a patient. Only then did the man let Su Sheng go. So that's how it is. You poor bastard. I knew you didn't have any special items. After saying that, Taiko gave a mysterious signal to his 2 lackeys. The fatty stepped forward and spoke on his behalf. Hey, my boss doesn't want to work. Go ahead and arrange a day off for him. Before Su Sheng could even react, the long tongue shot out from somewhere again. The head nurse skewered the man on the spot. He was drained of his blood and slowly withered away. The boss screamed in terror, as if he'd seen a ghost. What? The head nurse, having had her meal, asked, anyone else want a day off? Step right up. Of course, no one wanted any part of that. A girl crossed her arms and walked away, shivering. That scared me to death. That psycho Vuong Ni got sucked dry. The others also fled in a panic. Let's go, don't look back. When only Su Sheng was left, the head nurse gave him his orders. Go find your workstation on your own. If you don't complete your task, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. With that, she left. Taiko angrily placed the blame. Su Sheng, you dared to trick me? He turned and walked away, cursing bluntly. Idiot. As they walked down the hall, Baikot reminded him. Su Sheng, come to the pharmacy with me. What if the patient you're supposed to be caring for gets impatient waiting for you? He opened a door and replied calmly. It's fine. I want to go to the operating room to get some equipment first. Upon getting a good look at the room, Baikot couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Huh? What is all this? Staring at the scattered human body parts, he asked curiously. This is an operating room? More like a slaughterhouse. Baigu wondered nervously. How could a pharmacist possibly work in an environment like this? Hearing this, Su Sheng smacked him on the head in frustration. What are you thinking? We're in a ghostly domain. You think they'd give you a nice office to sit in? He then forcefully stabbed the head on the table with a pair of scissors to test the equipment. No reaction. Looks like it's just a normal surgical tool. Baigu was confused and worried. Su Sheng, what are you doing? The academy told us not to touch anything in the ghostly domain. Many of them are parasitic hosts for dangerous, malevolent spirits. Su Sheng just smiled and picked up a scalpel to examine it. This isn't it either. Suddenly, a surge of red energy caught his eye, and a giant skull appeared right in front of him. It attacked Su Sheng relentlessly, but luckily, he was protected by the system, successfully gaining one-time immunity to the ghost's attack, with one use remaining. Then, it announced, congratulations on obtaining the cursed item, the blood-soaked hammer. Su Sheng opened his hand, a look of delight on his face. Found it. A place like an operating room was bound to have a cursed item. Satisfied, he decided to leave. Let's go check out the pharmacy. When they got to the cabinet, they found it was locked and needed a key. Su Sheng had to rely on Baigu. You're a pharmacist. You can definitely get the key to the medicine cabinet. Once you get it, grab some medicine for me. He agreed without hesitation. They then split up. Baigu watched him go, asking with a curious and serious tone, Su Sheng, what exactly are you planning to do? Su Sheng reassured him, don't worry about it. Just stay safe. I'm going to check on the patients on the top floor. While still in the hallway, Su Sheng heard a scream. He stood behind the door, observing the situation with a cold expression. Inside the room, a male student was clutching his hand, screaming in pain. Ah, my hand. A grotesque old man sitting in a chair warned him. This time, I'm cutting off 2 of your fingers. Next time you dare to disobey. The kid knelt down, promising and begging that he wouldn't do it again. I'll listen. Su Sheng finished watching and left quietly. These patients are truly brutal. He finally arrived at the room for his assigned mission, 404. Standing before the door, he observed it carefully. It seems the patient I'm supposed to look after is in this room. He opened the door, and an old man on crutches saw him and spoke up. Young man, you're here. Could you help me? For a moment? Without a word, Su Sheng walked forward, silently assessing him. Having trouble getting around, with 2 crutches. Are we? Outside the ghostly domain, the teachers were worried. The headmaster wondered aloud. I wonder how things are going inside. It's the kids' first time in a ghostly domain. I hope they can make it out safely. Suddenly, a woman and a cameraman approached from behind and made an introduction. Headmaster Zhang Wen, I am reporter Tan Wei from the Exorcism Bureau. Pausing for a moment, she continued, we'd like to select a few outstanding students to follow and film throughout the entire process, to serve as role models and boost humanity's confidence. In the fight against the supernatural, Headmaster Zhang Wen welcomed them warmly. Reporter Tan, you've come to the right place. Our Hancheng Academy has no shortage of outstanding students. He listed off several potential names, like Jing, Ziyi, and Kaiji. Both are top-tier elites. They will surely complete the trial this time. They've awakened powerful ghost-taming abilities. Reporter Tan Wei suddenly suggested, Headmaster Zhang, please bring up the feeds for Jing Ziyi and Kaiji. The Spirit Master suddenly spoke a name, Su Sheng. The reporter asked, puzzled, Lord Spirit Master, what did you say? The Spirit Master calmly stated, I suggest we watch Su Sheng's trial. He is the most gifted student I have ever met. I am very much looking forward to his performance. Tan Wei respectfully agreed. Since the Lord Spirit Master has spoken, we will follow your wishes and live stream Su Sheng's trial. The headmaster raised his hand, and a stream of energy appeared. On it, as he chanted, Shadow Retaining Bone, a screen was projected high above, showing the image from room 404, the exact place Su Sheng had gone. Everyone fell silent, watching it. The headmaster observed for a moment, and then exclaimed in surprise, What's going on? Why did this kid walk right up to the ghost? You must not get close to ghosts. That's a basic safety rule. Beside him, Tan Wei voiced her doubts. Lord Spirit Master, it seems this student is a bit reckless. Are you sure he's truly gifted? Inside hospital room 404, the patient smiled gratefully. Young man, you're so kind. Thank you. Help me outside. I want to go chat with my old friends. The ghost schemed coldly. The moment you laid eyes on me, you were doomed. A naive one like this must be shared with my old friends. Su Sheng remained completely silent, then grabbed the man's crutches. The next second, he had snatched them out of the old man's grasp. Su Sheng even said nonchalantly, Don't mention it. The ghost was stunned by this brazen act, crying out in surprise. Huh? Headmaster Zhang Wen muttered in disbelief. Tan Wei was also curious about his actions. He took the ghost's crutches? What is he planning to do? Just then, the system announced that he had made a rebellious choice and received a plate of beef and potato stew. Su Sheng was stunned, a little annoyed and disappointed. So the rewards really are random. You can't say this is just a little useless. It's completely useless. Being ignored, the aberration grew furious and growled, Young man, what are you doing with my crutches? Give them back. So Sin coldly stated his condition. I'll ask you one question. If you answer correctly, I'll give them back to you. The aberration asked suspiciously, And if I answer wrong? He calmly replied, If you answer wrong, I'll give you an 80. The old man frowned. Wham! Without waiting for him to understand, So Sin started the trick question. First question, how many times did I blink today? Giant question marks immediately appeared over the old man's head. Seeing the aberration didn't answer, he raised his hammer and smashed it on the aberration's head. 80. Caught off guard, he took the full, painful blow. The aberration roared in fury. You bastard! Is this the 80 you were talking about? So Sin couldn't care less and raised his hammer again, emphasizing the word 80. The aberration was struck again, sending him flying backward. He fell to the floor, screaming in anger, You dare! I am the malevolent spirit of this place. Give me back my crutches. He decisively smashed the hammer into its cheek. 80. Then, So Sin began to taunt it. Wham! 80. 80. Every 80 was another hammer blow to its head. The onlookers were stunned. Is this really a new trainee? He just got here, and he's already bashing an aberration with a hammer. Damvai's eyes were wide open. Normally, when trainees encounter an aberration, aren't they supposed to be cautious, timid, and scared? The aberration tamer next to her was very pleased, giving a 5-star rating, courageous and careful. So Sin must have realized that although this aberration is powerful, it's overly reliant on its crutches. Without them, it's practically immobile. Furthermore, the hammer in his hand is a demonic artifact. Reporter, Damvai also found it quite interesting. To obtain a demonic artifact right at the start, This So Sin kid really has some skills. After a barrage of 80s, the aberration was sprawled out on the floor, while So Sin let out a tired breath. He coldly uttered, "Are you dead yet?" And then, a soul actually rose from the corpse. It smiled weakly. "Young man, thank you for killing me, for setting me free. I'm no longer enslaved by the aberration." So Sin asked gently, "Tell me your story." The soul slowly began. "My story is actually very simple. I was a human soldier. After being injured, I came here to recuperate. Unexpectedly, the demonic domain descended, and I was trapped here, turned into an aberration." Suddenly, he pleaded, "Young man, before I disappear completely, I want to give my memento to my old friend. Can you fulfill my wish?" Before he could even agree, a notification appeared. Side quest issued. Fulfill the final wish of the patient in room 404. Damvi was astonished. So, Sin triggered a side quest already? But even though these side quests can bring generous rewards and help them awaken stronger abilities, however, she also added a warning. The trial has just begun. There's no need to rush into a side quest like this. Headmaster Trung Van agreed. That's right. Side quests are often quite dangerous and can trigger chain reactions in the main storyline. This trial lasts for 3 days. There's really no need to rush. Caution is paramount. Back inside, So Sin quietly opened his mouth and agreed, "I can fulfill your wish." The spirit said emotionally, "Young man, you're truly a good person." The spirit looked in a certain direction and pointed. "The gift for my old friend is a box of candy in that drawer over there." So Sin immediately opened the Fang drawer. It was this very box. The system announced again, "Congratulations on obtaining the memento of the patient from room 404. A box of candy representing sweetness, and a grenade left as a memento from his time as a soldier." The soul continued to instruct, "Young man, take this to room 204 on the floor below." "Thank you," he muttered to himself before fading away. "My dear wife, this is the last gift I'll ever give you. This living gift will surely be to your taste." Reporter Damvi watched this scene with admiration. So, Sin is so bold. Not only did he accept the side quest, but he's openly going to deliver the item. Our Portnaut filming might have to end soon. Meanwhile, So Sin was slowly making his way to deliver the item. He walked past each room, checking carefully. 201, 202, 203. Suddenly, a screech echoed as a shadowy figure appeared from above. The next second, it somersaulted right in front of So Sin, revealing an ugly face, trying to jump scare him. But who would have thought? He just walked past it with an annoyed expression. "Step aside, don't get in my way." After walking a bit further, So Sin stopped. Room 204. This is the place. He gently knocked on the door a few times, and a voice answered from within. "Who is it?" So Sin shouted, "Delivery. Special delivery. Right to your door." An old woman with a ghastly green face cracked open the door and asked in surprise, "They do deliveries in the demonic domain. Now?" So Sin held out the box with a smile. "Your package has arrived. Please sign for it." The old aberration nodded, even sticking her tongue out in delight. "A package from my husband. So, he's the one who sent you." Then, the aberration gave a sinister smile. "Young man, you brought this at the perfect time. This old lady is starving." With only the two of them in the room, her words made the entire room fall silent. But So Sin broke the quiet with a light-hearted joke. "If you're satisfied, remember to leave a 5-star review." The aberration chuckled. "Heh. I'm very satisfied with you. After I'm done eating, I'll definitely give you a good review." But when she opened the box, she was completely stunned, because inside was a grenade. The aberration immediately shrieked in anger and charged forward. "Oh, you dare?" Su Sheng didn't even flinch. He turned and reminded her, "Remember to leave a good review, okay?" He decisively stepped out and slammed the door shut, locking her inside. A violent explosion erupted, shattering the window and sending thick smoke billowing out. Su Sheng observed with surprise. As expected, the ghost domain couldn't be destroyed by an explosion. Modern weapons were useless against it. He then opened the door to inspect the results. But this aberration seemed to have been crippled by the blast. What an unexpected surprise. The director couldn't understand it, asking, wasn't he doing a side mission? Why would he be carrying a grenade? Then he realized that the aberration seemed to have been blown up so badly it had lost its ability to move. What impressive physical damage. The ghost tamer further explained. Su Sheng Got the grenade from a previous patient. A normal person wouldn't think of using modern weapons to blow up an aberration, because in a typical spectral instance, modern weapons only anger the aberrations. They don't have any real effect, he added. Another word of praise. To think that modern weapons could still cause a certain amount of damage to them. For Su Sheng to figure that out is truly brilliant. Tanwei smiled and exclaimed, I thought he was just a reckless daredevil, but I never expected him to be playing on the 9th dimension. Inside the room, the aberration roared furiously, using a grenade on an aberration. Are you even human? I won't spare you. Even as a ghost. Su Sheng replied coldly, pulling out his hammer. Then I'll just make it so you can't even be a ghost. The old woman trembled, crawling across the floor. To get away. This is ghost chi. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. He grabbed her by the ankle, dragging her back, pulling her out of the room with a smirk. Su Sheng gently reassured her. Lovely granny, don't be afraid. I won't be rough. Just bear with it for a moment. The old woman screamed, in panic, help me. I'm not going out there. The female ghost who had tried to scare him earlier was standing outside the door, whispering. This immediately earned her a cold glare from Su Sheng. What are you looking at? She immediately ran away in fear. Oh my God, that's terrifying. The director exclaimed, amazing. He scared a ghost into running for its life. I've never seen such an absurd student in the awakening. Trial. Tanwei picked up the mic to summarize. By my count, Su Sheng has already killed 2 aberrations. His evaluation score is probably going to skyrocket. If he can survive the next 2 days, he'll definitely awaken a powerful ability. Suddenly, the ghost tamer objected. No, Su Sheng hasn't killed the 2nd aberration yet. He was still dragging her somewhere, every step, earning a groan from the old woman. Young man, I meant you no harm. Please, let me go. Su Sheng's face was dead serious, as he said, I'm your nurse now. How could I possibly leave? The aberration protested helplessly. I don't want you as my nurse. I don't need a nurse. Let's just mind our own business. Su Sheng angrily yelled and hit her on the head with the hammer. Shut up. Immediately, the system announced that he had made a rebellious choice, becoming a nurse for a patient who didn't need one, and had received a ghost-luring perfume. Special reminder, the ghost-luring perfume can emit a fragrance that lures and attracts aberrations. He was so focused on reading that he forgot himself, causing the old woman to cry out weakly, Young man, I'm badly injured now. I'm no threat to you. Please, let me go. But Su Sheng feigned concern and continued to drag her along. I've hurt you so badly. How can I rest easy? I'll take you to the pharmacist for an examination. She struggled, screaming herself. Horse, I'm not going. Let me go. I want to go back to my room, Su Sheng said sternly, hitting her with the hammer again. Shut up. The female ghost watched, completely petrified. So scary. No matter how much the old woman screamed, no one dared to come and help. Help me. Meanwhile, Gu was huddled in a corner, hugging his legs and chanting in a panic. Buddha, protect me. Don't let the aberrations come. Let me pass these 3 days in peace. In the middle of his terrified prayer, Su Sheng suddenly threw the door wide open, appearing before him and scaring him out of his wits. Gu jumped up, unable to go, even cry. Gu slowly calmed down and looked again. Su Sheng, is that you? You scared the life out of me. I thought you were an aberration. He dragged the aberration over and threw it right at him. I brought an aberration for you. A coward was suddenly forced to lock eyes with a terrified aberration. Naturally, Gu lost instantly, hastily, raising his hands to shield himself in panic. Su Sheng, why did you bring this ghost here? Su Sheng grinned, pushing the ghost's head down. Don't be scared. This is lovely granny. Come on, give us a smile. The aberration reacted angrily, retorting curtly, Ghosts have dignity too. Don't you go too far. Of course, she was immediately met with a hammer blow from his hand. Su Sheng even put on a show, looking helpless and shrugging as she lay sprawled on the floor. Then, he threw her in front of his friend again. The old woman aberration, her dignity shattered, forced out a lovely laugh. However, it only made Gu's face turn paler. Don't laugh anymore. You look even more terrifying when you laugh. Suddenly, Su Sheng stepped forward, standing over her to face Gu. He got straight to the point. Did you get the key? Yet? Gu scratched his head. Not yet. I've been sitting in here this whole time. I don't know where to find the key, he mumbled, analyzing. It seems getting the key isn't that simple. Then he turned and gave an order. Lovely granny, let the pharmacist take a look at your wounds. The aberration immediately obeyed and pleaded. Young man, please examine my wounds. I was injured by a grenade. Boom. Baigu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Injured by a grenade explosion? That's the first time I've ever heard of someone using a grenade to blow up a ghost. How ridiculous. Do they have too much time on their hands?" The old woman struggled to her feet, chiming in, "That's right. Do they have too much time on their hands?" Su Sheng coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment and changed the subject. "Never mind those minor details. Let's get to the main task." Just then, the system guide announced a new side quest: heal the patient in room 204. Baigu hesitated. "Su Sheng, should I accept the side quest?" Su Sheng urged him, "Take it. It's probably the key to getting that key." Hearing this, he agreed. "I can treat you." But suddenly, the guide added, "If you need to use the medicine in the cabinet, you must find the head nurse to get the key." He immediately lit up. "We have a clue. The key is with the head nurse." Su Sheng immediately gave a commanding order. "Take us to the head nurse." The old woman shrank back in fear, waving her hands frantically. "The head nurse? No, I won't go. I won't." Su Sheng instantly raised his hammer, his eyes turning ice cold. She had no choice but to explain. "Although the head nurse isn't the strongest ghost here, she's the manager of this place. She uses the rules of the ghost domain to not only kill people, but also kill other ghosts." The hammer whistled past her head, and she reluctantly agreed. "We'll go. Stop swinging that thing. I'll take you." Inwardly, the ghost sneered. "You want to walk right into your own deaths? I won't stop you. Once you're dead, I'll be free." On the way there, Su Sheng asked curiously, "A moment ago, you said the head nurse isn't the strongest ghost here? Then who is?" The old woman answered without a hint of hesitation. "The head chef. The head chef is the most brutal and powerful ghost in this place. Even we have to be extremely humble around him." Reporter Dam Vi started to get confused. What on earth is Su Sheng trying to do? "I can't understand it." The dean agreed. "I don't understand either. Normal. Students entering the ghost domain for the first time are always cautious and reserved. But him? Why is he running around causing trouble everywhere?" Meanwhile, in the kitchen, a student was carrying a stack of plates inside. A grumbling voice echoed from within, "Taking forever to do. One simple task. If I weren't so short-staffed, I would have butchered you and thrown you in the pot long ago." This was the head chef, the most vicious person here. The student awkwardly bowed his head in a hurry. Yes. But then, a plate slipped and shattered on the floor. The head chef turned and stared. "Humph." The student, pale and trembling, begged for his life. "Head chef, I didn't mean to. I was wrong. I'll clean it up right away." But the head chef coldly made his decision. "There's no need. Anyone who breaks utensils in the kitchen gets thrown into the deep fryer." The student panicked and immediately ran for it. "Help me. I want to get out. I want to withdraw." But he wasn't faster than the knife the chef threw. It spun through the air and struck him right in the head. The head chef sighed, dragging the dead body back. "How troublesome. I'm short-staffed again." Back with Su Sheng's group, the ghost warned them as they walked. "Wait until breakfast tomorrow, and you'll be able to meet the head chef. Remember, you must never say his food tastes bad, or he'll become extremely enraged." Heh. She then stopped and said, "We're here. The head nurse is inside." A chilling warning was carved on the wall. The living should not approach. A ghost mood is unpredictable. The color instantly drained from Baigu's face. Reading those two lines, he knew that going inside would not end well. Suddenly, the old woman laughed and issued a warning. "The head nurse's greatest pleasure is eating, young men. You two are both her type." She looked at Baigu and emphasized, "Especially you. The head nurse's favorite thing is to gnaw on ribs." He began to tremble and pleaded, "Su Sheng, maybe we should just go back. If we just scrape by for 3 days, the awakening trial will be over before we know it." Hearing this, the old woman also tried to persuade them. "She's right. I'd also advise you not to provoke the head nurse. If you follow the rules here, you can survive." However, Su Sheng refused to back down. He made an instant decision. "I'll go." Everyone was stunned. Huh? Even Baigu didn't expect this. Su Sheng once again spoke up. "Meeting the head nurse is indeed very dangerous. Baigu, you wait for me outside. If I don't make it out, you run back to the infirmary immediately." Suddenly, Baigu quickly stopped him. "Wait," he said seriously. "Su Sheng, you come back. Let me go." Su Sheng flatly refused. "No need. You stay outside." However, this was the first time that Baigu had ever been so serious. He spoke at length to persuade him. "Listen to me. It's too dangerous for you to go. I'm a pharmacist, so this is technically my side quest. I have a legitimate reason, so I still have a chance." Su Sheng studied Baigu. "Can you really do this? Don't force yourself. Baigu's hand was already reaching for the door. He repeated seriously, remember when I called you? Given our circumstances, mediocre talent, no money, no connections this time, we really have to risk our lives. He affirmed, I also want to change my own useless life. Disregard life and death. If you're not satisfied, then fight to the end. With determination, he pushed the door open. Let's risk it. The old woman sighed, somewhat moved. She never expected that this kid, who was as timid as a mouse, could be so reliable at a critical moment. Too bad the head nurse isn't someone you can reason with. Su Sheng shouted his instructions. Baigu, if you run into danger, just scream, and I'll come in right away. Baigu's voice whispered from the darkness. Why is it so pitch black in here? Suddenly, a sound echoed, and he clutched his head in panic. All that cool guy act from before vanished instantly. Oh my god, I can't see a thing. This is scary as hell. I was too reckless, too impulsive. I shouldn't have come in here. A faint light flickered on, and a female voice chimed in at the same time. Oh ho, a fresh young man has arrived. Baigu jumped, stammering. It was the head nurse, sitting majestically, striking a leisurely pose. What are you here for? But before she could finish, he dropped to his knees on the floor. He hesitantly blurted out, I came to pay my respects to you. The head nurse chuckled softly. Pay your respects? How interesting. You're the first person to ever proactively come and pay respects to me. Outside, after waiting for quite a while, the old woman suggested, let's just go back. I've never seen a human who entered that gate come out alive. Su Sheng's face darkened as he hissed, raising his hammer for a sneak attack. Shut your mouth. She was sent flying forward, crashing hard onto the floor. Inside the room, the head nurse was muttering some nonsense. Human, did you know? I love the darkness. The human world is far too bright. After a short pause, she continued. One day, the sun of this world will be extinguished. The entire world will be plunged into darkness, becoming the playground for us grotesques. When that time comes, the great hospital director will personally come here. Baigu flattered her for his dear life. Yes, yes, yes. Everything you say is right. This seemed to please her greatly. The head nurse lifted his chin with amusement. So obedient, are we? It's been a long time since I've met a human who's made me feel this comfortable. You've successfully piqued my interest. The lights were suddenly extinguished again. Darkness enveloped them once more, leaving only a panicked cry. Head nurse, don't. Outside, Su Sheng heard it and whipped his head around. That's Baigu's voice. Something's happened. The old woman let out a triumphant laugh. I told you that brat wouldn't make it out alive. But then, a strangely suggestive voice rang out. Oh, don't, head nurse. Followed by the head nurse's voice. The more he listened, the more embarrassing it got. Hey, you're blushing. Su Sheng paused, realizing something was off. Wait a minute. Something about this sound is wrong. 3 minutes later, Baigu walked out with a pitiful expression, like an innocent maiden who had been wronged. The ghostly granny blurted out in surprise. He actually came back alive? That's unexpected. Su Sheng frowned with concern. Baigu, are you okay? He scratched his head and held up a set of keys. I'm fine. How could anything happen to me? I handled it easily. I got the key. Su Sheng put an arm around his shoulder, whispering curiously. Baigu, how did you get the key? Baigu answered nonchalantly. It was simple. I knelt down as soon as I went in. Su Sheng gave him a teasing glance. Besides, kneeling was there. Anything else? Baigu's face turned beet red, and though it was written all over his face, he vehemently denied it. Nothing else. A moment later, they arrived at the medicine cabinet door. Baigu stepped forward, about to say, let me open the cabinet, but Su Sheng suddenly stopped him. Hold on. I feel like this was too easy. Let me do it. His hand gently turned the lock, which made a soft clicking sound. A bright red ghost suddenly appeared, looking ecstatic. Hehe, after all these years, someone has finally opened this dusty old medicine cabinet. Baigu screamed in terror. This is bad. There's a grotesque hidden in the keyhole. Luckily, he had Su Sheng's shield. The grotesque's attack failed to connect. What? No. The system interface flashed. Successfully immunized against one attack from a grotesque. Remaining uses, 0. Baigu frantically checked on him. Su Sheng, how are you? Turning his head, Su Sheng reassured him and then analyzed the situation. He sighed. I'm fine. The dangers in this demonic domain are truly hard to guard against. It seems the head nurse only gave you the key because she was certain you wouldn't survive opening this cabinet door. Witnessing that scene was enough to make the ghostly granny's jaw drop in utter shock. Not even the vicious ghost hiding in there could kill Su Sheng. That's impossible without immense power. This kid is no simpleton. He must be a hidden master in disguise. I'd better just be obedient from now on. After a while, they finally got the medicine. Su Sheng smiled faintly and made a decision. We've got it. Let's go back and rest. We'll wait for breakfast tomorrow. The next day, at breakfast time, a bell echoed throughout the building. It's time for breakfast. In 20 minutes, everyone please proceed to the cafeteria for your meal. The old woman walked over to Su Sheng's bed and stood waiting. Having just woken up, he still looked a bit dazed. Seeing that young Master Su wasn't fully awake, she respectfully held up a towel and reminded him, "Young Master Su, please wipe your face." Observing the old woman's attitude, Su Sheng mused, "It seems you've finally seen the light." He continued in an authoritative tone, "If you behave yourself from now on, I won't make things difficult for you." The old woman hurriedly replied, bowing repeatedly to show her submission. Yes, I understand. I'll do whatever young Master Su says." Next, Su Sheng got out of bed and gestured, "Let's go." To the cafeteria. Hearing this, the old woman repeated with some confusion. The announcement said to go to the cafeteria in 20 minutes, but he offered no explanation, only giving a short command. "We're going there first. I have something to do." As they walked, the old woman introduced the place. "This is the cafeteria. Meals start on time every day." She also added with a serious expression, "Anyone who is late or complains about the food will be punished." With a grim look on his face, Su Sheng asked, "Where's the kitchen?" The old woman immediately pointed to an area right next to them. He walked straight over, but he didn't forget to instruct her. "You wait here for me. I'm going to the kitchen to take a look." The old woman, worried, tried to persuade him. "Young Master Su, the head chef is extremely brutal, and he has a fiery temper. What are you going there for?" Without even turning his head, Su Sheng calmly replied, "I'm going to see if he's done cooking." Standing in front of a large room, he hesitated slightly. "Is this the kitchen?" Through the window, Su Sheng secretly observed the inside. Instantly, a foul smell wafted over, making him cover his nose. He could smell a rancid stench before even going in. Just then, from inside, the chef angrily roared, "Hurry up, get a move on. If it weren't for the staff shortage, there's no way in hell I'd let a cowardly little ghost like you help me." The timid female ghost replied fearfully, Yes. The chef, still enraged, slammed his knife down repeatedly while shouting, "Yes? What's with all the yes? I've never seen a ghost as cowardly as you. The more I look at you, the more pissed off I get. If I wasn't forbidden from killing other ghosts, I'd seriously chop you into a million pieces." Su Sheng held a jar, calculating, "Looks like I'll have to lure the chef away." He placed the jar on the ground and waited for the result. This was the Li Shan ghost luring oil he got from the system. He wanted to see if it was useful. The scent drifted into the room, making the chef suspicious. "What's that smell?" He then ordered the female ghost, "You carry on. I'm going out to have a look." The assistant remained obedient. Yes. The chef was drawn in by the aroma, his eyes sparkling. Drool dripped down to his chin. "This smell is incredible. It's even more fragrant than human flesh." After confirming the chef had left, Su Sheng immediately dashed inside. "This is my chance." Seeing Su Sheng in the kitchen, the female ghost stared at him in surprise. "How did you—" He raised his hammer, his eyes ice cold. Su Sheng growled, "Shut your mouth. If you dare make a peep, I'll beat you to death right now." The pitiful female ghost quickly covered her mouth. She could only let out a few muffled, unclear sounds. Su Sheng pulled out a bottle of pills labeled sedatives and mercilessly dumped the entire contents into the soup pot. Then he explained with a kind facade, "The chef's cooking is terrible, so I'm just adding a little extra seasoning for him." After he was done, Su Sheng didn't forget to pull out his weapon to threaten her. "Don't tell the chef, or I'll smash you to bits." The female ghost nodded repeatedly, her glistening eyes looking as if she was about to cry. As he walked out, he deliberately glanced back to observe her. This cowardly ghost. Aside from looking a bit scary, nothing else about her is ghost-like. When dinner time arrived, the aberrations swarmed in. It's finally time to eat. As they walked, they praised endlessly. The chef's delicious flesh and blood cuisine is something you never get tired of. Suddenly, one of them smacked the student assigned to him on the head, scolding, "Why are you walking so fast? Can't you see I have trouble getting around?" The young man quickly offered, I'll help you." Another one was just as aggressive. His aberration had a short temper and would strike at the slightest displeasure. "What are you spacing out for? Go get me some water to wash my hands." The young man could only endure and obey. "Yes, I'll go get the water now." He then brought over a basin of water. "Old master, please wash your hands." In his heart, the student was bitter and resentful, silently plotting. "You old bastard. Serving you for a single day has been more suffering than I've endured in my entire life. Just wait until I become a ghost tamer. Then I'll come back and deal with you." The scoundrel. There was only one person being served by an aberration like an emperor, and that was Su Sheng. The old woman respectfully gestured. "Young Master Su, this way, please." Everyone was left completely stunned. Am I seeing things? That aberration called Su Sheng young master. Has the ghost gone crazy, or have I? Why is an aberration being so polite to Su Sheng? And that wasn't all. She even started giving him a caring shoulder massage. "Young Master Su, you must be tired from waking up so early. Let me massage your shoulders." The person next to them was startled. What? What is this? An aberration serving a human? Does Su Sheng know magic? The other students also whispered among themselves. Brother Lei, that dirt poor punk Su Sheng actually managed to subdue an aberration. Taiji frowned curiously. I don't know how he did it. Right now, we're all ordinary people. Any one of these ghosts could kill us. A lackey speculated. There's only one possibility. The ghost Su Sheng is taking care of is the weakest one here. It probably can't even beat ordinary people like us. Taiji watched with an envious look. That kid is so damn lucky, running into a weak ghost. If he kills it, he could increase his reward for clearing the stage. Danwei was equally impressed. A student entering the ghost realm for the first time makes an aberration obey him so willingly. I guess I've really seen it all now, but she still didn't quite get it. However, I'm still not sure what Su Sheng is trying to do. The headmaster was also at a loss, so he turned to ask the other person, Lord Ghost Tamer, do you know? The man crossed his arms, seemingly aware of something, but he didn't say it out loud. I have a theory, but it's too insane. No one has ever done it before. Let's just keep watching. Then, the ghost tamer lowered his head, deep in thought again. Back in the dining hall, the clattering of a food cart could be heard. The chef announced, "Time to eat." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What's that awful smell?" Someone else answered, explaining, "The smell is coming from that rice container." A moment later, the chef began to serve the soup to everyone. The soup was a ghastly green, looking truly demonic. Seems to really like it, while the other trainees find it strange. After the domineering head chef finished distributing the food, he was like a nagging old mother, forcing people to eat. Time to eat. The trainees covered their noses and complained terribly. "You call this food? Even the latrine doesn't stink this bad. How can anyone eat this?" Taiko agreed. "They really don't see us as human. Even pigs wouldn't eat this stuff." But the old man in front of him was the complete opposite. So delicious. The head chef's skills have reached a new level. A delicacy, he thought. Absolutely horrified. What? Delicious? The strange monster's voices chattered endlessly. "This breakfast is cooked so well. I can smell chai too in this. One bowl isn't enough. Give me another bowl. It's been a while since I've had something this good." A trainee, half believing, half doubting, started to get curious. Is it good? For real? Could this breakfast be like stinky tofu? It stinks, but it tastes good. Which brave warrior dares to take a bite? Just then, someone immediately volunteered. "Let me, I'm starving. I'll try it for everyone." He forced it into his mouth, chewing and trying to savor it. However, it didn't last long before he immediately spat it out. Holy hell, it's more disgusting than crap. The old lady next to So Sin chuckled. Looks like we've got a good show to watch. Hearing someone criticize his food, the head chef glared and strode over aggressively to question him. "What did you say?" The trainee stammered, unable to form a sentence. I. The chef roared in anger. "You can choose not to eat, but you are not allowed to say, 'My cooking is bad.'" The man quickly clasped his hands together, trembling. "I'm sorry, head chef, I was wrong. Please spare me this one time." But the chef showed no mercy, smashing the ladle straight down on the man's head. The trainee died on the spot, fresh blood spreading across the floor. The head chef then left with a final instruction. "I'm going to deliver breakfast to the head nurse. You all better eat up. Breakfast ends in half an hour." The trainees slowly began to understand the situation. It seemed that insulting the food would violate one of this place's death rules. One person cried out in fear, "There's no way to guard against this. I'm lucky I held back from tasting it just now. However, those who abstain will suffer a terrible fate. But I'm so hungry now. If I don't eat the food here, what else can I eat?" Another person lamented. "Since coming here, not a single grain of rice or drop of water has passed my lips. I'm going to starve to death. If the food in the cafeteria is always like this, won't we starve for all 3 days? Even if we don't die of hunger, I'm afraid we won't even have the strength to stand." Suddenly, someone smelled something strange. "Hey, do you guys smell something fragrant?" The lackey sniffed the air and recognized it. "It smells so good, like beef and potato stew." Then he immediately realized where it was coming from and pointed. Brother Loey, look over at So Sin. He's eating with such relish, it's like he's been starving for years. Taiko shot up in astonishment. Holy crap, that kid is eating a proper meal. The other trainees drooled with envy. How did he get a plate of rice? Damn it, I've never seen a beef and potato stew that looks so delicious. Taiko stood up and shouted, So Sin, where did you get that meal? So Sin asked back while chewing. Triyu Taiko, you want some? He didn't hesitate to reply. Stupid question. Of course I want some. However, it was too bad for him. So Sin rejected him flatly. Then you can keep dreaming. Triyu Taiko was choked with anger. The kid next to him continued to whine. Brother Loy, what do we do? The more I look, the hungrier I get. We can't let that kid hog it all to himself. Taiko immediately made a gangster's decision. Let's go rob him. But his underling hesitated. But we're orderlies now. We can't move too far away from our aberrations. For some reason, Taiko smirked confidently. Don't worry, I have a solution. We can just rob him and kill the aberration next to So Sin at the same time. He reached into his pants and pulled something out. In just a few seconds, Taiko presented it to the aberration he was caring for. Old sir, I need to leave for a moment. This hell money is a token of my respect for you. And just like that, the aberration easily accepted. It permitted him with great ease. Go. With money, you can even make ghosts do your bidding. Heh. Then he brazenly walked over to So Sin and blocked his way. So Sin, stop eating. So Sin asked calmly, his face dark. What is it? At times like these, the underling steps up. Brother Loai has 2 announcements for you. First, hand over that plate of food. Of course, So Sin paid him no mind. No. But the guy just went for a blatant robbery, grabbing the plate and challenging him. I'm not giving it to you. Even if I rob you, what can you do about it? So Sin, in no hurry, asked his next question. And the second announcement? The man brazenly pointed at the aberration and smirked smugly. Second, this old lady belongs to me now. So Sin calmly rubbed his nose, a sinister glint in his eyes. Belongs to you? You'll have to ask her if she agrees to that. It's unclear where Taiko got his confidence from, as he puffed out his chest and gave an order. Old hag, you're mine now. Be a good girl and come with us. The old lady gave a terrifying smile. Young man, say that again. The underling trembled in fear. Brother Loy, is this really a weak monster? Her smile is so creepy. But Taiko, still overconfident, reassured him, don't worry. This old hag is even afraid of that coward. So Sin, she must be pathetically weak. We can definitely suppress her. With that thought, the underling followed his lead and threatened the old lady. Don't be ungrateful. We're much stronger than your orderly. So Sin, if you don't listen, I'll kill you right now. Now, who would have thought the old woman would throw herself right at him? He screamed bloody murder, his hands flailing like a little girl's. Holy crap, Brother Lay, save me. A blur flashed past, leaving no trace. When he opened his eyes, he was too stunned to think straight. The next second, the henchman looked at his own unharmed body and burst out laughing in relief. Huh? I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Haha. I knew it was a weak ghost. All it can do is try to scare people. However, Taiji beside him suddenly turned pale and warned, Biaozi, you should look at her, in her hand. Only then did he understand the situation. His face drained of all color, and he began trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Biaozi clutched his chest in pain. Ugh, this feels awful. My chest feels so empty. The remaining student ran for his life in terror. Oh my god, this isn't some weak ghost, is it? This is clearly a terrifyingly powerful one. Somebody save me. The old woman quickly appeared right behind him and taunted. Weren't you people trying to catch me? What are you running for? Following that, she brutally ripped the student's heart out. He knelt on the ground, blood pouring out, and trembled. So cold. My body is so cold, and my heart feels so empty. Su Sheng, who had been casually enjoying his meal, only spoke up when he saw her walking in his direction. This old woman is a true master. But it wasn't over, she continued, slowly walking towards Taiji with a smirk. Only you are left. Cornered, he pulled out a stack of money and begged. Don't kill me, I have hell money. I'll give it to you, please spare me. However, she couldn't be bothered to listen and lunged at him coldly. This isn't nearly enough to buy your life. Unexpectedly, Taiji was so scared that he collapsed to the floor. A suspicious warm puddle spread across the floor. The old woman pinched her nose and sneered. You useless thing, you were so scared you pissed your pants. 20 minutes later, a nearby ghost let out a huge yawn. So sleepy, he muttered to himself as he lay down. I'll just take a quick nap. Let's go after the head chef comes and cleans up the cooking utensils. Half an hour later, a student wondered, are all the ghosts asleep? What do we do now? Someone else replied, "Didn't the head chef say mealtime was half an hour? It's been half an hour, so why isn't he back yet?" Just then, Su Sheng stood up decisively. "I'm full. Time to get down to business." As he finished speaking, he pulled out his trusty hammer. A female student saw him approaching with the weapon and grew wary. "Su Sheng, what are you doing over here? Get back. Don't wake the ghosts." He remained silent, then suddenly raised his weapon, brought it down on a ghost, and yelled, "80. Hot blood splattered everywhere, covering the female student. After being frozen in shock for a few seconds, she clutched her face and screamed in terror. Su Sheng ignored her and kept shouting, 80, 80, 80. With every shout, he brought the hammer down. Only when the ghost was dead did Su Sheng stop, satisfied. That's one down. Next is the second one. Seeing it was his turn, the male student stammered, completely panicked. "Su Sheng, what are you doing?" The moment Su Sheng raised his weapon, the student's face went pale. He wanted to stop him, but was rooted to the spot. "Wait a minute." He swung the hammer straight down on the back of the ghost's head. The other students were stunned by this brutal scene. Is Su Sheng always this brutal? Is he planning to smash all the ghosts to death? I never knew he had guts like this. A young man frowned, quickly figuring it out. The hammer in his hand must be a ghost tool. Otherwise, how could he possibly kill a ghost? The female reporter was also speechless. So shocked, she was stumbling over her words in a panic. This Su Sheng is insane. I can only use the word maniac to describe him. Principal Wenjong stroked his chin, observing thoughtfully. It seems that from the moment he entered the ghost domain and went to the pharmacy, Su Sheng was already planning everything. What a deep schemer. In contrast, the ghost tamer remained calm, as he had already guessed most of it. It seems my judgment was correct. Su Sheng intends to wipe out every single ghost here. This is something no one has ever accomplished in the Awakening trial. Back inside, Su Sheng had lost count of how many he'd killed and was now casually counting. Last one. He acted decisively, swinging the hammer as if to awaken its very soul. The moment Su Sheng finished, the system immediately announced that he had killed all the patients of the Sunset Nursing Home. You have received the title, Fierce Ghost Slaying General. Special tip. The Fierce Ghost Slaying General title can help you maintain a SAN value no lower than 50 in any situation. Shaking out his sore arm and shoulder, Su Sheng walked and muttered to himself. The SAN value, huh? I hear it's an index used in exploration missions in the main world of ghosts. It's an incredibly important personal attribute for every ghost tamer. Then, suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, that's not right. Did I kill all the patients? Su Sheng immediately turned his gaze to his servant. Aren't you also a patient here? Upon hearing this question, the old woman panicked and covered her face, explaining, Young master, I'm really not a patient of this nursing home. When the ghost domain descended, I just happened to be visiting. And I even had a twilight romance with one of the old men here. The old woman continued to explain. Young master, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I swear I have no ill intentions. Inside, the old woman pleaded silently. Please, please, don't let this god of death get angry. I really don't want to be smashed to death with a hammer. At that moment, all the student witnesses were buzzing with discussion. All the aberrations in the cafeteria have been beaten to death. Holy crap, I can't believe my eyes. Did Su Sheng wipe out that entire horde of aberrations by himself? A student wondered doubtfully. Is this guy not afraid of anything? Suddenly, an announcement came from the loudspeaker. Attention all caregivers. All patients of the Sunset Nursing Home have been killed. According to the rules of the cursed domain, once the patients disappear, the caregivers no longer have a reason to exist. After the head nurse wakes up, she will kill everyone. Everyone began to scream in panic. What? The head nurse wants to kill all of us? The student panicked. What do we do now? Su Sheng, are you trying to get everyone killed? The guy named Tai Ji chimed in with condemnation. That's right. We can't let Su Sheng off the hook. This is all his fault. Tie him up, quickly. They were surprisingly united in their criticism. They stormed over to find him and settle the score. Su Sheng, you caused this disaster. You have to take responsibility for everyone. Tie him up and hand him over to the head nurse to atone for his crime. Su Sheng found it annoying, simply glancing back and issuing a cold threat. If anyone dares to ramble on for one more sentence, I'll rip their heart out. The old woman beside him even helped to echo his threat. Hee, let me see whose heart tastes better. Of course, these cowardly students didn't dare to object. They choked on their words, stammering. Su Sheng didn't stop walking, glancing at them with contempt. A bunch of spineless cowards. When they got out to the hallway, and the two were alone, the aberration finally lowered her voice and advised him worriedly, Young Master Su, It's too dangerous to look for the head nurse now. But Su Sheng didn't think so. He even started walking faster. The cursed domain just gave a hint. Wait until the head nurse wakes up, and she will kill everyone. That proves the head nurse also ate breakfast and has fallen into a deep sleep. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive in front of her room. Su Sheng gently and slowly pushed the door ajar to check. Only when he was sure there was no unusual movement did he enter. Inside, the chef and the head nurse were slumped over, fast asleep. The old woman following behind was full of admiration. "Young master, your foresight is incredible." The head chef and the head nurse are both unconscious. Without any more hesitation, Su Sheng immediately raised his hammer. The first one he went for was the stupid and brutal head chef. 5 minutes later, as the sound of the hammer still hadn't stopped, the system finally announced that a side quest had been triggered. After killing the head chef, there is no one left to cook for the patients in the nursing home. Please cook a delicious meal for the patients here, and you must receive a compliment from at least one patient. Su Sheng was exhausted, panting heavily with sweat pouring down his face. His arms and legs were trembling from fatigue. I have to say, the head chef was really hard to kill. The other aberrations died after a dozen hits at most, but this old guy took a full 5 minutes of smashing. His health pool is insane, he muttered to himself as he moved on to the final target. All the patients have been killed, so this side quest is impossible to complete. Besides, this side quest couldn't be completed anyway. After all, how could a normal person possibly cook that kind of rotten, stinking food? The outcome would probably be all the aberrations getting pissed off and swarming to kill me. Su Sheng raised his hammer and sighed. I have to say, every step in this cursed domain is terrifying. It's a death trap at every turn. But unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, before he could even bring his hand down, the head nurse's eyes shot wide open. Su Sheng was also startled. Oh no, she's awake. She questioned him fiercely. What are you trying to do? He decisively smashed the hammer down on the head nurse's head without mercy. She clutched her bleeding head, her eyes wide with menace. Are you looking for death? Su Sheng didn't bother to answer, gritting his teeth and bringing his hand down once more. Unexpectedly, it had no effect on her. With just one hand, she flung him away, shouting angrily, "Get lost!" He crashed to the floor in shock. It's over. I never expected the head nurse to wake up so early. Outside, watching through the screen, everyone immediately started making predictions. Dan Wei asked pessimistically, "It's over, isn't it? Does Su Sheng have any chance of survival?" Director Zhong Wen stated with certainty, "There's no chance left. Su Sheng has done very well. It's just a pity his luck is a bit poor." Just as he said, right now, he was facing the wrath of one of the most powerful aberrations here. You killed the head chef? This damn human dares to disobey the rules here. Yet Su Sheng still admitted it brazenly, responding calmly. Head nurse, I know my death is certain. I'm not afraid to die. At worst, my head falls off and leaves a big scar. Can you let me choose my own way to die? She stuck out her long tongue and smirked. Well, at least you know your place. Speak, how do you want to die? Su Sheng made a bold demand. I want to die from pleasure. She froze for a moment, then scoffed. Are you daydreaming? The head nurse declared as she approached him. I've chosen for you. I'm going to twist your head off. Su Sheng immediately objected. I refuse to die that way. I'll die, you know? I don't want my head twisted off. His words made her frown. Didn't you just say you weren't afraid to die? Having your head fall off just leaves a scar the size of a bowl, he replied nonchalantly. I'm afraid of leaving a scar. The head nurse froze on the spot, not knowing what else to say. Even Dam V felt secondhand embarrassment for her. At a time like this, how could Su Sheng still be in the mood to joke around? Zhong Wen could only marvel at his cheeky and untamable demeanor. You have to admit, this kid's got some serious nerve. Meanwhile, Su Sheng received a notification from the system. Asterisk, ting, asterisk. You have chosen to resist, refusing, to have your head twisted off by the head nurse. Su Sheng immediately understood. This was his only chance to turn the tables. He smirked, his eyes flashing with determination. It's here. Life or death hangs on this one move. System, hurry up and give me something good. Instantly, a gun popped out with an introduction. Congratulations, you have received a flamethrower. Su Sheng was skeptical. Will this thing even work? On a demon? However, he was out of time, because the head nurse was already lunging straight for him. Be a good boy, and stay still. Don't move. With no way to retreat, he fired the gun to meet her head on. Come on, let's burn this demon. The head nurse was shocked. What? Before she could react, her entire body was engulfed in flames. The intense heat made her eyes widen in torment. The more the spectators watched, the more stunned they became. Where did he get a flamethrower? The director couldn't believe it either. For something like this to appear in a demon domain, was just too surreal. Su Sheng let out a long breath. After his satisfying shot, the head nurse lay face down on the floor, charred black. He hesitated for a moment. The fuel's all burned up. I wonder if the head nurse was burned to death. Su Sheng crouched down, taking out his hammer again, intending to smash her head once more. Regardless of whether she was dead or not, he just needed to land another blow. With that thought, Su Sheng didn't hesitate to bring the hammer down. Who would have thought that just as it was about to connect, his hand was caught? Su Sheng gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, she's almost burned to a crisp, and she still has this much terrifying strength. The head nurse grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. She roared, with a scornful laugh, "You little brat, I am a demon. Did you think some ordinary flame could burn me to death?" The head nurse lectured him. Only a demon can kill a demon. Only demonic energy can kill a demon. And only the rules can kill a demon. Didn't your school teach you this? Su Sheng choked in pain. He had already started coughing but still tried his best to think. Was there really no chance left to turn this around? The head nurse was ecstatic. Nonsense. Your head. I'll keep it as a souvenir. But unexpectedly, just as she was about to kill him, the old woman struck, ripping out her heart. What? The head nurse never saw this coming. She turned to question her. You. Why would you help a human? Su Sheng was released, coughing uncontrollably. The old woman smugly crushed the heart in her hand. Heh, because I have no other choice. As soon as he was free, Su Sheng lifted his hammer again, took a powerful run-up, and aimed straight ahead. Finally, he succeeded in landing an uppercut. However, Su Sheng didn't want to stop there. He flew forward, pinned her down, and began smashing her repeatedly. Seeing this, the old demon offered some advice. Young master, you can stop now. The head nurse is completely dead. He wiped away the cold sweat that had been pouring down his face, feeling incredibly lucky. Thank you. You saved my life. The old woman humbly clarified. I was only saving myself, after all. If the head nurse knew I was following you, she definitely wouldn't have spared me either. Even though Su Sheng knew this, he still insisted, firmly. Regardless, I owe you one. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar over this strange situation. The head nurse was dead, and Su Sheng had survived. A demon helping a human kill another demon? Zhong Wen clapped his hands, loudly, absolutely ecstatic. That was incredible. Truly incredible. Su Sheng's performance in this trial could totally be used as a teaching material. The demon tamer next to him also commented thoughtfully. This kind of complex relationship between Su Sheng and a demon is extremely rare. I will definitely report this to the Demon Tamer Alliance. Afterwards, Su Sheng scanned the room, while searching the head nurse's body for any good items. Usually, after a demon dies, the demonic energy it leaves behind becomes ownerless and will no longer actively attack people. And so, he happened to pull out a strange notebook. Su Sheng was surprised. Huh? An introduction to the king's nursing home. The notebook was quite thin and had been kept with great care. He opened it with curiosity and skimmed through the pages. This nursing home was just one branch of the king's nursing home. The King's Nursing Home is a large chain organization, with its headquarters located in the main demon world. The main demon world. I don't know much about it, only that it's a world truly filled with demons. Only by becoming a demon tamer can one enter it. He also drew another conclusion. The demon domains in the real world are actually an invasion from the main demon world. Su Sheng flipped through the pages faster, suddenly understanding that this place had turned into a demon domain because of the King's Nursing Home's invasion. The ultimate goal of this massive demon organization is to completely invade the real world, turning the entire planet into a demon domain. The old woman seemed to know this as well, and began to warn him. The director of the King's Nursing Home is an extremely powerful aberration, one of the top-ranking aberrations in the main demonic world. If he finds out you killed the head nurse and destroyed this place, he will absolutely never let you go. It's best if you never set foot in the main demonic world again. His eyes narrowed with worry, but it was unclear if the warning truly registered. He simply replied, "Got it." Suddenly, Su Sheng pulled out a sock. He stared at it with curiosity. The system, as if to mock him, appeared at this moment. You have obtained the head nurse's relic, a demonic artifact, one smelly long sock. Wearing it on your head will produce an unimaginable effect. Su Sheng cursed in disbelief. What the hell? Wear it on my head? Are you sure that's how it's used? Despite his disgust, being the pack rat that he was, Su Sheng calmed himself down. Whatever, it's a demonic artifact anyway. I'll just store it for now. The broadcast announcement sounded again. Attention all caregivers. All staff and patients in the Sunset Nursing Home have been eliminated. The Sunset Nursing Home demonic domain will disappear in 2 days. Hearing this, Su Sheng murmured thoughtfully. Interesting. It says all times staff and patients have been eliminated. Does that mean that coward isn't a native aberration of this place either? The students in the cafeteria were utterly bewildered. Taiji exclaimed in shock. What? A student joyfully recounted. All the staff and patients have been killed. Does that mean we're safe now? Someone else wondered. Don't tell me Su Sheng wiped out the entire demonic domain? This is absolutely earth-shattering. Everyone gasped in amazement. In an era constantly plagued by demonic domain invasions, anyone who could destroy a demonic domain was a hero to the human race. As they were discussing this, the sound of Su Sheng's footsteps echoed. Everyone suddenly became quiet and orderly as Su Sheng walked towards them. Classmate Chu, no, big bro Chu, what on earth happened? Unexpectedly, Taiji grabbed his hand and pleaded desperately. Did you really kill the head nurse? Su Sheng, I, Zhao Taiji, have always considered you a brother. From now on, you are my big bro. Big bro, just say the word if you need anything done. Suddenly, he had a tail tagging along. Annoyed, Su Sheng snapped. Scram. Taiji immediately obeyed. All right, whatever big bro says, I'll do it. I'm scramming right now. Su Sheng ignored him and walked into the kitchen, where the ghost girl was still diligently slicing meat. Su Sheng loomed up behind her, giving her a scare. Stop chopping. The head chef is already dead. The girl trembled in fear, looking bewildered. Su Sheng stared at the aberration before him and wondered, is this coward really an aberration? What's her story anyway? The old woman slowly recounted. I'm not sure. When the king's nursing home invaded this place, I was accidentally dragged in. This ghost girl seems to be a native aberration of the king's nursing home. The head nurse absolutely despised her. She tried to kill her several times, but always failed. He frowned slightly and repeated, even the head nurse couldn't kill her? The old woman confirmed, this ghost girl is an absolute coward. She doesn't dare fight back no matter who bullies her, yet the head nurse couldn't kill her. This is truly unexpected. Just then, Su Sheng remembered an important issue. After the demonic domain here disappears, where will you all go? The old woman smirked and said, we'll be sent back to the king's nursing home in the main demonic world. For some reason, the ghost girl became terrified, shaking her head frantically. No, I don't want to. Su Sheng looked at her, puzzled. You don't want to go back to the king's nursing home? She immediately nodded without a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Su Sheng proposed, I can help you stay in this world, but you have to do a few things for me. I wonder if you'd agree. Pausing for a moment, Su Sheng added, if you become my ghost servant, you can stay in this world. I guarantee I won't harm you, the ghost girl replied decisively. Okay. This went too smoothly and easily. It even made him suspicious. She agreed that easily? This cowardly ghost seems a bit slow-witted. Next, Su Sheng commanded, give me your life-bound object. As soon as he said that, the director screamed in astonishment. This kid wants to take on a ghost servant? Only aberrations that possess a life-bound object can be taken as ghost servants. But the probability of an aberration having a life-bound object is 1 in 1,000, and you still need the aberration's 100% consent, which is extremely difficult. Tan Wei was just as bewildered. He hasn't even become a true ghost tamer yet, and he's already taking on a ghost servant. This has never happened before. Meanwhile, the ghost girl unhesitatingly held out the item. Here. Su Sheng took it and scratched his head. A pencil case? This can be a life-bound object? Aren't aberrations life-bound objects usually bones or some kind of weapon? After trying to pry it open a few times, he frowned. It wouldn't open. Su Sheng decided, whatever, I'll just form the contract first. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the pencil case. A blue flame immediately enveloped the two of them. Tan Wei, more excited than anyone, shouted with joy. It worked! It really worked! Su Sheng has set a new record. Meanwhile, Zhong Wen laughed heartily with pride. As expected of a student from our school, this kid has brought glory to the academy. However, only one person remained deep in thought. She had been silent until now. Dan Wei turned and asked in confusion, Lord Ghost Tamer, why do you look so worried? He explained succinctly, a ghost tamer can only form a contract with one ghost servant in their entire life. At that moment, she seemed to remember. That's right, how could I forget? Su Sheng has taken in a ghost servant that's as timid as a mouse, completely useless. No combat power. Isn't that just a total waste of effort? The dean's joy turned to despair as he held his head and sighed in frustration. He had such a lucky start, but in the end, how could this kid make such a terrible move? What a pity. Unaware of their pity for him, Su Sheng had completed the ritual. Watching the energy envelop him, he felt incredibly excited. It's a success. This feeling is amazing. As soon as the contract was signed, the female ghost quickly transformed into a shadow and flew into Su Sheng's body. He clutched his chest, feeling a bit helpless. Oh boy, she really is a coward, so eager to hide inside my body. After that, Su Sheng paid it no mind and planned his next move. There was only 1 day left on his innate rebellion ability. Luckily, everything was resolved within a day. The plan went smoothly, but then Dan Wei suddenly realized something. I just realized. I'm afraid we can't broadcast any of Su Sheng's footage. Zhong Wen confirmed in a low voice. That's right. Su Sheng's awakening trial is not something that can be imitated. No one can be like Su Sheng, risking their life over and over again, without being killed by a ghost. If this kind of video gets out, it will only mislead people. They'll think exploring a ghost domain is as simple as clearing a game, causing more people to die needlessly. So, she suggested, only 1 day has passed. There are still 2 days until the trial ends. Let's just film the other students. Zhong Wen thought it was a good idea and decided to switch. Then let's watch Taiji. Both of Taiji's parents are ghost tamers. He must have come fully prepared this time and will put on a spectacular show. Who would have thought the screen would show Taiji's fawning smile as he knelt before a ghost? Grandpa, let me massage your legs. Just treat me like your real grandson. I can do any hard or dirty work you need. The dean's face turned purple with embarrassment, rendered speechless. Seeing this, Dan Wei also lost interest, her tone full of disdain. After watching Su Sheng, everyone else seems so boring. 2 days later, Su Sheng and Pai Gu were lounging around the trial site as if they were on vacation. I never thought a trial could be this relaxing. I don't even want to leave now. As he was relaxing, the old woman suddenly appeared beside him and announced, Young Master Su, there are 5 minutes left until the end. Only then did he remember, he still didn't know her name. The ghost gave a gentle smile and replied, A name is just a title. You can call me Granny Ni. Hearing this, Su Sheng followed suit. All right, Granny Ni. I hope we meet again someday. Suddenly, the sky began to darken. It blotted out the moonlight from above. Su Sheng was alarmed, not understanding why. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go pitch black? Only the old woman was terrified, her voice trembling as she warned. This aura. The director of the king's nursing home has arrived. He couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. What? Above them, the sky churned as clouds formed a circle. It created a hole right in the middle. Granny Ni collapsed to her knees on the ground, helpless. You destroyed this ghost domain and killed the head nurse of the king's nursing home. The director wants to come and kill you himself. Pai Gu instinctively hugged its arms in fear. So scary. I can feel my soul trembling. An eye immediately appeared, along with an angry voice of condemnation. Insolent human, your crime is unforgivable. Before this, the instructors had been happily observing him. The other students were anxiously waiting for the end. Meanwhile, Su Sheng's side had been lying around, ignoring the world for 2 days. Comparing yourself to others really is infuriating. Suddenly, the sky changed. Bolts of lightning crashed down, forcing them to pay attention. Zhong Wen wondered worriedly. What's happening? Where did this black mist come from? Dan Wei stammered out a guess. It looks like a ghost domain is descending. The entire nursing home is being enveloped. Lord Ghost Tamer. What on earth is going on? His eyes gradually grew serious as he observed the strange phenomenon. This aura, it's a ghost domain advent. How can a place have 2 advents? I've never heard of such a situation, the dean asked in a panic. There are still several hundred students in there. What will happen to them? The ghost tamer created a flame in his hand and replied, I will try to break through the ghost domain. Seeing this, Dan Wei exclaimed, This is soul fire. Only a ghost tamer who has trained for a long time in the ghost's main world can possess this. No wonder he's an invigilator. This lord is incredibly powerful. He immediately made the flame grow larger. Its true form was actually a flower. The ghost tamer controlled it. He clapped his hands, signaling it to go. But unexpectedly, right before everyone's eyes, the flame gradually dissipated. Dean Zhong Wen shouted in astonishment. What? It was extinguished just like that? The ghost tamer placed a hand on the ground, signaling his helplessness. This sudden black mist is not simple. There is a great terror hidden within it. Immediately call the Ghost Tamer Alliance inside the nursing home. Su Sheng, at this moment, had regained his composure. 2 minutes left. The old king is getting impatient, isn't he? Stop screaming in my face. How do you want to die? Melted into a puddle, or skinned alive with your bones ripped out? Paigu's legs trembled as he struggled to stand, whimpering, Su Sheng, I can't take it anymore. This is too scary. When he turned around, he saw his friend had fainted on the ground. Did he get scared into passing out? Did his spirit score drop to 0? The old king was losing his patience. He threatened in a low growl, not talking? Then I will grant you the most painful death imaginable. I guarantee you will regret ever being born into this world. Su Sheng calmly retorted. Stop trying to scare me. His words startled the king. He thought he'd misheard. What did you say? Su Sheng analyzed with extreme composure. Right now, you can't manifest your true form. You're just relying on intimidation to make my spirit score drop to 0, achieving your goal that way. The old king admitted it frankly. A clever little human brat. No wonder you were able to destroy a branch of the king's sanitarium. Your spirit score doesn't need to drop to 0. As long as it's below 30, I can drag you to my side. You'll become my specimen, for me to torture as I please. Without a hint of fear, he smirked confidently and replied, Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The old king scoffed, then shot out a powerful blast of energy. Do you have any idea of the terror I command? Standing nearby, Madame Ni recognized it with horror. This was the dean's signature skill. The calamity of bloodlight. Once hit, the victim is plunged into a hellish, terrifying illusion. Su Sheng's body trembled as he tried to resist. This calamity of bloodlight is truly amazing. However, even though he was hit, it didn't matter. The old king discovered this with shock. 50? Your spirit score is still above 50? Su Sheng's face darkened as he sneered. I told you you'd be disappointed. My spirit score will not drop below 50. He rejoiced inwardly, thankful that he had received the Dauntless Demon Slayer title, which prevented his spirit score from falling below 50. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger this time. The king became more furious than ever, refusing to accept defeat as he tried to intimidate him. Disappointed? How could I be? I'm afraid you don't realize that even if I can't have you, I can still kill you at any moment. Knowing the time had come, he dropped the act and told the truth. Sorry, but I know you can kill me at any time. Actually, I was just stalling for time with you. Realizing he'd been tricked, the old king was stunned. What? Then, he roared in fury. Go to hell for me. Die. As he spoke, a skeletal finger pulsing with demonic energy shot towards him. Su Sheng stood his ground, completely calm, and began a countdown. It's over. 3, 2, 1. Just as he predicted, he was completely unharmed, without a single scratch. Before long, an announcement echoed throughout the area. The awakening trial has concluded. All participants will now exit the ghost domain. Madame Nie's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Su survived his encounter with the dean. This was truly astonishing. Seeing the students emerge, Headmaster Zhong Wen breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. They're all out. It seems the final incident didn't cause any major problems. The students, however, were dejected and exhausted. I'm alive. I almost died in there. I never want to enter a ghost domain again in my life. Suddenly, Headmaster Zhong Wen shouted, Quiet. Next up is your most important step, the awakening. Whether or not you can become a ghost tamer will be decided by the kind of ghost taming ability you awaken. Amidst the crowd of students, Su Sheng knelt and shook the unconscious Paigu. Paigu, wake up. It's time to awaken our abilities. Paigu jolted awake, screaming in terror. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. I really thought we weren't going to make it out alive. Taiji overheard and ran over to mock them. Look at you cowards. It's already over, and you're still this scared. So? How many times did you piss your pants in there, Su Sheng? Su Sheng immediately shoved his hand away, cursing. Get the hell away from me. I don't have any scraps for dogs. Taiji gritted his teeth in anger. You dare curse me? You think you can get away with that out here? Before he could finish, someone else stepped in. So what if he cursed you? You deserve it. Su Sheng, how did your trial go? Su Sheng casually turned to answer. It was all right. Jing Ziyi leaned in and teased. Even if you did poorly, it's fine. Just staying alive is good enough. My offer still stands. Become my slave, and I'll protect you. As she was speaking, a screen materialized above the crowd. The students began to buzz with discussion. The rankings for the trial are about to be announced. Our ranking will determine the strength of the ghost taming ability we awaken. The top 2 spots must belong to Jing Ziyi and Taiji. Hearing his name, Taiji's nose pointed to the sky as he snorted coldly. I, Taiji, am not weaker than anyone. I'm definitely number 1. But the screen displayed. First place, Su Sheng, 120%. Second place, Jing Ziyi, 67%. Third place, Zhang Paigu, 51%. Fourth place, Taiji, 34%. Seeing this, the students roared in disbelief. What? Su Sheng got first place? More importantly, look at his completion rate, 120%. What the hell is that? Yeah, how did Su Sheng get first place? Exactly. Isn't the highest possible completion rate for a ghost domain 100%? How can it exceed 100%? This is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Su Sheng's completion rate was more than double Jing Ziyi's. A dirt poor loser like him, whose family had no ghost tamers and couldn't afford tutors. How could he possibly have such a high completion rate? Taiji couldn't hold back and raised his hand to speak. Principal, there's been a mistake. These numbers are definitely wrong. I request a re-evaluation. But Principal Zhongwen replied with certainty. The exploration rate of the ghost domain reached 120%. Although I also find it hard to believe, the data is generated automatically by the ghost domain. There are absolutely no errors. Jing Ziyi looked at Su Sheng suspiciously. Such a high completion rate. How did you do it? Su Sheng just smiled and replied, "Isn't it something you can do as long as you have hands?" Just then, a few people were enveloped in a radiant aura. Everyone cheered excitedly. They're about to awaken their ghost-taming talents. Please, heavens, let me awaken a powerful talent. But as soon as he finished praying, his talent's color changed. The unlucky guy screamed, on the verge of tears. What is this? Eat an extra pound? My awakened talent is being able to eat an extra pound of rice at a critical moment? This is absurd. But little did he know, someone else had it even worse. Your talent isn't necessarily absurd. Mine is even more ridiculous. I awakened the pee-on-sight talent. When I see a ghost, I piss myself on the spot. There's a certain chance the smell will make the ghost run away. I could just die. Hearing them, Principal Zhongwen sighed in frustration. As expected, the talents most students awaken are completely useless. Suddenly, the screen above displayed, Taiji has awakened the A-rank talent, sense ghostly item information. The principal, who was just gloomy, immediately burst out laughing. Excellent, as expected of the descendant of a ghost tamer, awakening an A-rank talent. Although this sense ghostly item information talent isn't a combat ability, inside a ghost domain, it can greatly increase one's chances of survival. The screen changed again. Jing Ziyi has awakened the A-rank talent, immobilization technique. The principal clapped his hands repeatedly in praise. Another A-rank talent. It's been a long time since our academy has had a student with such a high-level talent. The ghost tamer next to him agreed. Immobilization technique. That's a very powerful combat ability. Once a ghost tamer's power increases in the later stages, they can use immobilization to kill any common ghost. Jing Ziyi's face was full of pride. She turned to provoke Su Sheng. Well, are you impressed with me now? The moment she finished speaking, an aura erupted around Su Sheng. The blinding light forced her to cover her face in discomfort. What is this? It's so bright! The ghost tamer exclaimed in shock. An S-rank talent. Principal Zhongwen heard this and was stunned. What? An S-rank talent? I'm not mistaken. It really is an S-rank talent. Is Su Sheng about to make academy history? Tan Wei was also extremely astonished. This is the first time I've ever seen a ghost tamer with an S-rank talent. S-rank ghost tamers are all top-tier powerhouses in the world of ghosts. The screen above then displayed, Su Sheng has awakened the S-rank talent, Hell Money Critical Hit Rebate. The name left the students bewildered. Critical Hit Rebate? What kind of talent is that? Based on the literal meaning, does it mean that after each ghost domain trial, during the reward settlement, you get some extra hell money? A typical ghost domain trial rewards hell money. Even if he gets a 10 times critical hit and receives 10 hell money, that's only 100 hell money in total. What's the use of that? Taiji immediately sneered. What S-rank talent? This is clearly a trash talent. The principal also asked in confusion, Lord Ghost Tamer, is this all there is to an S-rank talent? Tan Wei said quietly, from what I know, the S-rank talents of other ghost tamers are indeed heaven-defying. In comparison, Su Sheng's talent is too ordinary. After all, anyone can get hell money. The ghost tamer agreed. Everyone gets some hell money, more or less. It really doesn't seem to fit the title of an S-rank talent. But when quantity changes, quality also changes. If the amount of hell money Su Sheng gets from his talent is staggering enough, it could change many things. The talent awakening ended, and the settlement of the ghost domain trial rewards began. The screen displayed, before the crowd, and everyone murmured in amazement. I got a reward of 5 hell money. I got 3 hell money, but we're not the main event. How much did Su Sheng get? On Su Sheng's side, a mechanical voice rang out. Based on your outstanding performance, in the ghost domain, you are awarded 18 hell money, activating 10,000 times critical hit. Congratulations, you have received 18,000 hell money. Su Sheng couldn't help but smirk. Nice. A 10,000 times critical hit. 18,000 hell money. I'm rich. Combined with my personal cheat tool, the self-select shopping mall, this is absolutely perfect. I can buy any ability I want. This S-rank talent you all thought was trash. In my opinion, it's stronger than any other talent. Seeing Su Sheng standing there motionless, the students whispered to each other, "Look, Su Sheng doesn't even have the heart to speak. If I awakened an S-rank ability, I would have been ecstatic. But to find out it just gives some extra hell money, I probably couldn't handle this roller coaster of emotions either." Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Jingzi provoked him once more. "Hey, look on the bright side. You were born to be a slave. If things don't work out, you can just submit to me." Su Sheng couldn't take it anymore and grabbed her cheeks with both hands. Tur a lesson. Seeing that the students had settled down, the ghost tamer announced that the awakening trial was over. Whether you've awakened a powerful ghost taming ability or not, this is just the beginning for all of you. Whether you can become a truly powerful ghost tamer in the future depends more on your training within the demonic realms. Although the demonic realms are dangerous, they can also make you stronger. Remember this. The truly strong are those forged in the trials of the demonic realms. The headmaster also declared, puffing out his chest. After this awakening trial, all of you students who have awakened your talents are now future ghost tamers. From now on, each of you must bear the responsibility of eliminating demonic entities and realms, contributing to the survival and continuation of the human race. All right, everyone, get on the bus back to the academy. In 3 days, we will arrange for you to explore and eliminate the demonic entities in the surrounding areas. You will receive corresponding contribution points. Once your contribution points reach a certain milestone, you can enter the main demonic world and become a true ghost tamer. The bus carrying the students headed back. On the bus, Su Sheng curiously asked Baigu, "I forgot to ask, what kind of talent did you awaken?" Hearing this, Baigu broke into a sweat. Well, it's nothing special. It's fine if I don't say. You'll find out when the time comes." Back home, Su Sheng collapsed onto his bed, yawning endlessly. The 3 days in the demonic realm had been mentally draining, especially during those few minutes when the dean of the king's sanatorium descended. He almost couldn't hold on. Only after getting out did he feel the extreme mental fatigue. He needed to get some sleep. Just as he took off his jacket, the demoness flew out. Su Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. "Why did you come out?" The demoness timidly pointed at the bed and stood there waiting. Su Sheng had no choice but to ask, "You want to sleep with me?" The demoness silently nodded. Su Sheng could only sigh helplessly. "All right then, I won't take off my clothes. Let's sleep together." Lying on the bed, he felt a bit emotional, thinking to himself, "This is crazy. My first time sleeping with a woman, and she's a ghost." The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and Su Sheng and the demoness were sleeping like logs in each other's arms. Baigu was outside, knocking on the door and calling out repeatedly, "Sheng, wake up, wake up." Getting no answer, he threw the door open and yelled, "Su Sheng, what time is it? You're still sleeping?" The noise groggily woke Su Sheng up. Seeing no one else around, he asked in surprise, "When you came in, did you see anything on my bed?" Baigu scratched his head and walked over, saying, "See what? No, I didn't see anything at all." Su Sheng didn't press the issue. He cracked his knuckles leisurely and asked, "What's the rush? It's still early." Baigu frantically cut him off. "It's not early at all. It's already noon, and I have great news. The school's demonic tool shop is open." Su Sheng repeated doubtfully, "A demonic tool shop?" Baigu explained, "Now that we're future ghost tamers, we have to periodically go to the surrounding areas and deal with all sorts of demonic entities. So, the school opened a demonic tool shop where we can buy some tools to deal with those things." Su Sheng immediately threw an arm around his shoulder and said with a laugh, "Now that is good news. Let's go check it out." A short while later, the two of them arrived at the demonic tool shop. Inside, a few people who had arrived earlier were shouting in frustration, "Are you kidding me? Who can afford this stuff? What a waste of time. I thought I'd be able to get a demonic tool for self-defense for the next time I enter a demonic realm. In the last awakening trial, I only got 5 underworld coins. To buy 1 demonic tool, I'd have to enter a demonic realm 200 times? Isn't this ridiculous?" Hearing them complain, the shop owner unhappily shooed them away. "What's all the noise about? If you're not buying, then get lost." An old man standing next to him couldn't help but chime in. "Old Tian, it's not right for you to mess with these kids like this." The shop owner didn't seem to care. He took a puff from his pipe and replied, "What's right or not right about it? The students these days are way too spoiled. Before the awakening trial, most of them had never even seen a ghost. Not a single one of them thinks about how to actually overcome the demonic realms. They should be thinking about how to get stronger in the demonic realms, but instead, all they want is to take shortcuts. Today, I just want to show them that this shortcut isn't easy to take. Hearing this, the old man beside him sighed helplessly. I really don't know what to do with you. You're already in your 70s or 80s. The shop owner just scoffed. Besides, I had to shed my own blood to forge these demonic tools. Outside, you couldn't even buy them for 5,000 underworld coins. Selling them for 1,000 here is already a bargain. The old man next to him retorted unconvinced. What difference does it make? It's not like anyone can afford them anyway. More and more students arrived, and they could only gasp after seeing the prices. Damn, that's so expensive. The cheapest item is 1,000 underworld coins. Su Sheng also walked over. Looking at the items in the cabinet, he assessed, why do these demonic tools feel different from the hammer I got at the sanatorium? They feel a lot weaker. The shop owner heard him and turned to explain, you're not wrong, kid. These items aren't genuine demonic tools. They're just replicas, much weaker than the real thing. A real demonic tool is comparable to a ghost tamer's life and fortune. How could we possibly sell something like that? And even if we did, how could it possibly cost only 1,000 underworld coins? Baigu couldn't help but wonder, if they're not real, then what's the use in buying them? The shop owner retorted, just because they're not real. Useless. Who told you that? This replica has been infused with yin energy, making it a one-time use item. It can be used against a demonic entity once. In a critical moment, it could save your life. But Baigu was still horrified. It's a single-use item that costs 1,000 Ming coins. Who could possibly afford that? There are only a handful of people here who even have 10 Ming coins. The shop owner grew even more smug. Of course you can't afford it. I only opened up today to let you little brats have a look. You can look, but you can't buy. Go on back to the ghost realm and try harder. Baigu finally gave up. He turned to whisper in Su Sheng's ear, something's off about this old guy. Just then, the shop owner tapped his pipe on the table and announced, all right, time to pack it up and close shop. Su Sheng immediately stopped him. Wait, I'll take all of these replicas. His words left the shop owner stunned for a moment. What did you say? Su Sheng repeated confidently. I said, I'm taking all of these replicas. Pack them up for me. The shop owner scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Go play somewhere else. Without another word, Su Sheng slammed a massive wad of cash onto the table. This time, the shop owner was so startled, he broke into a cold sweat, stumbling over his words. You really have it? Su Sheng smirked and said, that's 8,000 Ming coins, cash for goods. I'm taking all 8 of these replica ghost artifacts. Seeing this, the old man next to the shop owner burst out laughing. Old Tian, you got too cocky. After all the trouble you went through to craft these ghost artifacts, you end up selling them cheap to this kid. The shop owner, looking embarrassed, asked suspiciously, where did you get so many Ming coins? Even a veteran ghost tamer would struggle to earn this much. Which ghost taming family are you from? Do your parents know you're spending money like this? Su Sheng didn't answer, instead firing back a question of his own. Old Tian, does asking all these questions mean you're going to give me a discount? The shop owner took a drag from his pipe and replied curtly, not a chance. What a shame. I haven't even crafted this many ghost artifacts for my own granddaughter. Once the deal was done, Su Sheng happily took the suitcase. Thank you, Elder Tian. If you have any new items in the future, I'll be sure to come back and support your business. Watching him leave, the shop owner sighed and muttered, that brat got the better of me, and he's still showing off. But he still made me thank him, so I can't even get angry. The old man beside him agreed, you know, he's not wrong. Old man, just think of it as a contribution to the human race. If you look at it that way, won't you feel better? The shop owner scowled and growled, feel better my ass, I just lost 30,000 Ming coins. If you compensate me, then I'll feel better. Suddenly, he shouted out, hey, kid, what's your name? Without turning his head, Su Sheng called back as he walked away. Su Sheng. The shop owner smirked as he repeated the name. Su Sheng? You mean animal? That name really suits a brat like him. Now I'm starting to feel a little better. At that same moment, Tai Ji and his 2 lackeys were heading that way, laughing and chatting. Brother Tai, did you really manage to gather enough Ming coins? Tai Ji replied proudly. Of course. I asked my parents for it, but they only managed to scrape together 1,000 Ming coins. It's just enough to buy 1 ghost artifact. Hearing this, his 2 underlings began to praise him to the high heavens. 1,000 Ming coins is a fortune. We have to say, Brother Tai's family is loaded. But Brother Tai, this ghost artifact costs 1,000 Ming coins. Isn't that a bit of a ripoff? Taiji explained like an expert. What the hell do you guys know? My dad told me that real ghost artifacts are priceless treasures you can't just hope to find. Even a replica should cost at least 5,000. 1,000 Ming coins is an absolute steal. See this ghost artifact in my hand? It's not even as good as those replicas. At best, it's just an imitation infused with a tiny bit of yin energy. And my dad had to spend 2,000 just to buy this one. They walked inside. Taiji confidently held out a stack of money and shouted, "Shopkeeper, one ghost artifact, please." The shop owner replied coldly, "Don't have any. They're all sold out." Taiji growled in disbelief. "Sold out? Are you kidding me?" His lackeys immediately started running their mouths. "That's right. In this entire academy, who, besides our brother Tai, could possibly afford one?" The shop owner ignored them, waving his hand dismissively. "A student named Su Sheng already bought all the ghost artifacts. Now all of you, scram. Don't cause a scene in here." Taiji's group had no choice but to leave in a huff, muttering resentfully, "So it was Su Sheng. Let's go find him." On the way back, one of the underlings asked in disbelief, "Brother Tai, is that for real? How could that poor devil afford a ghost artifact?" Taiji sneered back, "Are you an idiot? Did you forget what Su Sheng's awakened talent is?" The underling immediately answered, "Ming coin critical hit rebate." "Don't tell me that brat received a massive amount of Ming coins?" Taiji smirked, confirming his suspicion. "It's the only explanation. He doesn't have any backing. Does a piece of trash who awakened a garbage talent even deserve those ghost artifacts?" A moment later, as Su Sheng and Bai Gu were walking down the road, Taiji's group ran up and shouted, "Su Sheng, stop right there." Bai Gu said worriedly, "Taiji and his crew probably found out you bought the ghost artifacts." Su Sheng replied nonchalantly, "Just ignore them." Seeing how calm the two of them were, as he walked on, Taiko cursed angrily, "You bastard. Are you deaf? I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Annoyed, Su Sheng turned around. "Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you?" His two lackeys immediately rolled up their sleeves, looking threatening. "Damn it, Su Sheng, you think you're hot stuff just because you bought a few replicas? How dare you talk to Brother Tai like that? I bet you don't even know that replica demonic items only work on demons, not on people, right?" Taiko, acting as if he'd already won, held out his hand and made a proposition. "I won't waste my breath on you. I don't need much. Just give me half of what you got." Su Sheng shouted back. "Why?" Taiko stated clearly. "Why? It's simple. It's because of my super strong talent. My ability to sense information about demonic beings. Getting someone killed would be a piece of cake for me." Su Sheng's face darkened. "Are you threatening to kill me?" Taiko smirked smugly. "That depends on whether you know what's good for you. If you do, I might even be able to look out for you a little during future missions." As he was speaking, Su Sheng lunged forward and punched him right in the face. Taiko roared in disbelief. "Are you looking for death?" Su Sheng pulled out his legendary hammer and snorted coldly. Unwilling to back down, Taiko charged. "You bastard. I already warned you. Replicas don't work on people." Just as he lunged, Su Sheng swung the hammer and smashed it right on his head. So much for not working. Seeing their boss get hit and clutch his head, the two underlings called out worriedly, Brother Tai?" Taiko, his face covered in blood, struggled to his feet and ordered, "Get him. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility." Su Sheng didn't care, pointing his hammer at them challengingly. "You can try me." The two lackeys backed away in fear. What a dark aura, that hammer. Could it be that it's not a replica? Only a real demonic weapon can harm a person. How could he possibly have the real deal? Blinded by rage, Taiko charged forward with a bone arm, screaming, "Die!" Su Sheng casually swung his hammer, and with one easy blow, shattered the bone arm into pieces. Taiko stared at the stump of the arm in his hand, muttering in disbelief, "It's broken. My demonic weapon. It's shattered." Su Sheng pointed the hammer at him and growled, "Have you had enough?" The two lackeys stammered in. Fear. His eyes are terrifying. It feels like this Su Sheng guy would actually kill someone. Not daring to act recklessly, Taiko gritted his teeth and yielded. "I admit it. I give up." Su Sheng shot Taiko a threatening glare. "I don't care if you mean it or not. Right now, we're all prospective demon masters. You and I both know how brutal the demonic realm is. No one here is a saint. The next time you dare to mess with me, you're dead." With that said, he and Baigu turned and left. He looked at the hammer in his hand with some curiosity. "So all demonic items from the demonic realm can be brought outside. I heard these items are also divided into different grades. I wonder what grade this hammer is." Behind them, the two lackeys asked worriedly, "Brother Tai, are you okay?" Taiko ground out each word through clenched teeth. "I've grown up this big, and not even my own father has ever laid a hand on me. If I don't make him pay for this, I swear that I, my father, and my grandfather will no longer bear the surname Tai. The next day, the group moved to the mission location, and the sound of chatter filled the air. I heard, this mission's location is inside the city? That's right. And what's more, we'll be cooperating with the exorcism agency to eliminate the demons that have infiltrated the city. Seeing that the students had settled down, Headmaster Zhang Wen announced, we have arrived at the mission location. All trainees line up in an orderly fashion. Next, Captain Shui Yue will be assigning the tasks to everyone. Shui Yue and a few police officers walked up to the crowd and introduced himself. Greetings, future demon masters. I am Shui Yue, captain of the Han City Exorcism Agency. As everyone knows, to prevent demons from storming into the city, Han City built a massive city wall using demon-suppressing materials. On top of that, countless demon-taming formations were carved. However, with the vast number of demons outside the city, some still managed to infiltrate it. According to our intelligence, many demons are hiding in the village up ahead. Your mission today is to find them. Those who perform well will not only receive more contribution points, but will also have the chance to join the exorcism agency. The students were overjoyed, whispering to each other, the exorcism agency is a great job with a stable income. In today's world, you either become a powerful demon master or a member of the government's exorcism agency if you want to live more safely than others. After explaining to the students, Shui Yue shouted, let's move out. The demons are cunning and dangerous. Everyone, be careful. Baigu walked with Su Sheng, discussing excitedly. Joining the exorcism agency has been my dream since I was a kid. I have to give it my all this time. This scene was coincidentally spotted by a police officer who immediately reported to Shui Yue, Captain, look at that person's back. Shui Yue was confused. Whose back? The officer added, doesn't he look like the kid who eliminated Old Lady Cha before? It was only then that Shui Yue jerked his head around to look, his face lighting up with a smile. It's him. Yes, that's him. I've finally found him. But the officer said, Captain, he's already entered the village. Shui Yue gave a determined order. Go find him and bring him here, now. At the same time, inside the village, Baigu was looking around and complaining. This village, this city is so huge, where are we supposed to look now? It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Sorcine stayed on high alert and suggested they find a local villager to ask. If there's something strange going on here, then there must have been some strange incidents. It dawned on Baikot, who pumped his fist. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? A moment later, the two of them came across an old man who was resting. Baikot waved and called out loudly, excuse me, sir, can I ask you something? Has anything strange been happening around here lately? The old man cracked open an eye and mumbled, strange things? Sure there is. Does eating a lot more than I used to count? Baikot scratched his neck, confused. Sir, let me be more direct. Have there been any ghosts causing trouble around here? The old man sat up, suddenly alert, and said, nope, not at all. Our Taizi village is protected by He Xianggu's husband. He's even more powerful than a ghost tamer. For a long time now, our village has been peaceful, and everyone has been safe. Sursin asked doubtfully, who is He Xianggu's husband? And he's more powerful than a ghost tamer? The old man explained. He Xianggu's husband is the chief of Taizi village. He can summon gods down to the mortal realm. Enough talking. I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and went straight into his house. Baikot watched his retreating back and whispered to Sursin, Sursin, that old man seems perfectly normal. I didn't notice anything off about him. Maybe we should go find the village chief, He Xianggu's husband, and ask him. But Sursin held up a hand to stop him. Not so fast. Let's go inside his house and take a look. Then, he touched his chest and telepathically asked, timid ghost, did you feel scared when you saw that old man? The female ghost tremblingly emerged and confirmed, yes. Sursin stated confidently. Her fear proves there's something wrong with that old man. The two of them went inside, completely unaware that they were being watched by 3 people from afar. One of them spoke up. Young Master Tai. Is that student the one? Thai Ke smirked and replied, that's him. Remember, make it clean, and be sure to bring all of that fake ghost energy on him back to me. The 2 henchmen dashed off without a second's hesitation. That kid went inside. This is the perfect time for us to strike. Let's go. Inside the house, Baikot was watching the old man devour bowl after bowl of rice. He exclaimed in awe, he eats like a horse. He's already downed dozens of bowls in just a few minutes. Sursin turned to him and asked, so, do you still think he's normal? Baikot replied firmly, normal, my ass. Not even a pig could eat that much. Sursin immediately rushed forward and snatched the rice bowl from the old man. Sir, You have to stop eating. The old man roared like a demon. Who dares disturb my meal? I'll kill them. Terrified, Su Sheng dropped the bowl and backed away. Sir, please, take your time eating. I won't bother you anymore. Seeing the crimson ghost energy spreading out in front of them, Baikot remarked, just as we thought. He's been infected by a ghost. Should we step in? Su Sheng waved him off. No need for us to get involved. We'll just report it to the exorcism agency and let them handle it. It's safer that way. Just then, the doorknob turned, and Thaiker's two henchmen burst into the room. Su Sheng's face darkened as he yelled, Who are you? The two men replied with a sinister grin. We're the ones who've come to kill you. Su Sheng frowned. Kill me? Why? They advanced on him, sneering. You don't need to know the answer to that. Sweating, Baikot tried to bluff. Don't you dare try anything. The exorcism agency is right outside. If they sense any disturbance, they'll know immediately. The two henchmen pulled out pistols and aimed them at the boys. Don't worry, one said. To avoid alerting the exorcism agency, we won't be using our ghost-taming abilities to kill you. Realizing how bad the situation was, Su Sheng grabbed Baikot and yelled, Run! Sweating bullets, Baikot scrambled after Su Sheng. The two of them ducked behind the old man, who was still eating relentlessly. Seeing this, the two henchmen were baffled. Have these two kids been scared stupid? What good is hiding behind that old geezer going to do? Su Sheng bluffed. I'm warning you, my grandpa is not someone you want to mess with. You'd better back off right now if you want to live. But his words only made the two henchmen drop their guard and decide to attack. Fine, then we'll just kill your grandpa too. Bullets flew, shattering the dishes on the table, but the old man was completely unharmed. With his bowls destroyed, the old man stopped eating. Veins bulged all over his body as he roared at the two henchmen. You interrupted my meal. They paid him no mind, continuing to fire their guns. Old man, that was your last meal. Now die. And let's finish off those two kids. But as they spoke, a dense wave of ghost energy erupted from the old man's body, and his body swelled, transforming into a monstrous creature. The two henchmen finally realized what was happening and screamed in terror, Grandpa, my ass! We were tricked by that damn kid. Why is this thing a monster? The old man paid them no mind and charged straight at them. Their faces drained of color as they fired non-stop, yelling, Get away! But the bullets bounced off him like they were nothing, and the old man kept charging. Pale as ghosts, the two quickly conferred, It's no use. Conventional firearms can't kill this thing. We have to use our ghost-taming abilities. One of them gritted his teeth, grabbing his own arms as his body instantly began to grow enormous, his biceps swelling to an unnatural size. The other calmly removed his glove, revealing an ironclad hand with razor-sharp claws. Watching them transform, Baikot exclaimed, These two are both future ghost tamers, and their awakened talents are both transformation types. Not daring to let their guard down, the two henchmen rushed forward to counterattack. But the muscular one's punch was. The old man dodged with ease, taking the opportunity to bite down on that arm. Before the muscle-bound thug could even react, the old man had bitten his arm clean off. He screamed in agony, clutching his stump. The old man chewed on the arm in his mouth, staring intently at the thug. Seeing his comrade about to be attacked again, the other thug rushed in to save him, yelling, Just die already! But the old man simply swatted him away with a single blow, then locked back onto the muscular thug to torture him. Baigu stammered, That's too brutal. Thank God we didn't try to fight that old man earlier. The reptile thug could only stand and watch, grinding his teeth. This is bad. We can't beat him. He shifted his target to where Su Sheng was hiding and shouted, Let's take care of Su Sheng first. But before he could even get close, the old man's claws lunged at him. He was easily snatched up and captured. The reptile thug panicked. What? The old man threw his head back and roared, You dare disturb my meal? All of you must die. There's no escape. The muscular thug jumped up and shouted, I'll risk it all against you. But before he could do anything, the old man grabbed him with one hand, leaving him struggling helplessly. Let me go. The reptile thug in the other hand muttered grimly, It's over. There's no way to escape. Just then, Su Sheng casually stepped out and called, I can save you guys. Just tell me who wants me dead. The two henchmen pleaded desperately, Hurry, save us. If you save us, I'll tell you everything. Su Sheng immediately took action, leaping straight onto the old man's back. He pulled out his legendary hammer and slammed it hard against the old man's cheek, making him scream in pain. The two henchmen realized, Is that demonic energy? He has true demonic energy. But the old man didn't bother fighting back. Instead, he shoved the reptile thug into his mouth, scaring him into a piercing scream. Hey, he's the one hitting you. Why are you biting me? Holy crap, that hurts like hell. After a while, the old man was beaten to the ground, and the two henchmen were saved. Su Sheng questioned them. Talk. The muscular thug replied resentfully. It was Taiji. Taiji said his father hired us to kill you, and then to steal your demonic energy. Bai Gu shouted in anger. That animal Taiji. I never knew he was so malicious. The exhausted reptile thug advised. I'm giving you a friendly warning. Taiji's parents are no ordinary ghost tamers. They're very capable and very strong. It's best if you don't mess with Taiji anymore, the muscular thug quickly added. We've told you everything we're supposed to. According to our deal, you can't kill us. I trust that you're a good student who keeps his promises. Su Sheng naturally accepted the compliment. You're right, I am a good student. I won't touch you two this time, but the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Seeing the two of them leave without Su Sheng doing anything, Bai Gu asked anxiously, are you really just letting them go like that? When the two thugs saw that Su Sheng had gone inside and wasn't chasing them, they smirked and whispered, what an idiot, letting us go so easily. The one next to him agreed, he's still too naive. After our wounds heal, we'll go after him again. We have to get that true demonic energy. Just as he finished speaking, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Su Sheng appeared beside them like a phantom, smiling. Gentlemen, we meet again. The two henchmen's faces turned pale. You, what are you doing? You just said you'd let us go. Su Sheng pulled out his hammer and declared, I said, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. And here we are, meeting again. The two henchmen panicked and screamed, you shameless bastard! You can't do this. But Su Sheng didn't give them another chance to scream, sending them both to meet their makers with a swing of his hammer. After finishing them both off, Su Sheng called out in a cold voice, they're all dead. You can come out now. The demoness obediently emerged from his body. Su Sheng glanced at her and instructed, I can sense your desire for this monster. From now on, it belongs to you. The female demon covered her mouth and shook her head, refusing, no. Su Sheng reassured her as he took her hand. You're so timid. This monster is already dead, the female demon repeated in surprise. Dead? She sat down beside a corpse and reached out her hand, pulling out a stream of black energy. The energy condensed into an orb in front of her chest. Zhang Baigu walked up from behind and asked curiously, what's the timid ghost doing? He replied, I'm not sure. It looks like she's extracting something from the monster's body. Suddenly, the black orb in the female demon's hand showed an image of He Xian Gufu. He spoke to the old ghost with a serious face. Your illness is critical. It won't be easy for you to survive. Hearing this, the old man panicked and grabbed He Xian Gufu's hand, begging, He Xian Gufu, you have godlike abilities. Please save me. I'm only 70 years old. I can still have another child. Then he pulled out a book. Saving you is possible, but you must sign a symbiotic contract. From now on, your body will be shared with a god. Although he desperately wanted to live, the old ghost couldn't help but hesitate. He, Xian Gufu, continued to threaten him. With your illness, you won't live for another month. The old ghost hastily agreed. I'll sign it right now. After saying that, he hunched over and signed his name on the contract. He, Xian Gufu, satisfied, burned the contract with a green flame. Excellent. Congratulations on your new life. Suddenly, a thick black smoke enveloped the old ghost's body. A loud explosion rang out, and the old ghost transformed into a roaring hippopotamus. Hungry, hungry, hungry. I'm so hungry. Then he charged forward to attack. He, Xian Gufu, his face also began to slowly transform. After a short while, she suddenly transformed into a grasshopper. He flew up and slammed a palm strike into the brazen old demon, who was so overwhelmed he had no choice but to surrender. Yeah. Oh, no, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Baigu watched the story unfold and said, this is a memory from when the old man was still alive. The contract that He Xian Gufu forced him to sign. I'm afraid that's what turned him into a demon. The female ghost opened her mouth and swallowed the black orb. Oh, seeing this, Su Sheng remarked, that's a neat ability the timid ghost has. She can see the past lives of any demon she swallows. This must be a demon's innate talent. Zhang Baigu looked up, piecing it together. The source of all the demonic disturbances in this village is He Xian Gufu. We just don't know how many people he's turned into demons. Without hesitating, Su Sheng led the other two away. Let's go. We're going to find He Xian Gufu. At an altar, a crowd was gathered around two demons tied to stakes. He Xian Gufu approached Taiji and said, I can't believe our Taizi village actually has demons. It's terrifying. He turned to comfort him. Village chief, with demon slayers like us here, you have nothing to worry about. Then, Taiji raised his hand and rallied the crowd. Everyone, with me. Let's kill these two demons. At his command, the crowd swarmed the two demons. A smug young man said to his teammate, "Wow, this demon is a piece of cake." His partner agreed, "Yeah, we're probably gonna rack up a ton of contribution points for this." Gratefully, He Xiangufu bowed his head to thank them. "Students, thank you for helping us exterminate these demons. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you." Taiji smiled and held up a hand. "Village chief. You're being too formal. It was only with your cooperation that we were able to find these two demons so easily." Meanwhile, Zhang Baigu and Su Sheng were standing at the entrance. With his hands on his hips, he wondered aloud, why would He Xiangufu help them kill demons? Su Sheng frowned in response. "I'm afraid he's just putting on a show to fool everyone. After all, the people from the exorcism agency are waiting right outside." Back at the altar, He Xiangufu bowed and announced, "Master Tai, the demons have been dealt with, but the villagers are still terrified. We'll be heading back first." Taiji puffed out his chest, saying smugly, "Very well, you're dismissed, Village Chief He. We have to take the corpses of these two demons back to report our mission." Hearing this, the chief turned and called out to the villagers. "All right, villagers, there's nothing more to see. Let's go home." Just then, Su Sheng stepped forward with Zhang Baigu to block their path. "Hold on, the real show is just getting started. Where do you think you're going?" Annoyed, Taiji turned to look at him. "Su Sheng? How is he still here?" Su Sheng walked right up to him. "Taiji. Surprised to see me?" Taiji played dumb. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Su Sheng's hand moved in a flash, slapping him across the face. "Cut the crap." The villagers were instantly stunned. What's happening? Did Su Sheng just hit Taiji? How dare he hit Taiji? Taiji held his cheek, completely baffled. Why didn't those two kill him? Su Sheng glanced over his shoulder and warned him, "I'll settle the score with you later." Taiji snorted in anger. We'll see who settles the score with whom." Meanwhile, He Xiangufu was still stubbornly trying to lead the villagers away. "What are you all gawking at? Let's go." Su Sheng frowned and called out to him. "Village Chief He. What's the big rush? The real demon isn't dead yet." He Xiangufu turned around to explain. "You two students, you're too late. The two demons have already been killed." The group of young men behind him chimed in. "Su Sheng, with Village Chief He's cooperation, we've already wiped out all the demons in Taizi Village. There are no demons left here. It's pointless for you to keep the villagers here," he replied to them with confidence. "And what if you didn't finish the job?" Taiji crossed his arms and sneered. "You're just a clown putting on a show. My A-rank talent is demonic perception, and I can tell you for a fact, there are no more demons here." Not even his swollen cheek could stop him from taunting Su Sheng. "Village Chief He, you all can just leave. Pay no attention to him." And so, He Xiangufu began to lead the villagers away. "Let's go." But Su Sheng closed the distance in an instant, swinging an axe into the back of his head. He Xiangufu growled in fury. An indignant bald guy shouted, "Su Sheng, what are you doing attacking Village Chief He?" Another member of the group condemned him as well. "I think you've completely lost your mind." Su Sheng turned to enlighten the clueless fools. He Xiangufu times the real demon. Hearing this, Taiji pointed a finger right in his face and shot back. "You're lying. I already scanned. He Xiangufu. He's just a normal person." Su Sheng paid him no mind and turned back to interrogate He Xiangufu. "Are you going to keep up this act?" The man clutched his bleeding head. He stammered, "Student. Do you have any idea what you're doing?" Su Sheng just raised his axe and brought it down on He Xiangufu again. "Here's another one for you." The chief collapsed to the ground, and the crowd behind them erupted in chaos. "It's over." Su Sheng seriously hurt him. He's so impulsive. Just because he couldn't find a demon doesn't mean he can just grab a random person, call them a demon, and start swinging an axe. Su Sheng crouched down and slammed his axe right into the chief's head again. "Still want to pretend? How's this for pretending?" Taiji rushed over to stop him. "Su Sheng, this is public murder. You're committing a crime." Su Sheng frowned, looking down at He Xiangufu. "Still not revealing your true form? You've got some serious patience, huh?" As Taiji pointed, trying to rally the villagers, Su Sheng asked, "Would you rather I just ate all of them, model?" "The villagers are attacking him. Everyone, with me. For the safety of the village, let's capture Chu Sheng. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot." Suddenly, Shui Yue, leading two men in black, burst onto the scene. "He's at the front!" the deluded crowd exclaimed. "It's Captain Shui Yue from the Exorcism Agency. We don't even have to lift a finger. The Exorcism Agency is here. Chu Sheng, just you wait to be arrested." Chai Ji smugly reported to him, "Captain Shui, I am Chai Ji, an elite student from Hancheng Academy. There's someone here who murders people in broad daylight, striking whenever he pleases. Shu Yue walked over and took Su Sheng's hand, smiling as he said, "My friend, I've finally found you." He looked at him, bewildered. "Huh? Do I know you?" Kaiji turned around, stunned. "What is going on?" The bald guy asked curiously. "Why is Captain Shui being so polite to Su Sheng?" The man next to him replied, "I don't know. It's not like Su Sheng comes from some powerful family." Shui Yue held out his hand and explained, "That day, we were fortunate enough to witness your skill in killing the evil hag, and we've been searching for you ever since. Today, we've finally found you." Su Sheng understood. "So that's what this is about." Shui Yue presented a medal, getting straight to the point. "This is a third-class citizen protection medal that I've prepared for you to commend your contributions to Hancheng." The bald man's jaw dropped in astonishment. "A third-class medal? You can only receive that medal for contributions equivalent to saving over 100 people. The young man beside him interjected, "On what grounds does Su Sheng deserve that?" The bald man added, "Many powerful spirit masters don't even have one." Kaiji stubbornly insisted, "Captain Shui, you must be mistaken about something. This Su Sheng is the murderer." Of course, Shui Yue didn't believe him. "A murderer? Impossible," Kaiji roared in frustration. "Su Sheng's crimes are undeniable. He publicly murdered the chief of Kaitzi village, He Xianggu Fu. The truth is right in front of you." He then turned to Su Sheng trustingly. "Young Master Chu, I believe someone with your skills wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Why don't you tell me what happened?" Su Sheng explained seriously. "The real aberration in Kaitzi village is He Xianggu Fu, the one lying on the ground. The other aberrations were just manifestations created by He Xianggu Fu." Kaiji shot back, "Ridiculous. You already beat He Xianggu Fu to death. You're just trying to slander him now that he can't defend himself. Is that it?" Shui Yue tilted his head and ordered his subordinate, "Go check it out." He obeyed. "Yes, sir." The subordinate used a device to scan He Xianggu Fu's body. The two young men behind Kaiji started whispering. The brown-haired one said, "That's the exorcism agency's specialized demon-detecting device. I hear it's incredibly valuable." The bald one replied, "It was created by a high-level spirit master. There are only a few in existence. I can't believe Captain Shui has one." After a moment, Shui Yue's subordinate stood up and reported, "Captain, I've scanned He Xianggu Fu. There are no changes whatsoever. I'm afraid he's not an aberration." Kaiji crossed his arms, still very confident. "I've already used my A-rank Spirit Master talent to check him. He Xianggu Fu is a perfectly normal person. Su Sheng is a ruthless murderer and must be arrested." Shui Yue rubbed the back of his neck, looking troubled. "My friend, the test shows he's a normal person. Is it possible you made a mistake and killed the wrong person?" Then he patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. "But don't worry, you're the recipient of a third-class medal. A person who has saved hundreds of people has the right to be pardoned for a crime." Su Sheng decided to take matters into his own hands. "Your tests are inaccurate. Let me check for you." Shui Yue looked at the corpse on the ground, puzzled. "My friend, how do you plan to test for a demon?" Su Sheng knelt on one knee and raised his hammer. "With this." Then, he brought the hammer down right into He Xianggu Fu's eye. Shui Yue hesitated. "This." Kaiji, agitated, pointed an accusing finger. "Su Sheng, you're an absolute animal. Village chief, he is already dead, and you won't even leave his corpse in peace." Su Sheng ignored him, continuing to raise and lower his hammer. Shui Yue suggested nervously, Su Sheng, maybe we should take a break first." Su Sheng glanced at him. "Captain Shui, count for me. I'm going to hit him 66 times. If he still doesn't wake up, I'll admit defeat." He, Xianggu Fu, suddenly shot up. "Stop!" The crowd behind them was stunned. Did village chief, he just come back to life? Su Sheng, who had expected this, asked him, "Awake now? Done playing dead?" He, Xianggu Fu, cried out helplessly, "You little brat, are you even human? If you hit me 666 times, you'll beat me into a pulp." Behind Shui Yue, the device started beeping. The subordinate stepped forward to report, "Captain, the demon detector is reacting." The clueless Kaiji ran over to shield him. "Village Chief He, don't worry. Captain Shui from the exorcism agency is here. He'll get justice for you." He paid no attention as He Xianggu Fu began to transform behind him, pointing like a complete fool. "Su Sheng, that citizen protection medal might get you out of criminal charges, but you can't escape the civil liability. Intentional assault, just wait until you're bankrupt." His classmates cried out in horror. "What is that? Oh my God." Kaiji smirked and turned his head. "Village chief, just let me handle this for you." Then he leaped back in terror. "What is that thing?" He Xianggu Fu dug his claws into Kaiji's shoulders. He lifted him up with ease. "You put your trust in me. Taiko's face went pale as he screamed, "No!" He Xiangu Fu opened his mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. "Why not?" The man cowardly spat out a sentence no one expected. I pooped my pants." Hearing this, He Xiangu Fu immediately threw Taiko away. "You useless trash. You've completely ruined the mood." Shui Yue waved his hand to the villagers. "Students, evacuate the village. The exorcism agency will take over from here." But in a flash, He Xiangu Fu appeared to block their path and gave a command. "No one is leaving. Since you've all found out, let the massacre begin." The young men suddenly ripped off their clothes, transforming into demons. The others who were smart enough immediately bolted. So many monsters. Run for your lives. It turns out Su Sheng was right. He, Xian, Gu, Fu, and his horde of demons stood in a line before Su Sheng's group. He was trembling with rage. "You little brat. I spent a fortune in netherworld currency to buy this disguise potion, fooling every demon master, only to be exposed by you. Do you have any idea that in just one more year, I would have transformed this entire city into demons?" Su Sheng signaled to Zhang Paigu, "Let's go. We're retreating too." He nodded in agreement. He Xiangu Fu lunged forward. "You ruined my grand plan. I will definitely kill you." A sword appeared in Shui Yue's hand. He gripped it and charged. "Demon, prepare to die." The two of them engaged in close combat. Shui Yue said worriedly, "This demon is incredibly strong. I fear it's a primordial demon from the demon world." He Xiangu Fu ordered his demons to hold him back, then flew into the sky. "I'm going to kill that little brat." Su Sheng and Zhang Paigu ran, panting for breath. Suddenly, He Xiangu Fu descended from the sky. Zhang Paigu said in surprise, "He caught up to us already?" The demon leisurely cracked his knuckles. "You can't escape." Su Sheng grabbed Zhang Paigu's shoulder and ran in the opposite direction. "This way." He Xiangu Fu relentlessly pursued them. "It's useless. I can cover 18,000 meters in a single leap." Su Sheng secretly pulled a pair of scissors from his pocket. Then he threw it straight at the demon. "Eat this." He Xiangu Fu couldn't react in time and took the scissors right to the face. This made his blood boil with rage. Real demonic energy couldn't kill me, let alone this fake demonic crap. While he, Xiangu Fu, was busy talking, Su Sheng took the chance to throw a sickle. "Have some more." The demon ducked and smashed the weapon. "What's the point of stalling me for a moment? I told you, you can't escape." Su Sheng and Zhang Paigu decisively kept running. "This is getting tricky. This demon is probably no weaker than the head nurse from before. He might even be stronger." Then, he took out another knife and a sickle, both glowing with crackling red electricity. "Paigu, let's split up. Take these two fake demonic weapons for self-defense." He looked worriedly at Su Sheng. "If we split up, the demon will definitely chase you." He, Xiangu Fu, once again flew in front of them. "You can't escape." He frowned and said, "There's no other way. I hope we can hold out until Captain Shui arrives." Zhang Paigu resolutely threw the two fake demonic weapons he had just received to the ground, to Su Sheng's utter astonishment. "In that case, I'm not running anymore." Then, he raised both his hands. "Great Demon Lord, I surrender." He looked at Zhang Paigu, confused. "Paigu, what are you doing?" He Xiangu Fu smugly rubbed his head. "Surrender? You've put me in a tough spot. This is the first time a human has ever surrendered to me." He explained calmly. "If you can't beat him, join him. Great Demon Lord, turn me into a demon." The demon excitedly laid out his plan. "Excellent. After I turn you into a demon, you will personally kill that brat for me." Zhang Paigu knelt and kowtowed to He Xiangu Fu. "Thank you, great demon lord. I have nothing else to offer as a token of my gratitude, so I'll just kowtow to you." The demon crossed his arms and floated up, feeling smug. "You're a smart one. I like it." Suddenly, He Xiangu Fu spat out a mouthful of blood. He cried out in alarm, "What's happening? Who's attacking me?" Zhang Paigu, his forehead now bleeding, continued to clasp his hands and bow to He Xiangu Fu. "May the great demon lord have this day every year, and may every year be just like today." Then he slammed his head down again. The demon roared in pain. Su Sheng was completely stunned. "What's going on?" He Xiangu Fu seemed to realize something. "Wait, this strange attack. Could it be from you kowtowing?" Zhang Paigu moved as if programmed. "I wish the great demon lord a safe journey. This day, next year, will be the anniversary of your death." The demon frantically waved his hands and backed away. "No, stop. Don't kowtow anymore." He kowtowed one more time. He Xiangu Fu coughed up another mouthful of blood and fell backward. At the same time, Zhang Paigu also collapsed. Su Sheng called out worriedly, "Paigu!" He spoke weakly. "Su Sheng, hurry up and kill him." He Xiangu Fu could only sit there, clutching his chest. You bastard. You tricked me. He launched a powerful attack at the demon. I'll fight you to the death. He, Xiangu Fu, watched motionlessly as Su Sheng charged, then suddenly swung his arm and sent him flying. Get lost. He, Xiangu Fu, struggled. He flew up. To think you could injure me this badly. But if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Just you wait. Lying on the ground, Zhang Paigu pushed himself up on his hands. Great demon lord, accept one more bow from me. At that moment, the demon seemed to feel it too, was already terrified. No, you bastard, stop kowtowing. If you keep this up, you'll die. But he just kept on kowtowing. I hope you get torn into 8 pieces. He Xiangu Fu screamed in despair. No. Then, he plummeted to the ground. Zhang Baigu couldn't move anymore either. Seizing the opportunity, Su Sheng charged forward to kill him. This was a chance my brothers bought with their lives. I'm definitely going to kill you. He relentlessly smashed his axe into the monster's head. He, Xiangu Fu, was barely clinging to life. Stop. You can't kill me. Of course, Su Sheng paid him no mind. I'm still gonna kill you. He, Xiangu Fu, threatened him from the ground. I am a primordial ghost from the ghost world. My clan holds immense power there. If you kill me, you'll face an endless hunt when you enter the main world. His hand, holding the axe, rose high. Like I give a damn. The monster tried to negotiate, spare my life, and we can still be good friends. Su Sheng finished him off with one last strike. Friends, my ass. He wiped his mouth, finally killed him. Unexpectedly, right before he, Xian Gufu's chest, a red object condensed. It spoke with a cursed voice. You brat, I curse you. When you set foot in the places I have been, you will be haunted by ghosts. Your flesh and blood will be devoured until only a skeleton remains. Then, it suddenly shot into his body. Su Sheng stared at himself, bewildered. What the hell was that? The female ghost flew up from behind to explain. That's a thunder core, something only high-level ghosts can cast. He asked if she could dispel it. She looked at the orb in her hand and replied, I can't, but I can temporarily swallow it to keep it from causing trouble. Su Sheng couldn't help but curse. Damn it, not only was this ghost tough to deal with, but it took so many hits to finally kill it. That treacherous bastard still managed to curse me as he died. Go absorb this locust. I'm going to check on Baigu. He knelt on one knee to help Zhang Baigu up. Baigu, how are you? I'm okay, luckily. He was still conscious, still alive. Su Sheng helped Zhang Baigu to his feet and asked curiously, what was that just now? You almost killed that ghost all by yourself. He glanced over and replied, that's my awakened talent. Kowtow kill. The harder I kowtow, the more damage it deals to the enemy. Su Sheng gave him a thumbs up. Kowtow kill. That talent is really weird. They say a man's knees are precious as gold, and you've really proven that today. The female ghost used the black orb to absorb the locust's corpse. As they watched, Su Sheng suggested they look into the ghost's background, thinking it might help, then break the curse. The orb in the female ghost's hand turned green, and a new memory appeared within it. He, Xiangu Fu, was respectfully reporting to the Ghost Father, who sat on a throne. Ghost Father, the human world is now a piece of cake for the taking. All the major ghost domains are fighting over it. Hearing this, he replied, fine, if you want to go, then go. Just remember not to underestimate those ghost tamers. Overestimating his own abilities, he reported back, I can leap 18,000 meters in a single bound. Not a single ghost tamer can kill me. In less than 3 months, I will present you with a human city, Ghost Father. Su Sheng and the other two watched the orb intently. It seems this ghost has quite the background. Just then, Shui Yue rushed over with 2 of his subordinates. Hearing the commotion, Su Sheng and Zhang Baigu turned their heads, and the female ghost frantically hid inside his chest. Shui Yue ran up and asked with concern, Su Sheng, are you all right? Su Sheng replied, I'm fine. I've killed this primordial ghost. The 2 subordinates immediately looked serious, saying one after another, not only did a primordial ghost fail to escape, but it was actually killed. Primordial ghosts are usually much stronger than regular ghosts. This guy is no joke. Shui Yue laughed in praise. Haha, impressive. You truly live up to your reputation as the hidden master, who killed the evil old woman. You've performed another great service this time. Su Sheng gave a cold smile. How great a service? He spread his hand to explain. In a narrow sense, you've saved the tens of thousands of people in Taizi village. In a broader sense, you've saved the million citizens of Han City. Your Guardian of the People medal can probably be upgraded from level 3 to level 1. He continued to inquire, what kind of special privileges come with a level 1 upgrade? For example, if a ghost tamer tried to attack me, what would happen? Shui Yue answered seriously. A level 1 Guardian of the People medal represents a hero of the human race. Above that is the Guardian of the Nation medal. No ghost tamer can attack you, for any reason whatsoever. To attack you is to betray and provoke the Ghost Tamer Alliance, and they would be severely punished. Su Sheng waved his hand and turned to leave. Now that you've told me that, I have a plan. He didn't quite understand. A plan? What kind of plan? Seeing to him leave, Shui Yue hurriedly chased after him. Su Sheng, wait for me. There's something I need to tell you. Su Sheng, actually, I rushed to find you for another reason. Hearing this, Su Sheng finally stopped walking. Captain Shui, please, speak. A monster with long, writhing tentacles was attacking people. Shui Yue began to explain, in Han City, there's a ghost domain about to descend. It's called the Time Witch Ghost, and it's extremely dangerous. Once it arrives, the entirety of Han City might be destroyed in an instant. Our exorcism agency tried to break through many times, but always came back empty-handed. According to our investigation, the Curse Ghost timeline is related to Kai Lao Lao, and you were the one who killed Kai Lao Lao. I want to ask you to go to the source of the Curse Ghost's timeline, the demonic world, and neutralize this demonic realm. Su Sheng refused immediately. I'm afraid I can't do that. The man tried to persuade him. I know this is extremely dangerous, but you might be the only one with a chance to save Han City. He had no choice but to state his reason. Captain Shui, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I can't enter the main demonic world. Shui Yue questioned loudly. Huh? Why not? Su Sheng turned and walked away again. Because I haven't become a true ghost tamer yet. Shui Yue's group stared in astonishment. He's not even a ghost tamer yet? He sighed and slapped his forehead. I forgot. Su Sheng is still just a student at Han City Academy. His subordinate asked his boss in confusion. That's not right. If he's not a ghost tamer, how did he kill Kai Lao Lao? Shui Yue stroked his chin with interest. To be able to kill Kai Lao Lao without being a ghost tamer. This can only mean that Su Sheng's talent is incredibly powerful. I've underestimated this kid. A genius of this caliber is rare even in the Ghost Tamer Alliance. With that, he ran after Su Sheng. Su Sheng, wait for me. At the village gate, Taiji arrogantly declared, let me tell you guys, I actually realized something was off about village chief. A long time ago. I just didn't want to alert the enemy. I was going to finish him off when his guard was down, so everyone could share the contribution points. He smirked slightly. Who would have thought all my hard work would be ruined by Su Sheng? Two young men quickly started flattering Taiji. Young Master Tai is right. Your talent is scouting demonic creatures. How could you not have known? Young Master Tai wanted to resolve the demonic incident with the smallest possible price. He closed his eyes smugly. That Su Sheng guy is only good for messing things up, causing Village Chief He to turn all the villagers into demonic creatures. I wonder if Captain Shu's team can handle it this time. One person in the group turned to look back inside. But why isn't Su Sheng out yet? Taiji looked up at the sky with a haughty expression. After Village Chief, he turned into a monster. He went after that kid. I'm afraid that brat was eaten whole by Village Chief He. He's not coming out. Suddenly, Su Sheng's group appeared behind him. If I make it out, you'll call me Dad, right? Taiji was very displeased. Su Sheng, you're not dead? He frowned slightly. Are you that eager for me to die? The guy pointed an accusing finger. Do you have any idea how you almost ruined everything this time? We've already discussed it. The monster went berserk this time because of you. Your contribution will be ranked last. Annoyed, Su Sheng slapped Taiji across the face. Have you no shame? The guy couldn't believe it. What the hell? You dare to hit me? Without stopping, Su Sheng followed up with a kick to Taiji's stomach. Still spouting this nonsense. This isn't the first time I've hit you. The crowd watched in horror as he knelt on the ground. What? Taiji used his old trick to incite his classmates. Classmates, are you all just going to stand there and watch? As expected, the sycophants immediately chimed in. Su Sheng, attacking a fellow student will get you punished. Do you not know young Master Tai's family background? Or do you just not want to live anymore? Su Sheng pulled out his hammer. Taiji, it's time to settle the score between us. The guy's face turned pale as he asked, what do you want to do? He replied emotionlessly, kill you. Helpless, Taiji turned to his friends for help. Quick, save me. Whoever saves me, I'll give them 100 nether coins. A burly guy stepped forward menacingly. I've got a short fuse. Let me handle this. Su Sheng raised his hammer and said coldly, get lost. He slammed it down, causing Taiji to fall face first. The burly guy immediately hesitated and backed away. Such a dark and cold aura. That's demonic energy. Su Sheng fiercely waved his hammer hand. What did you come here for? The guy hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. I came to kowtow to you. Taiji struggled to his feet, clutching his bloody head. Su Sheng, you. He charged forward to attack again, hiring people to kill me. Taiji, you really treated my warning like it was nothing. This time, he aimed for his right leg. The shin bone broke instantly. Taiji screamed in agony. Arg! My leg. He watched him roll on the ground like a dog, clutching his leg. He gave one last warning. I told you, the next time you mess with me, you're dead. Then he smashed his other leg. The classmates were too timid to defend Taiji anymore. Su Sheng is insane. Stay away from him. I never thought Su Sheng had such a terrifying side. He wailed loudly. Arg! Call my parents. Call my grandpa. Su Sheng raised his hammer again. No one who comes today can save you. And with all his might, he brought it down. A sickening crack echoed. Taiji screamed helplessly. He begged for mercy in terror. Su Sheng, stop. Spare me. I was wrong. Looking at the blood seeping from Taiji's crotch, Su Sheng simply asked, wrong about what? He confessed everything. I shouldn't have sent people to kill you. My greed makes me worse than a pig or a dog. I'm a disgrace to my ghost tamer lineage. For the sake of us being classmates, I'm sorry. Please spare me. I'll never do it again. He frowned and got into an attack stance. Too late. A tragic scream followed. A scream echoed through the street. Ah! The crowd stared in disbelief at Taiko's motionless body. Did he just beat Taiko to death? Did So Sin really just kill someone? And a descendant of a ghost tamer clan, no less. He's lost his mind. He's completely insane. A man flew in, riding a paper horse. Seeing Tai Thien arrive, they exclaimed, it's Taiko's father, Tai Tien. He's a renowned ghost tamer. So Sin is a dead man. He frowned and demanded, where is my son? So Sin casually pointed, right here. The moment he saw his son, Tai Tien erupted in fury. What happened to my son? He answered nonchalantly, he's dead. The man was stunned, his horse rearing up. What? Who did this? So Sin bravely confessed, I did. Tai Thien roared, you little bastard, why did you kill my son? So Sin quickly pulled out a voice recorder. On it, Taiko's pleading voice could be heard. I shouldn't have sent people to kill you. My greed makes me worse than a pig or a dog. I've brought shame to my ghost tamer lineage. For the sake of our time as classmates, I'm sorry. Please, spare me. I'll never do it again. So Sin faced him and said, did you hear that? He tried to kill me, so I killed him. Tai Thien's eyes widened in rage. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Taiko? If my boy wants to kill you, you should just stand there obediently and let him. Daring to fight back is the highest form of treason. So Sin frowned and confronted him. Based on those disgusting words alone, your son deserved to die. Losing control, Tai Thien lunged forward. I'll kill you. Tiet Nok finally spoke up, trying to stop him. This is bad. Stop. Two men rushed to So Sin's side, one in front and one behind. Tai Thien held his fist in front of his face and asked, aren't you afraid of death? So Sin forcefully slapped his hand away. What's with the act? You can't kill me. Suddenly, Tai Thien's body dissolved into countless pieces of paper. Humph. Very good. To think that the one who could kill my son could also see through my disguise. You've got some skill. The surrounding crowd began to mock. I can't believe it was a paper man. Tai Tien didn't even come himself. The one who came was just a paper clone. No wonder he got here so fast. He lifted Taiko onto the horse. Just wait until I return from the bizarre ghost world. If I don't flay you alive, I'll be unworthy of the Tai name. You little bastard. Just you wait. Tiet Nok asked in astonishment. How did you know? I didn't sense at all that it was just a paper clone. He replied with a smirk. Just a guess. But inwardly, he thought, of course, it was the timid ghost who told me. She couldn't sense the unique aura of a ghost tamer on Tai Thien. It seems the timid ghost's ability to perceive different auras is incredibly sharp. Tiet Nok frowned, hesitating to speak. A guess? You've really got guts. If that had really been Tai Tien just now, I'm afraid you would have been. Sir Sin immediately cut him off. Captain Tiet, I'd like to ask you something. Do you know about curses? Tiet Nok slowly replied, only high-level primordial ghosts can cast curses. What's more, any primordial ghost capable of casting a curse has an incredibly powerful background. He asked again, how do you break a curse? The man stroked his chin thoughtfully. You have to go to the main ghost world to find the source of the curse. As for what the source of the curse times is asterisk, that's hard to say. Every curse is different and needs to be analyzed in detail. In that instant, Sir Sin made up his mind. I get it. No matter what, the first step is to go to the main ghost world. A while later, Sir Sin returned to the school grounds, with King Tu Wai trailing right behind him. Sir Sin, hold on a minute. Without breaking his stride, Su Sheng glanced back and asked, "Kintuai, what do you want from me?" She replied with a smirk, "I just got back from training in the main ghost world and heard you killed Taiko. That bastard was always picking on you, so he definitely had it coming. Don't worry, just stick with me from now on, and I'll protect you." The Tai family wouldn't dare lay a finger on someone of mine. Her domineering act made Su Sheng laugh and give her a thumbs up. So bossy, Miss Kin. But when she heard his praise, she rushed over, lifting his chin teasingly. "Still calling me Miss? Why so distant?" For a moment, Su Sheng was flustered, unsure how to react. What should I call you then?" Kintuai said instantly. "Call me Master." Su Sheng's amusement vanished, and his face paled with embarrassment. Hold on, did you just say you came back from the ghost world?" She confirmed cheerfully. "That's right." Su Sheng pried for more details. "How does a future ghost tamer like you get into the ghost world?" Kintuai explained with a bright smile. "It's easy. You just take the Ghost Gate trial. It doesn't rely on accumulation points, and as soon as you pass, you're promoted to a ghost tamer. I'm a genuine ghost tamer now." With that, she snapped her fingers, and a skeleton materialized next to her. King Tu-yi introduced it cheerfully. "This is the ghost servant I have a contract with. What do you think? Impressive, right?" Su Sheng wasn't interested and just looked away. "How do you participate in the Ghost Gate trial?" Kin Tu-yi patiently explained. "Only veteran ghost tamers can recommend someone to take the trial. Plus, it's incredibly dangerous. It's a playground for prodigies with monstrous talent, and a shortcut for the heirs of powerful ghost tamer clans. So don't even think about it. You should just be a good boy, collect your accumulation points, and focus on being my slave. When the time comes, you can just take the standard ghost tamer assessment. It's 100 times easier than the Ghost Gate trial." But now that Su Sheng had the information he wanted, he simply turned to leave. "Got it. Thanks for clearing that up." His sudden departure left Kin Tu-yi a little confused. "Where are you going?" Without turning back, Su Sheng gave a casual wave and said, "Going home to sleep." Kin Tu-yi yelled in frustration. "If you're not by my side, the Tai family will never leave you alone. When Tai Thien returns from the main ghost world, you'll be toast." Su Sheng shot back with a smirk. "I'm used to being on top. I don't like being on the bottom." His comment made Kin Tu-yi stomp her foot in a rage. "So stubborn. Why can't you just yield a little?" Meanwhile, Su Sheng was deep in thought. "The cowardly ghost can only hold them off for half a month. I need to figure something out. I have to get into the main ghost world within half a month. Otherwise, the only choice I'll have left is to sell myself out and become Kin Tu-yi's slave." A while later, at the school gates, a blonde woman stood there and yelled, "So this is the place. I haven't seen him in a few days. I wonder how that little brat is doing." This was Mako. Seeing her, one of the school's teachers stepped out with a sour expression. "Mako, what's an old hag like you doing here?" Mako flew into a rage and shouted back, "Anne, you little brat, do you have any manners? Old hag? Where exactly am I old?" Teacher Anne instantly broke into a cold sweat and stammered, I misspoke. Please, Mako, calm down." He had barely finished his sentence when shopkeeper Dien came out and retorted, "He wasn't wrong. You're obviously around that age. In fact, you're even a few years older than me, but you spend all day dolled up like a teenager, just like a painted skin demon. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Living a lie?" Mako, who had just been calming down, immediately flew into another rage. "Dien, you old geezer, do you want to keep that mouth of yours? Because I can sew it shut for you." Teacher Anne had no choice but to step between them. "Mako, please calm down. Old Dien hasn't been in the best of moods recently. Why have you suddenly come to Han City anyway? Are you also here to deal with the human head bubbles?" Mako grumbled resentfully. "The human head bubbles is an old ghost. I have no interest in that. I discovered a promising new talent in Han City a few days ago, so I came to take a look." With that, she turned to leave, but Teacher Anne rushed to catch up. "A promising talent? Do you mean Kin Tu-yi?" Mako replied mysteriously, "That kid from the Kin family isn't bad, true. But she's not special enough for me to make a trip just for her." Shopkeeper Dien chimed in again with a sneer. "In a desolate backwater like this, the ghosts are a good 30% weaker than elsewhere. What kind of promising talent could you possibly find here? I think your eyesight is failing you. You must be mistaken." Mako didn't deign to argue. She just glanced back with a threat. "Dien, you old coot, just wait until we find that kid. We'll see how I make you eat your words." A moment later, the three of them were walking down a school hallway and stopped in front of a dorm room. Mako said with certainty, "This is it. I can feel the kid's aura from here." Inside his dorm room, Su Sheng summoned the cowardly ghost to plot his next move. I've heard that raising the intimacy level with your ghost servant can have a huge effect. Lately, I've felt the timid ghost, and I getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the timid ghost yelped in alarm. A powerful ghost tamer is coming. She immediately dove into Su Sheng's body. At the same time, a frantic knock echoed from the door. Su Sheng opened the door and called out, "Who is it?" When the shopkeeper saw it was him, he asked in disappointment, "The great prospect you mentioned is this times kid?" Seeing the old man, Su Sheng couldn't help but light up. "Old man Tian, what are you doing here? Got more ghost chi to sell?" At the mention of this, shopkeeper Tian's face darkened. Seeing this, Ma Gu chimed in with amusement. "Oh? So you all know each other?" Teacher Anne explained with a wry smile. "How could we not? He's the reason old man Tian is in such a bad mood. The counterfeit ghost chi that took months to create was bought by this kid for a dirt cheap price." Ma Gu covered her mouth and laughed. "Serves you right. I bet you don't know he awakened an S-rank talent, do you? If he's lucky, the one thing he'll have in abundance is nether coins." With that, she turned to Su Sheng. "Su Sheng, we meet again." Su Sheng broke into a cold sweat, confused. Have we met before?" Ma Gu immediately summoned her ghost servant and introduced it smugly. "This is my ghost servant. Surely you recognize it, right?" Realizing who she was, Su Sheng respectfully clasped his hands. "So, it's the senior supervising ghost tamer. My respects, senior." But the most shocked of all was shopkeeper Tian. He yelled in disbelief. "This brat awakened an S-rank talent? How was there no commotion at all?" Ma Gu slyly slung an arm around Su Sheng's shoulder. "That's because the talent he awakened is nether coin critical hit rebate. For a combat ghost tamer, this talent is almost completely useless." Shopkeeper Tian immediately looked down on him. "No wonder. No matter how you look at it, this kid is still a piece of trash. He's no great prospect." But Ma Gu retorted proudly. When he took the Ghost Tamer Talent Awakening test, not only did he eliminate all the anomalies in the ghost domain, but he also managed to acquire a ghost chi item. Teacher Anne couldn't help but exclaim, "Eliminating all the anomalies. That's truly impressive. In every awakening test, fewer than 10 people have ever managed to do that." Ma Gu added, "And that's not all." In the end, Su Sheng even successfully formed a contract with a ghost servant, and at the same time, attracted the pursuit of the director of the king's sanitarium from the main world. This kid managed to evade the pursuit, and his completion rate for the ghost domain reached 120%. Hearing this long list of achievements, Teacher Anne broke into a sweat and cried out, forming a contract with a ghost servant and escaping the pursuit of a superclass anomaly from the main ghost domain world. This is astounding. Forget someone who isn't even an official ghost tamer like him. Even a veteran ghost tamer would basically be incapable of that. Ma Gu paid him no mind, turning to provoke shopkeeper Tian. "Well, old man Tian, still want to run your mouth? How's that for a slap in the face?" Shopkeeper Tian was out of options, admitting with a grimace, "I admit, this kid has the same flair I had when I was young." The moment he finished, Ma Gu shot him a glare. Shameless. Su Sheng had to cut in to stop their bickering. "Senior, why were you looking for me this time?" Ma Gu stylishly stopped him. "No need to call me senior, call me big sister." Seeing his chance, shopkeeper Tian jumped in to mock her. "He's already being generous by not calling you grandma, and you want him to call you big sister? I'm gonna puke." Ma Gu shoved him aside and turned back to talk to Su Sheng. "Although you've awakened a talent that seems pretty useless, your ability to adapt on the battlefield is your strongest talent. I'm really looking forward to your performance after you become an official ghost tamer. When you enter the main world of anomalies, you can join my squad." The moment she said that, Teacher Ain screamed in shock. "What?" he thought in astonishment. Ma Gu is actively inviting Su Sheng. I knew she valued this kid, but I never thought she valued him this much. Thinking this, he clapped Su Sheng on the shoulder and advised, "Su Sheng, what are you waiting for? Thank Ma Gu. Her squad is a top-tier ghost tamer squad. They don't recruit easily. Countless talented ghost tamers have been rejected." Su Sheng also clasped his hands gratefully. "Thank you, Ma Gu. Her recruitment successful." Ma Gu left in satisfaction. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Su Sheng, if you ever need my help in the future, you can find me." But as soon as she finished, Su Sheng spoke up. "Senior, I actually do need your help." This couldn't help but fluster Ma Gu. I was just being polite." But Su Sheng was determined, clenching his fist and saying directly, "Senior, I want to participate in the Ghost Gate trial. Can you recommend me?" The moment she heard the name, Ma Gu couldn't help but curse. "The Ghost Gate trial? Do you have a death wish?" Su Sheng mumbled awkwardly. I want to live, of course." Before he could finish, he was hit with a barrage of scolding. "You want to live, yet you want to join the Ghost Gate trial? The Ghost Gate trial is filled with lunatics. All those future ghost tamers with super strong talents have nowhere to vent their energy, so to become famous overnight, they actively throw themselves to their deaths. Isn't that just asking to die? While she was ranting, Teacher Ann stroked his chin and mumbled, Magu, I seem to recall you also participated in the Ghost Gate trial back in the day, didn't you? Magu turned away to argue, how am I the same? I was extremely confident in myself. Feeling a bit guilty, she turned back to coax him. Su Sheng, be a good boy now. We're not going, okay? But So Sin was determined to respond. Mako, I'm very confident in myself. This attitude annoyed Mako. Are you serious? So Sin stood tall and replied, dead serious. Mako still disagreed and turned to leave. Even if you're serious, it's not happening. This fairy big sister can't let you get hurt. Just then, a vortex of demonic aura appeared in the sky above the school, along with a piercing scream. You little beast, get the hell out here. Teacher Ann was shocked. A veteran ghost tamer has arrived. Judging by this technique, it's probably Tai Thean of the Tai family. A ghost tamer clan. Innkeeper Tian agreed. The Tai family is considered a top-tier ghost tamer clan, especially the family head. Tai Thean's father was an incredibly powerful ghost tamer. Seeing the sheer force of his arrival, Teacher Ann wondered aloud, confused. To have picked a fight with the Tai family, you must also be a veteran ghost tamer. I wonder who it is. Innkeeper Tian was also quite curious. Could there be another powerful ghost tamer hidden here? And we didn't even notice. While the two were talking, So Sin scratched his head in embarrassment and said, seniors, I think Tai Thean is here for me. The two turned to him in disbelief. How did you get into trouble with Tai Thean? So Sin's face paled as he said quietly, I killed his son. The words had barely left his mouth when Tai Thean arrived, looking down from above and shouting, you little beast, let's see where you can run to now. So Sin wasn't intimidated and shot back. Which one of your eyes saw me running? Tai Thean lost his patience and waved his hand. Then, you can die. No one can save you today. Behind him, a giant paper effigy materialized. It slammed a massive hammer down on the spot where So Sin was standing. Innkeeper Tian remarked with complete indifference. The reputation of the Tai family has never been very good, and now it seems that's true. He's trying to smash all of us to death. Ma Ko, annoyed, took out a coin and cursed. This blind fool. Doesn't he see who's standing down here? With that, she flicked the coin. It shot upwards, and the paper effigy was blown to pieces. Without losing momentum, the coin shot straight towards Tai Thean, shocking him. What? This is bad. Before he could finish, the coin slammed right into his face. His body fell to the ground like a sack of meat. He was a complete mess, but Tai Thean still tried to act tough, threatening, how dare you? You dare to attack me? Just as he said this, he got a clear look at his attacker, and his face broke out in a cold sweat as he stammered, that's Mako, your senior Mako. Mako just snorted coldly, ignoring him. Innkeeper Tian took a drag from his pipe and asked, so you've got eyes now, huh? Seeing him too, Tai Thean's eyes widened. He screamed, Ghost Statue Master, Old Man Tian, you're here too? Looking at the last person, Tai Thean trembled all over and pointed, and also, and Kai Sun, Vice Leader of the Ghost Tamer Alliance, you're here as well, teacher, and glared at him threateningly. Tai Thean, next time, look carefully before you strike. It wouldn't be good to accidentally injure someone. Tai Thean tucked his tail between his legs. He asked in a trembling voice, what are you three seniors doing here? Mako growled unhappily. Is that any of your business? Tai Thean didn't dare to argue. Instead, he pointed straight at So Sin and yelled, Senior is absolutely right. In that case, Senior Mako, please kill this boy and avenge my son. You don't have any objections, do you? Mako closed her eyes as if she didn't see a thing. I have no objections. Seeing this, Tai Thean got a burst of confidence and roared. A mere commoner dares to kill my son? Die. He had just lunged forward when he saw a hand flying, straight for his face. Mako casually slapped him, sending him flying. Tai Thean was bewildered by the sudden attack. He asked, Senior, didn't you say you had no objections? Mako replied nonchalantly, I don't. Tai Thean clutched his cheek, aggrieved. But you still hit me. Mako answered matter-of-factly, it's just that I find you annoying. Knowing he was outmatched, Tai Thean cupped his hands respectfully and said, I understand. This junior will take his leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to threaten, you little beast. Just wait until the seniors are gone. Next time, I will kill you. So, Sin wasn't afraid and retorted, you won't be able to kill me next time, either. Tai Thean fled, shouting back as he went, I hope you can always be this cocky. After he left, Teacher Ann turned to analyze the situation. For a ghost tamer clan to want to kill a future ghost tamer is all too easy. So Sin, from now on, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to escape the Tai family's pursuit. Mako, however, didn't seem to care. She walked away casually, saying, whatever, I'll give you a letter of recommendation. You should enter the bizarre world as soon as possible. It's a way to survive. Once you're there, it won't be so easy for the Tai family to kill you. So Sin was overjoyed and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, senior. 3 days later, at the school dormitory, So Sin had just woken up. As he stretched at the door, Zhang Paigu immediately walked over and called out, So Sin, I'm going with you. He casually looked back and refused. There's no need. You don't have a letter of recommendation. You can't enter the Ghost Gate trial. But Zhang Paigu persisted, smiling. Let's go. I'm bored being alone anyway. I'll go for the fun of it. Just then, innkeeper Tian approached from behind, calling out, Kid So Sin, wait up. So Sin was puzzled. Old man Tian, why are you here? He handed him an object, saying, this is for you. So Sin took it. He asked blankly, what is this? Innkeeper Tian explained, something I made. It's not a demonic artifact, but its defensive power is pretty decent. At a critical moment, it could save your life in the Ghost Gate trial. Hearing its function, So Sin couldn't help but feel worried. Old man Tian, what do you want from me? Shopkeeper Tian didn't beat around the bush. You're a straightforward kid. In that case, I'll be direct. I have a granddaughter who's also participating in the Ghost Gate trial this time. When the time comes, if she runs into any danger she can't handle, I need you to give her a hand. Su Sheng readily agreed. All right. Elder Tian, show me a picture of your granddaughter so I can find her easily. But shopkeeper Tian just calmly described her. My granddaughter's name is Tian Qiao Qiao. She's lovely and graceful, with an extraordinary aura that makes her stand out in a crowd. You'll be able to spot her at a glance. With that information, Su Sheng turned to leave. All right, we'll be taking our leave then. Watching his retreating figure, shopkeeper Tian mused thoughtfully. Ma Gu's judgment has always been sharp. This kid must have something special about him. Although Qiao Qiao is already exceptionally talented, it's good to have some extra insurance, just in case. A while later, the two boarded a train heading to the trial grounds. Staring out the window, Boni Zong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Sheng, I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever left Han City. Su Sheng casually asked back, Boni, have you noticed that the human head balloons outside the city have gotten more numerous and larger? Boni Zong looked and clicked his tongue. They really have. But these aberrations are outside the city. With the city walls protecting us, they won't pose a threat. But Su Sheng disagreed, retorting, and Kaishan and Elder Tian came here specifically to deal with the human head balloons. Those two are big shots that even the Grand Master fears. I'm afraid some great danger is coming, otherwise they wouldn't have made a special trip here. Suddenly, Boni Zong looked out the window and shouted, Su Sheng, look outside. Su Sheng looked out, a little bewildered. Is that small mountain formed from a pile of white bones? Boni was horrified. That's terrifying. Just how many people must have died? Just then, a person sitting in the next row spoke up. Young men, is this your first time seeing a mountain of white bones? The first time I saw one, I was also shocked and terrified. But this is the reality for humanity. After seeing them enough, you gradually get used to it. Boni Zhang stammered. Gradually get used to it? Sir, do you mean there are more of these bone mountains than just these few? The man explained. Mountains of white bones like this are countless on the wastelands. They can be found all over the world. When the aberrations attack, massive numbers of humans die every year. There's no time to deal with so many bodies piling up. The only thing to do is find a vast, open space and stack them up. Over time, they form these mountains of white bones. Su Sheng sighed. It seems humanity's struggle is much harder than we imagined. The man added, to put it bluntly, the advent of the aberrations is our apocalypse. The fortunate thing is that more and more ghost tamers are going to the main ghost world to conquer it. Only by thoroughly exploring the main ghost world and solving the problem at its root can we truly stop the ghost domains from descending. Su Sheng nodded in agreement. That's right. The source of everything is the main ghost world. Suddenly, the man stood up and asked, Young men, where are you headed? Su Sheng replied cheerfully, We're going to participate in the Ghost Gate trial. The moment he finished speaking, the man gasped in shock. The Ghost Gate trial? You want to enter the main ghost world ahead of schedule? Su Sheng confirmed without flinching. That's right. Abruptly, the man bowed deeply in respect. Young man, I offer you my deepest respects. The future of humanity rests on your shoulders. Su Sheng quickly helped him up and replied, For the survival of humanity, This is what we must do. A while later, the three of them got off the train. The man held out a business card and introduced himself. Young man, my name is Luo Wen. This is my card. If you ever come to the provincial capital, you can look for me. Although I'm not a ghost tamer, I might be able to help you out sometimes. Su Sheng took it and waved goodbye. Okay, hope to see you again. Boni Zhang, walking beside him, asked in confusion. This Uncle Luo Wen works at Research Institute number 3. What kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it. Su Sheng didn't pay it much mind, frowning as he urged him on. Let's go. We need to get to the Ghost Gate trial. A while later, the two had gathered at Blood Square. The large crowd there surprised Boni Zhang a little. Why are there so many people? Isn't the Ghost Gate trial supposed to be extremely dangerous? Su Sheng was also a bit surprised. I thought everyone participating in the Ghost Gate trial would be teenagers with unparalleled talent. Why are there so many middle-aged people? A young man who overheard them stepped forward to explain. That's because the Ghost Gate trial is their last hope of becoming a ghost tamer. This person's name was Lin Tu. Boni Zhang was skeptical. What do you mean, last hope? Lin Tu explained. The awakened talents of these middle-aged, aspiring ghost tamers are very low. They can't level up to become true ghost tamers through normal means. So, they spend a lot of money to buy a recommendation letter, hoping to make a desperate gamble. If they pass the Ghost Gate trial, they can soar to the heavens in a single step. They'll enter the main ghost world and become true ghost tamers. Boni Zhang asked again. You don't look that young either. Are you also making a desperate gamble? Lin Tu grimaced, a headache forming. Young people really don't know how to talk, do they? Besides, there's another reason. Every time you participate in the Ghost Gate trial, you get a chance to tame. This ghost tamer is putting on a good act. Once he gets into this new, bizarre ghost world, it'll be easier for him to join a more famous ghost tamer squad. Zhang Baigu still didn't get it. Is joining a ghost tamer squad really that important? Lin Tu confirmed. Extremely important. A strong ghost tamer squad doesn't just offer safety, it can also help your power skyrocket. Besides, weaker teams can get completely wiped out with one careless mistake. Just then, a shout echoed from above. Silence. Lin Tu smiled and introduced himself. The trial is about to begin. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Tu. Zhang Baigu then pointed and said, He's Su Sheng, and I'm Zhang Baigu. Suddenly, streaks of light flew over their heads. Those who arrived later saw the gate was still closed and started shouting, Hurry up and start. The wait is killing us. For others, this Ghost Gate trial is a life or death ordeal, but for prodigies like us, it's the perfect chance to make a name for ourselves. Lin Tu looked up in admiration, saying, These talented individuals are the real contenders in the Ghost Gate trial. They're all descendants of ghost tamer clans or individuals with exceptional gifts. They're the only ones with a real hope of passing this trial. From above, the host looked down and yelled, The Ghost Gate trial is about to begin. All of you, prepare yourselves. We will now select the ghost domain. The symbols on the stone gate began to shift. Zhang Baigu was stunned. Wait, the Ghost Gate trial has more than one ghost domain? Lin Tu explained. The Ghost Gate trial is an ancient tradition. It contains many different ghost domain dungeons. Let's see which one gets chosen this time. Up in the air, the man sitting on a gourd asked the person next to him, Young Master Wang, which ghost domain do you think we'll get this time? Young Master Wang replied dismissively, It doesn't matter which one, the more dangerous, the better. Let those weaklings down there learn that not just anyone can participate in the Ghost Gate trial. Suddenly, the stone gate morphed into a pair of bright red, bloody hands. The crowd erupted in chaos. What is this? Zhang Baigu glanced behind him nervously. The atmosphere suddenly fell eerily silent. What's wrong with everyone? Lin Tu frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. We're screwed. Why did we have to draw the horror school? The others also raised their guard, groaning in despair. Of all the ghost domain dungeons, it had to be the horror school. Doesn't this one have the lowest appearance rate? Lin Tu clutched his head, lamenting. The horror school is the most lethal dungeon in the entire trial. The survival rate is practically 0. Suddenly, the host shouted from above, Life and death are decided by fate. Those who wish to participate in the trial, enter now. A few disheartened participants began to murmur. The horror school has only been drawn 3 times in history. Almost everyone who went in was completely annihilated. I'm out. After preparing for so long, I can't believe this is the result. I can't accept this. So, what if you can't accept it? It's better than just throwing your life away. Let's go. I spent a fortune on my recommendation letter. If I don't use it now, it'll become invalid. Only the young masters floating above seemed relaxed, asking one another, Young Master Wang, are you going in? Young Master Wang lost his confidence and replied, I may be confident about my chances in the trial, but I'm skipping the horror school. For people like us, these recommendation letters are worthless. There's no need to risk our lives here. We can just join in next time. As the crowd began to disperse, the host yelled down, The horror school ghost domain will close in 3 minutes. Anyone who wishes to enter must do so now. But Su Sheng, far from being worried, just smiled brightly at Baigu and said, Let's go in. Lin Tu was absolutely horrified. Hey, you still dare to go in? Zhang Baigu also warned him anxiously. Su Sheng, if it's too much, we can just try again next time. But Su Sheng was resolute, calling back, I'm out of time. He thought to himself, I have the system shop. The horror school might not actually be dangerous for me. Seeing this, Lin Tu couldn't help but sigh. So there really are people who aren't afraid of death. This scene made a few of the retreating participants pause. Is that kid actually going in? Youths these days are so naive. He has no idea how terrifying the horror school really is. The host even jumped down to praise him. Kid, your courage is commendable. Hand me your recommendation letter. Su Sheng stepped forward and presented it. Reading the information inside, the host couldn't help but be stunned. A prospective ghost tamer, recommended by Brother Mao? And this kid dares to enter the horror school? This is the first time Brother Mao has ever written a recommendation letter for anyone. Su Sheng asked impatiently. So, can I go in now? The host stepped aside to clear the path. Go on, good luck. Suddenly, Zhang Baigu ran over, shouting, Su Sheng, wait for me. Su Sheng stopped, confused. Baigu, what are you doing here? Zhang Baigu bent over and handed his own recommendation letter to the host. Here's my recommendation letter. After handing it over, he walked up to his friend and said, I'm going in with you. Su Sheng asked in surprise, Where did you get that? Zhang Baigu replied, I just bought it. Since so many people were quitting, I just found a random guy and bought his. But this made Su Sheng frown. Baigu, have you really thought this through? Zhang Baigu slung an arm over his shoulder and grinned. I've thought it through. It's just like I always say, to change this worthless life of mine, you have to disregard life and death and just charge forward. Su Sheng nodded, satisfied. Good. Let's go in together. The two of them were sucked into the portal. Outside, a few people discussed in shock. They went in? Actually, I think it might be worth a try. I'm already this old. The worst that can happen is death. Screw it. I'll risk it. I'm going in, rather than just scraping by out here. Might as well take the plunge. The crowd gradually started to enter. The host waited a moment longer and asked, Anyone else? One final minute. Those who weren't going in lost their patience. Let's go. Stop watching. No one's coming out of the terror school alive anyway. The Ghost Gate trials have always offered a 1 in 10 chance of survival, and the terror school is the most dangerous instance in those trials. It's a place from which no one has ever returned alive. You could beat me to death, and I still wouldn't go in. Meanwhile, inside, Su Sheng and Zhang Baigu appeared on a basketball court. He looked around and wondered, so, this is the terror school? It doesn't look any different from a normal school campus. On Su Sheng's end, the system announced, Host has been detected entering the ghost domain, opening the shopping center. Please select a cheat. You have a remaining balance of 10,000 underworld coins. Would you like the shopping center to recommend the most suitable cheat for you based on your current underworld coins and the present ghost domain? Su Sheng was a little surprised. He thought to himself, the shopping center can recommend cheats? He gave the command to recommend, and the system screen changed. All things can give hints. 2,000 underworld coins per minute. Su Sheng stroked his chin, calculating. He'd seen this cheat before, in the system's shopping center. But at 2,000 underworld coins per minute, the price was too high with his current balance. He could only use it for 5 minutes. Not worth it. Suddenly, the system added another message. As this is your first time accepting an item recommended by the shopping center, you will receive a special discount. The All Things Can Give Hints cheat will be switched to its base price mode. For just 10,000 underworld coins, you can have unlimited use within the current ghost domain. Su Sheng facepalmed. Is the base price adjusted according to the exact amount of underworld coins in my pocket? Seeing him hesitate, the system prompted. Do you accept this base price mode? Having no other choice, Su Sheng had to accept. Since the system recommended it, I'm afraid All Things Can Give Hints is the most suitable cheat for this instance. Instantly, specks of light drilled into his body. Not far away, a system panel appeared. An unthrowable basketball. Don't even think about touching it. You'll get hurt. Meanwhile, Zhang Baigu, who was walking over, pointed at it and said, Hey, there's a basketball here. Su Sheng immediately shouted, Stop. Zhang Baigu froze and turned his head. What's wrong? Su Sheng rushed over and warned him, Don't touch anything here carelessly. It's dangerous. Just then, a blood-red teleportation circle opened in the sky. Zhang Paigu looked up in confusion. More people are coming in. In the air, a young man dressed head to toe in full anti-ghost gear looked down at them mockingly. I thought not many people would come in this time. I'm surprised it's so crowded. After all, not everyone dares to challenge the terror school without fear, like me, Gu Tianhao. Let me tell you all, my goal this time is to become the first person to conquer the terror school. Someone in the crowd recognized him and hurried over to suck up. So it's the young master of the Gu Ghost Tamer clan. I've long heard that young Master Gu's talent is extraordinary, second to none. It's truly spectacular. I never expected to meet you in person this time. Gu Tianhao waved his hand, satisfied. Yellow hair, you've got a sweet mouth. You can follow me from now on. The man scratched his head and laughed gratefully. Thank you, young Master Gu. My name is Yang Daming. Gu Tianhao wasn't bothered. Doesn't matter. Yellow hair. The man quickly agreed. Right. The name isn't important, as long as young Master Gu is happy. Zhang Paigu watched this scene unfold. He couldn't help but sigh. This yellow hair guy is such a bootlicker. Suddenly, Lin Tu walked over and said, Don't underestimate anyone. No one who dares to enter this terror school instance is simple. Seeing him, Zhang Paigu was quite surprised. Why are you here too? Lin Tu looked dejected. I boldly came in, but now I'm starting to regret it. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. Welcome to the terror school. The people below looked up excitedly. It's here. The mission is about to be announced. The voice continued. Your mission. A student named Wang Yi has recently gone missing from Jialuo No. 1 Middle School. You will act as investigators to find this student within 5 days. Mission failure will result in the erasure of all members. As soon as the voice finished, someone exclaimed worriedly, if the mission fails, all members will be erased? The terror school really lives up to its name as the deadliest ghost domain. A bald old man spoke up. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to share, Lin Tu boldly suggested. In my opinion, the most important thing right now is to determine if Wang Yi is still in the school after she went missing. I took a quick look around the entire school earlier. The area isn't that big. If she's in the school, we should be able to find clues. If she's not, it'll be like finding a needle in a haystack. Another person said, That's simple. Later, we can just try to leave the school and we'll know. But the instance is called the Terror School. The mission scope is probably confined to the inside school. Hearing this, the older woman urged them. It's getting late. Why don't we look around while it's still light? We can meet back here later to exchange intel. This suggestion was quite reasonable, so everyone agreed. All right, sounds good. The other person deliberately looked over at Gu Tianhao and asked, Young Master Gu, what do you think? Gu Tianhao objected. I think this is a waste of time. Her expression turned sour as she growled. What do you mean by that, young Master Gu? He replied arrogantly. You all can go ahead and search. I'll be acting on my own. With that, he turned and waved, calling out, Yellow hair, let's go. Yang Daming happily ran after him. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Gu Tianhao turned his head back and said, Oh, right. I'll give you all a chance. Does anyone want to come with me? I only need one person. But everyone remained silent and motionless. Yang Daming seized the opportunity to suck up to him. Young Master Gu, these people are clueless, turning down a chance at survival like this. Gu Tianhao couldn't be bothered, just sneering in contempt. Fine then. You were given a chance, and you didn't take it. Just don't come crying and begging me for help later. With that, he walked right through the middle of the crowd. As Yang Daming was following, a basketball on the court caught his eye. Huh? Why is there a basketball here? Without a second thought, he bent down to pick it up, but his feet immediately got tangled, and he face-planted right on the spot. Gu Tianhao stopped in his tracks and looked over. What's wrong? The man awkwardly pushed himself up. I twisted my ankle. Just my luck. With the others gone, the blonde woman suggested, 2 of them have left, so there are 8 of us now. I propose we split into 2 groups of 4 to gather intel. The long-haired woman agreed. All right, then let's form our own teams. As soon as she said that, they started pairing off and leaving. Let's meet back here in an hour. Lin Tu frowned and muttered, Those 4 aren't being straight with us. Zhang Paigu asked, What do you mean? Lin Tu crossed his arms and analyzed the situation. The 4 of them are the oldest and the strongest. They've teamed up to support each other, leaving the 4 youngest of us together. Sly old foxes. Zhang Paigu didn't seem to mind much. He looked up at the sky and said, It's getting dark. We should get going too. But Su Sheng walked over to the basketball and called back, You guys wait for me a second. Taking advantage of the free moment, Lin Tu went over to the only girl there to strike up a conversation. "Hey, little sis, what's your name?" The girl replied simply, "My name is Duo Duo." Lin Tu was a bit puzzled. "You look like a little white rabbit. How did you dare to come in here all by yourself?" Hearing that, Duo Duo put her hands on her hips, displeased. "My innate talent isn't weak at all." Lin Tu teased her disbelievingly. "If you're not weak, then try hitting me. Let's see if you can even hurt me." The words had barely left his mouth when Duo Duo transformed one of her arms into a venomous snake and lunged at him. Lin Tu's face went pale with fear as he backed away. Holy crap! Duo Duo quickly retracted her arm and bowed her head deeply. "I'm sorry for scaring you." Lin Tu scratched his head in embarrassment. A body mutation talent. That's pretty rare. That talent is definitely not weak. Meanwhile, Su Sheng managed to get the basketball into a plastic bag and cheered excitedly. Success. As long as I don't touch the basketball with my bare hands, I can take it with me. Lin Tu asked him, a little confused. "What are you taking that ball for?" Su Sheng replied mysteriously, "It'll be useful. Let's go." And so, the four of them set off. Zhang Paigu couldn't help but remark, "It's so quiet. There isn't a single soul in the entire schoolyard." Suddenly, Su Sheng stopped and suggested they go check out the classroom area. Entering the hallway, Lin Tu looked inside and remarked, "It's so quiet. It looks like these students are all studying on their own. Not a single person is talking." Zhang Paigu agreed that the atmosphere felt very suffocating. Suddenly, a bell rang out from the speaker by the door. Lin Tu looked up and said, "That's the dismissal bell." Su Sheng furrowed his brow and gave an order, "We'll find a few students to question in a bit." As the students started walking out into the schoolyard, Zhang Paigu immediately followed one to strike up a conversation. "Hey, student, do you know a Wang Yichen?" The person answered bluntly, "Don't know him." Nearby, Lin Tu approached two female students to inquire. "Excuse me, we're investigators. We'd like to ask you a few questions about Wang Yichen's situation." The two girls looked visibly annoyed. "We don't know him. Go away." Lin Tu waved his hand helplessly. "No one's paying any attention to us." As for Su Sheng, he didn't actively seek out students. Instead, he quietly activated his all things reminder. Su Sheng's gaze quickly swept over each person. A normal male student. No need to waste time on him. After scanning for a moment, he couldn't help but marvel. The all things reminder is truly powerful. It can even give me prompts on the characters inside this ghost domain. Then, he glanced over at Zhang Paigu and Lin Tu again, confirming that there was no prompt whatsoever on Lin Tu. It seems the all things reminder has no effect on players who enter the ghost domain. He continued to observe the people around him. A normal female student, stressed out by exams, pays no attention to anything around her. A normal male student, only thinking about treating himself. A normal male student who's a tireless bootlicker. His personal best is kissing up to 17 people at once. A normal female student with a secret crush on the school's heartthrob, who doesn't know her own place. After scanning all the students there, Su Sheng stroked his chin and concluded, "It seems most of the students in this school are worthless. They can't provide us with any information." Just as he was about to leave, he froze. That male student is a bit different. Zhu Mingming, a student who's been held back for 3 years. Perhaps he knows something. Lam Do walked over and suggested, "So Sin, we're not getting anything out of these students for now. Let's go check somewhere else." So Sin smiled in reply, "You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up with you later." With that, he chased after Chu Min, calling out, "Hey you, wait up." Chu Min glanced back warily, but didn't stop, instead turning in another direction. So Sin didn't give up and kept following him, forcing Chu Min to stop. He growled suspiciously, "How do you know my name?" So Sin replied coldly, "I don't just know your name, I also know you've been held back for 3 years. There are a lot of things in this school that others don't know, but you do." The boy just turned away coldly. "You're overthinking it. I don't know anything." Seeing that he wouldn't stop following, the boy started to get nervous. What? What do you want?" So Sin crossed his arms and stated firmly, "If you don't cooperate with the investigation, you're not going anywhere today." Chu Min immediately turned to leave. "You psycho." But So Sin didn't say another word. He just summoned his ghost energy and smacked Chu Min, raising a huge lump on his head. Furious, the boy spun around and yelled, "You actually hit me?" So Sin casually tossed the hammer in his hand and declared, "If you dare move again, I'll hit you. I've got no other choice." Chu Min sighed in defeat and decided to cooperate. "You're different from the previous investigators." So Sin repeated doubtfully, "Previous investigators?" Chu Min explained, "In the 3 years I've been at this school, at least 3 groups of investigators have come here. Every single one of them died during their investigation. I'm telling you, you should just give up. So Sin cut him off coldly. Once an investigation has started, there's no giving up. It's either succeed or die. So you should understand my resolve. Left with no choice, Chu Min had to cooperate. Just ask what you want to know. So Sin got straight to the point. Where is Vuong Not Thun? Chu Min waved his hands. I don't know. I really don't know about that. He changed the question. What class was he in? Chu Min answered. Year 3, Class 2. He continued asking, why did Vuong Not Thun disappear? Before Chu Min could answer, a bell rang. He glanced towards the classroom and said, it's time for evening self-study. I have to go back. Before leaving, he waved and offered a piece of advice. I'll give you a free tip. At night, absolutely, do not go outside the school buildings. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. Also, don't come looking for me again. A moment later, Lamdo squinted into the distance and said, they're back. In the distance, the group with the long-haired woman approached. She asked directly, so, how did it go? Did you guys find anything? Trung Bai-Kot answered bluntly, the students here are resistant to talking with us. None of the classrooms are full. It seems like a lot of students are missing. The woman stroked her chin. Anything else? So Sin patted Trung Bai-Kot on the shoulder and said, I heard Vuong Not Thun is a student in Year 3, Class 2, and it's best not to go outside at night. It's dangerous. She stepped forward and analyzed. It's very dangerous to go out at night. I'm afraid that's a death rule. This is crucial information. You did well. I didn't expect you to get something this important. So Sin frowned and asked back, what about you guys? Did you find anything? One of them held out a piece of paper and said, we walked around the school grounds and drew a map to make our next moves easier. The bald man added, also, I tried to leave the school. It's impossible. That means the mission area is definitely confined to this school. The blonde girl said, also, there are very few teachers in the school. We didn't see a single teacher the whole time. Suddenly, Doa Doa cried out, someone's coming. From a distance, a pot-bellied teacher approached, greeting them politely. Esteemed investigators, you've worked hard. My surname is Luong, and I'm the head of the school's academic affairs department. I was in a meeting earlier, so I apologize for the inadequate reception. I'll arrange accommodations for everyone. The long-haired woman replied courteously, thank you for your trouble, Dean Luong. He gestured for them to follow. This way, please. Oh, by the way, weren't there 10 investigators? Why are there only 8 of you? The long-haired woman immediately said, the other 2 aren't with us. You don't need to worry about them, Dean Luong. Suddenly, So Sin called out, Dean Luong, what do you know about Vuong Not Thun? In his vision, the omniscient reminder ability activated. Cunning head of academic affairs. Don't even think about getting anything out of him. None of his words are true. Just then, the dean put on a confused expression and said, I only recently became the head of academic affairs. I don't know much about what goes on in the school. A while later, he led the group to a block of buildings. Before leaving, he instructed them, feel free to use the rooms in there. It's getting dark, so I won't be going up. Everyone should go up and rest. If you can't sleep, you can come downstairs for a walk. The school's night scenery is quite beautiful. Trung Bai-Kot couldn't help but mutter, this bastard is trying to get us killed, telling us to go for a walk at night. Lamdo, however, hugged their arms, looking exhausted. Whatever. It's getting colder out here anyway. So Sin didn't rush forward, instead focusing on the information from his omniscient reminder. An abandoned dormitory. Do not disturb the residents here. They are a group of crazed, bizarre ghosts who will kill and dismember anyone. He frowned deeply, but said nothing more, and followed the others. Inside, the long-haired woman suggested, everyone, pick your own rooms. The blonde woman chose a room nearby. She told everyone to go to sleep, as they had to wake up early tomorrow to search for clues. Our time is running out. Lam Do smiled at Doa Doa and asked, are you scared? How about you room with me? The little girl transformed her hand into a cold snakehead and replied, I'm scared. Lam Do immediately backed off. Just kidding. I think it's better if I stay alone. A moment later, the sky turned a fiery red, and a blood moon hung high above. Trung Bai-Kot lay sprawled out, sighing. So Sin, I didn't expect this. What about you? So Sin gestured for silence. Don't say anything. There's a noise outside. Just as he finished speaking, a knock came from the door, and Trung Bai-Kot shot up warily. Someone's knocking. Don't tell me it's that kid Lamdu. I'll go open it. So Sin quickly stopped him. Stop. Don't go. The room fell silent again. Trung Bai-Kot was confused. Looks like whoever was out there is gone. So Sin, who do you think that was? He answered calmly. It wasn't a person. It was a resident of this place. Trung Bai-Kot was stunned. A resident? What do you mean? He uttered coldly. An aberration. His friend's face twisted in fear. What? There are aberrations here? The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and the group came out one by one. The long-haired woman asked suspiciously, "Why isn't the bald guy here yet?" "It's time to go." The muscular man walked over to his room to open the door. "I'll go check." Seeing the scene inside, he jumped back in terror. Holy crap, everyone's eyes shot towards him. What's wrong? Inside the room, the bald man was hanging, having been dead for who knows how long. Lam Do, his face covered in sweat, guessed, "He's dead." Could it be related to the knocking last night? The muscular man grimaced and lamented, "It must have been an aberration knocking. I'm lucky I held back and didn't open the door." The long-haired woman also muttered worriedly, "Someone died on the very first night. This horror school is truly horrifying." Contrary to their reactions, the long-haired woman turned away confidently. As a veteran specter tamer, making such a simple mistake, he's not worth pitying. Let's go. We still have a mission to complete. Seeing this, Trong Bai-Kot urged, "So Sin, let's go. This is too scary." But So Sin frowned deeply, thinking, something's not right. He looked up and activated his system prompt. Instantly, a piece of information appeared. The poor man was killed by an aberration because of a specter luring charm. So, Sin was shocked. What? A specter luring charm? After a while, the group gathered in the courtyard. The long-haired woman discussed, "We still have 4 days. No matter what, we have to find some key clues today, or things will only get more dangerous." The blonde woman smirked and suggested, "Let's split up." Trong Bai-Kot asked nervously, "So Sin, where are we going?" He looked back and replied, "To class 2-3. Let's check it out." A moment later, the two were there. Through his system prompt, So Sin got some more information. Inside class 2-3, a group of terrified students are sitting. What are they so afraid of? Perhaps I'll only find out if I become a student and go inside. Trong Bai-Kot looked around and assessed. Doesn't look like there are any clues here. So Sin stepped forward and said, "Let's go straight in." The two of them casually walked in front of the students. Watching them study so intently, Trong Bai-Kot felt a bit intimidated and whispered, "It seems like these students don't care that we've entered their class." So Sin walked a bit further and found Vuong Nhat Than's seat. He exclaimed, "Found it." Suddenly, the blonde girl sitting at the back of the class spoke up mockingly, "You guys came here too?" So, Sin, slightly surprised, pulled out a chair. "It's you." "Yep." The blonde girl waited for him to sit down before introducing herself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Trien Nan," he replied curtly. "So Sin?" she asked, intrigued. "So Sin, how did you find this place?" So Sin said, while rummaging through the desk. "I asked around." Trien Nan became more interested, clicking her tongue. "Well, you're lucky then. I asked a lot of people, but no one would talk." So Sin, not really caring, asked back, "What about you?" She smiled and said, "I found it by checking the school's archives. But the biggest problem now is not knowing which desk belongs to Vuong Nhat Than. After all, the records wouldn't specify his seat, so Sin said immediately, "The one I'm sitting at is Vuong Nhat Than's." Trien Nan couldn't help but tease him. "Hey, kiddo, you may be young, but bragging isn't a good habit." So Sin didn't bother arguing and just handed her a notebook. "See for yourself." Seeing the name on the notebook, Trien Nan was in disbelief. "It's real. Quick, let's see if there are any clues." So Sin immediately used his system prompt to check. After opening to page 50, you'll see this book contains a key item. He was happy. Found a clue. But when he opened the notebook, So Sin was stunned. "Is this a key?" The system prompt appeared. "A key that can open the Modora box. You will receive a lot of important information." He muttered with interest. "Looks like I need to find what this key opens. I might get important information about Vuong Nhat Than's disappearance." Trien Han immediately held out her hand. "Give me the key." So Sin shot her a cold glance. "I'll slap you." Trien Nan couldn't help but slam the table and jump up. "Do you always talk so rudely to beautiful women?" Su Sheng shot back. "And are you always this shameless?" Holding out your hand, demanding someone else's things. Zhan Yan changed her tone, trying to persuade him. "This key is clearly a critical item for this horror school. You're too young, you can't handle it." Su Sheng scoffed sarcastically. "Young? You won't be saying that after you've had a taste." Her words made Zhan Yan's face flush red. "You pig." Just then, Zhang Baigu, who had been sitting silently beside them, spoke up. "Stop it, you two. Look at the board. The blackboard." At some point, a line of blood-red text had appeared, and the students in the classroom began to tremble and sweat. "This is terrifying, so stressful. The midterm exam is here again. What happens if we fail?" Zhan Yan urged with a grim expression. "This is bad. We have to get out of here." But before she could move, the classroom door slammed shut. On the blackboard, a face emerged as a horrifying voice echoed. The exam has begun. No one is permitted to leave. Zhang Baigu was sweating bullets. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Why is there a human face on the blackboard? Zhang Yan also pursed her lips grimly. Now we're in trouble. That ghost face grinned. Silence. I am the proctor here. All students must take the test seriously. Anyone who fails will stay behind for remedial classes. Su Sheng frowned grimly. No wonder I haven't seen any teachers in this school. Turns out the teachers here are all monsters. The students in the class started praying frantically. Please God, I have to pass this exam. I'd rather die than go to remedial classes. The ghost face on the blackboard continued to shout, the exam begins now. Write your answers on a blank sheet of paper. If the square roots of a positive number are 2m minus 1 and 3 plus m, then what is that positive number? You have 10 seconds to answer. Zhang Baigu couldn't help but mutter. Who the hell knows this? Who even studies academic subjects anymore? Suddenly, Zhang Yan shouted, 16. Zhang Baigu turned in shock. Huh? Zhang Yan said coolly, the answer is 16. Write it down, quickly. Just as they finished writing the answer, 16, the ghost face on the board immediately called time. Su Sheng looked down at the answer on his desk. Seeing no change, he looked up. Suddenly, the ghost face shouted again, next question. It didn't even read the question, instead displaying a high school nightmare next to it. Zhang Baigu, drenched in sweat, shot to his feet. Holy crap, what the hell is this? I could at least understand the last question, but I can't make heads or tails of this one. Zhang Yan grimly read out, 43. Zhang Baigu wrote down the answer in disbelief and asked, wait a minute, sis, you really know this stuff? Why would a ghost tamer like you be studying math? Just then, the ghost face on the board grinned. Very good. Most students have successfully passed the midterm exam. However, there is one student who failed. This student must now attend evening remedial classes. Hearing this, the student immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. No, I'm not going. I don't want to go to evening classes. Help me! I don't want to go to evening classes. Save me! But before the guy could even run to the door, the ghost face shot a beam of light from its mouth, striking him squarely in the back. The boy's eyes bulged with bloodshot veins as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The ghost face smiled like a kind teacher. Failing the exam and then refusing to attend tutoring. Students these days really are getting worse and worse. You are the worst generation I have ever taught. Zhang Baigu, witnessing this, clutched his chest and sighed in relief. Thank God we all passed. He had barely finished speaking when the ghost face roared in anger. However, during this exam, I discovered an unpleasant phenomenon. Someone cheated. Zhang Baigu's jaw dropped. Holy crap, it's looking at us. The ghost face grew even more ferocious as it questioned them. Cheating is a disgrace. The three of you must all attend the evening tutoring session. It had barely gotten the words out when Su Sheng whipped out a pair of scissors and threw them. You son of a bitch! The scissors immediately silenced the ghost face. It let out a long, pained scream, and Zhang Yan exclaimed with a grim look, "You'd just throw away a cursed weapon like that?" Su Sheng cut her short and commanded, "Let's go." But Zhang Baigu, who had rushed ahead, struggled with the doorknob. "It's no use. The door won't open." Zhang Yan immediately rushed forward. "Move. Let me." She channeled demonic energy into the sole of her foot, and with one kick, the door buckled and flew straight out into the hallway. The sight left the two guys speechless with disbelief. Such incredible power, Zhang Yan yelled impatiently. "What are you gawking at? Let's go." The three had only taken a few steps when the ghost face's voice echoed from behind. "These failing students dare to defy their teacher. I will capture you." After running for a while, the three of them made it outside. Zhang Baigu gasped for breath, hands on his knees. "Looks like that monster won't chase us out of the classroom. We're safe now." Su Sheng stared at Zhang Yan's legs and asked, "Is your special ability in your legs?" Zhang Yan smirked provocatively. "Want a touch?" Su Sheng was rendered speechless. Just then, the head teacher approached from a distance, demanding, "You three, what do you think you're doing?" Zhang Baigu looked over with a grimace. "The dean is here to chew us out." As soon as he arrived, the head teacher couldn't stop himself from scolding them. "I don't care that you're investigating Jialan High School, but you cannot disrupt the normal order of teaching." The teacher for class 2 to 3 is furious right now. A smirk played on Zhang Yan's lips, with a sarcastic tone. "Dean Luong, I'm sorry, but we're also anxious to uncover the truth." Before she could finish, he pointed a finger straight at her face and scolded, "If you're so anxious to investigate, you can come at night. During the day, the students are busy studying. The academic pressure is immense, and I hope this never happens again." Su Sheng frowned at him as a system notification appeared. You have new information. Dean Luong is not only a liar, but he is also the only human teacher at this school. As for why he's still alive, you can ask him yourself. He couldn't help but smile with amusement. Interesting. The notification about Dean Luong was completely different from the last one. Zhan Yan remained calm and replied, "Rest assured, Dean Luong, there won't be a next time." But he just grinned and suggested, "I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? You kids follow me back and apologize to the teacher, and we'll call this matter settled." Zhang Baigu was instantly stunned. "Huh? We have to go back and apologize?" The dean shot him a displeased look. "It's perfectly normal to apologize when you've done something wrong." Zhang Baigu's face twisted as he explained. "The key issue is that the teacher in that class isn't normal." The dean immediately flew into a rage and roared, "Don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't go, the teacher will be furious, and you'll have to face the consequences yourselves." Zhan Yan, losing her patience, glared at him. "Dean Luong, you're making things difficult for us." But the dean wasn't scared in the slightest, and shot back, "I've met many groups of investigators like you, and not a single one has ever dared to disobey me, the head of this department. I'll be blunt today. You people will apologize, or else." Before he could finish, Su Sheng charged forward with his hammer. "You old bastard!" Smack! He brought it down right on the man's head. The scene left the other two unable to react. The dean struggled to get up, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Zhan Yan, sweating, tried to stop him. "Su Sheng, are you crazy?" Feeling emboldened, the dean threatened, "You dare hit me? This isn't over. Even if you report this to the principal, it won't be over." Zhan Yan quickly explained, "We still don't know if this dean is human or a ghost. Be careful not to trigger the death rules. Don't be so reckless." But Su Sheng cut her off coldly. "Don't worry, he's human." With that, he delivered another hammer blow to the man's head, and then another. But the man stubbornly continued his threats. "Kid, you'll pay the price for your recklessness." Su Sheng fearlessly charged in again. "Then let's see what price I have to pay." Zhan Yan was sweating, unsure if she should intervene or not, while Su Sheng beat the man until he was desperately begging for mercy. "Stop hitting me! Stop! If you keep hitting me, you're going to kill someone." Only then did Su Sheng stop, questioning him in a low, threatening voice. "From now on, I ask, you answer." The dean, still unable to swallow his pride, yelled back, "No one has ever dared to be so rude to me. You don't play by the rules, so you win." Su Sheng raised his hammer and asked, "Besides you, where have all the other human teachers in this school gone?" The dean obediently confessed. They all resigned, immediately. The system notification popped up. "Dean Luong is lying." Su Sheng didn't waste any more words, raised his foot, and yelled, "Tell the truth." The stubborn dean backed away, arguing, "I am telling the truth." The other teachers left because they were scared. Su Sheng wasn't having it. He pushed the man down, straddled him, and continued the interrogation. "Let's see what's harder, your mouth or my hammer." He delivered another blow to his head. The dean finally felt fear and shrieked, "Stop hitting me, I'll talk." The other teachers, "They're all dead." Su Sheng frowned and pressed on. "How did they die?" The dean screamed, "They offended the aberrations here, and were killed by them." He asked again, "Then why are you still alive?" The dean answered hesitantly, "I'm usually quite careful." Before he could finish, Su Sheng cut him off. "You're working for those aberrations, aren't you?" The dean shook his head frantically. "No, absolutely not." The system notification appeared again. "This guy is unrepentant, lying again." Su Sheng didn't bother asking again, and just raised his hammer. The man immediately panicked and begged, "Spare me. I was just trying to protect myself. Those aberrations. They forced me to help them kill the teachers here. They said they'd kill me if I didn't. What was I supposed to do? The real culprits are the aberrations. I was forced into it." Zhan Yan's face filled with disgust as she muttered, "That animal. If we had followed him back to the classroom to apologize just now, I can't imagine what would have happened." Su Sheng asked his second question, "Where is Wang Yishen?" The dean, unable to get up, replied, I don't know anything about that." A system notification immediately appeared. Dean Luong is terrified of this question, but he is telling the truth. Seeing him hesitate, Zhan Yan yelled, "Su Sheng, hit him. He's definitely lying. This is the key question. We have to get an answer." Su Sheng broke into a cold sweat at her reaction and turned to her awkwardly. "He's not lying about this one." Then he continued his questioning. "What's so special about Wang Yishen?" The dean immediately said, "I don't know much about Wang Yishen. Information about that student is top secret. My clearance isn't high enough. You could try asking the principal." A system notification appeared. "He's not lying, but he's setting a trap for you. If you go looking for the principal, you'll be walking to your death." And so, without another word, Su Sheng lunged forward and hit him with the hammer. The homeroom teacher cried out indignantly. What are you doing? I wasn't lying this time. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow in annoyance. I didn't hit you this time because you were lying. The homeroom teacher was bewildered. Huh? Then why? Su Sheng replied nonchalantly, simply because you're an eyesore. Just then, a red fog began to roll in from behind them. Zhang Baigu broke out in a sweat and warned, the fog is here. It's getting dark so fast. The all-knowing reminder immediately appeared. Murderous fog appears only after dark. It is recommended to stay as far away as possible. However, if you're not afraid of death, the fog may be hiding some truth. Zhan Yan also frowned, recognizing that there was something wrong with the fog. It has the aura of a demonic entity. Seeing it, the homeroom teacher, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up and scream. That's the murderous fog. Many of the previous investigators died in this mist. It's absolutely terrifying, Zhan Yan said anxiously. The fog is moving towards us. We have to retreat. The homeroom teacher agreed and turned to leave. Yes, let's go quickly. But Su Sheng locked his gaze on him and shouted, Stop, did I say you could leave? The homeroom teacher turned back in disbelief. Huh? We're not leaving? Are we supposed to just stay here and wait to die? As he was speaking, Su Sheng threw his hammer, smashing it into the man's shin. The bone shattered instantly, and the searing pain contorted the teacher's face. He screamed in agony, clutching his leg. My leg! Su Sheng turned away, annoyed. You can stay here and wait for death. With that, the three of them turned and ran, leaving the desperate homeroom teacher to curse at them. You bastard! How dare you set me up? No, don't. As they ran, Su Sheng said, a guy like him deserves to die. He tried to set us up multiple times. If we let him live, there's no telling how many more people he'll hurt. Suddenly, Zhang Baigu glanced back and said, I think there's something in the fog. Su Sheng also turned to look. Spotting a figure within the mist, Zhan Yan cried out, it looks like a male student. Could that be Wang Yishen? Su Sheng didn't answer, silently activating the all-knowing reminder, but the info box didn't appear. He was forced to stop, muttering to himself, it's no use. He's too far away. I can't get a reminder about that student in the fog. Just then, the male student inside the fog turned his bloodshot red eyes towards them. Zhan Yan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, he's noticed us. Su Sheng didn't spare another glance, quickly turning back to urge them on. Go, let's get back. And so, the three of them continued to run. Just as they reached the meeting point, the sarcastic voice of a long-haired woman rang out. I was starting to think something happened to you three, that you weren't going to make it back. Zhang Baigu shouted between gasps. Quick, shut the door. Something's chasing us. The muscular man peeked outside in disbelief, then quickly slammed the door shut. He turned to Su Sheng's group in a panic. What was that thing? Su Sheng replied coolly. A man-eating student from the fog. It might be Wang Yishen. The muscular man's face went pale as he agreed. There was a male student in the fog. The way I see it, even if that wasn't Wang Yishen, he's definitely connected to him. Su Sheng turned to the others. Did you guys find anything? The long-haired woman spoke up. I did some digging. The reason the classes are so empty during the day is because some students only attend at night. Zhang Baigu asked in confusion. Attend at night? You mean the evening remedial class that demonic teacher was talking about? So those students were forced to switch to night classes. Su Sheng stroked his chin and muttered, if that's true, then I bet there are a lot of clues we can only find by going out at night. Zhan Yan coldly shot that down. Going out at night is too dangerous. If that fog gets you, you're dead. Lin Tu, with his arms crossed and a grim look on his face, said, tomorrow is the third day. As time passes, the school is only going to get more dangerous. Many of the demonic entities have already started showing up in broad daylight. Just then, the muscular man cracked the door open to peek outside and shouted, the fog's gone. The long-haired woman maintained her position, suggesting, let's rest for now. If we still don't have any results by tomorrow, then we can risk going out. Everyone agreed and went back to their rooms. Seeing that Su Sheng wasn't asleep, Zhang Baigu asked, Su Sheng, it's the middle of the night. How come you're still awake? Su Sheng, sitting still, replied coolly, I'm waiting for someone. Zhang Baigu leaned in, curious. Waiting for someone? Who? Just as he asked, Su Sheng turned towards the door and whispered, shh, they're here. Outside, the sound of quiet footsteps echoed. Then, a paper talisman was slipped under the door. Seeing it, Zhang Baigu stammered, there's someone out there. Before he could finish, Su Sheng motioned for him to be silent. Don't say a word. Just wait. Zhang Baigu muttered, a bit confused. There's no more movement. The person outside is gone. Su Sheng, timing it perfectly, urged him to get ready to switch rooms. He climbed down, looking confusedly at the talisman on the floor. Su Sheng, what is this? Su Sheng peeked outside the door before answering. A ghost-luring talisman, a type of demonic charm designed to attract evil entities. His answer instantly terrified Zhang Baigu. What? Damn it! Whoever did this is trying to get us killed. Su Sheng didn't seem worried, staring intently outside as he said, Who did it? We'll find out tomorrow. Some blind fool decided to mess with us. Tomorrow. I'll make them pay. You'll see. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the group had already gathered at the door. Lin Tu grumbled sleepily. He'd heard that eerie knocking again last night. Luckily, the ghost here only had one killing rule. As long as you don't open the door, you're fine. Duo looked around at everyone and asked with some confusion, Why aren't Su Sheng and Baigu here yet? The long-haired woman urged impatiently, They're wasting time. We're not waiting for them. But Jianyan said cautiously, Su Sheng has always been very reliable. He shouldn't be late. Could something have happened? Lin Tu frowned, not quite believing it. No way. Everyone knows the killing rule here. What could possibly happen? The muscular man didn't bother arguing, simply turning to leave and calling back, I'll go check. He walked up to Su Sheng's room, opened the door, and let out a loud scream. What the? Everyone immediately ran over. What's wrong? Lin Tu rushed in first and asked, What happened? The muscular man quickly hid his hand and replied, No, it's nothing. Those two have disappeared. The others had arrived by now, looking around in confusion. Disappeared? That's weird. Where could they have gone? Just then, Su Sheng and Zhang Baigu walked in. We're right here. Lin Tu frowned and asked probingly, Su Sheng, why did you two switch rooms? Zhang Baigu answered irritably, If we hadn't switched rooms, we would have died last night. Jianyan turned to them, puzzled. Died? What happened? Su Sheng immediately pointed and said, Just ask this gentleman here. The muscular man stammered defensively. Why are you asking me, Su Sheng? Don't joke around. What does you switching rooms have to do with me? Su Sheng didn't waste time arguing. He pulled out his hammer, rushed forward, and smashed him with it, cursing, Damn it. Still playing dumb? The muscular man looked up, furious. You little brat, you dare hit me? The long-haired woman quickly stepped in to stop them. Explain what's going on. Wait, don't fight. Su Sheng roared. Hand over the ghost-luring talisman. Lin Tu vaguely understood. What? A ghost-luring talisman? He has one? That kind of evil demonic tool is forbidden. The muscular man clutched his face, acting wronged. Su Sheng, you're talking nonsense. I don't know anything about a ghost-luring talisman. Su Sheng wasn't affected by his act at all, his face remaining stern as he growled, Stop pretending. While people are sound asleep, you sneakily place the ghost-luring talisman in their room, and the ghost is drawn directly to them, leaving them no chance to escape. That's how you got that bald guy killed yesterday. The muscular man still tried to argue stubbornly. This is all just speculation. Do you have any proof? Su Sheng pointed his hammer at him. He said that yesterday and today, you were the first one to open the door. You did that to retrieve the ghost-luring talisman from the room first, so no one would discover your little scheme. Hearing this, the muscular man clapped and laughed out loud. You little brat, that's a fantastic story. Too bad you made it all up. Without proof, I won't let you off the hook. Su Sheng didn't want to argue either. He turned his head and told Baigu, Go get the evidence. Zhang Baigu nodded, cursing as he turned to go inside. You bastard, we were already prepared for you. We recorded every single move made in this room. Seeing the hidden phone brought out from the room, the muscular man's expression changed drastically. What? Su Sheng casually turned back and asked, Now, what other excuses do you have? The long-haired woman was also displeased, speaking harshly. You want to get everyone in this instance killed, killing each other inside the terror school. I think you've completely lost your mind. Seeing that his whole plan was exposed, he stopped playing dumb and admitted it directly. I was so careful. There were no loose ends. I don't understand how you found out. Su Sheng didn't want to trade words with him. He raised his hammer and charged. If you can't figure it out, you can think about it in hell. The muscular man was no pushover either, immediately transforming into a werewolf. Su Sheng's hammer came crashing down, but he easily blocked it, and even countered with a blow that sent Su Sheng flying. Lin Tu stepped forward and warned, Be careful, it's a transformation talent. Jianyan didn't just stand by either. She launched a kick at him, momentarily stopping the man. She shouted a command, Xiao Duo. Duo immediately transformed one of her arms into a snake, wrapping it tightly around the muscular man, making him scream in pain. Spare me. Lin Tu immediately interrogated him. I'm asking you, why did you want to harm everyone? He quickly said in a panic, I can tell you, but it won't do any of you any good. It's better if you don't listen. Lin Tu lost his patience and yelled, Cut the crap and spit it out. The muscular man had no choice but to tell the truth. I once read some tips about the terror school on some forum. It said that if you kill all the other players, leaving only one survivor, the difficulty of the terror school will decrease, making it easy to clear the stage. This statement made everyone's expression turn ugly. The long-haired woman quickly tried to reassure everyone. I've never heard of such a thing. Don't pay it any mind. And more importantly, don't start suspecting each other. Otherwise, you'll just be bringing disaster upon yourselves. The muscular man immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. What I said might not even be true. Please, spare my life. I'll definitely make up for my crimes. The long-haired woman snorted coldly. Spare you? In your dreams. Lin Tu also disagreed indignantly. This kind of person deserves to die. Su Sheng was amused. Raise the hammer. Hand him over to me. Let's make use of this useless guy. A moment later, the group walked out into the schoolyard. Seeing him leading the muscular man, Trien Nahan asked in confusion. So Sin, why are you keeping him alive? So, Sin smirked and said, to use him as bait. I want to find out the identity of that man from the dark of night. Trien Nan was somewhat interested in this plan. Is there anything I can do to help? So Sin paused and looked over at her. Offering to help others isn't your style. She immediately turned away. Cut the crap. I just feel like you have a lot of potential. You're the one with the best hope of clearing this stage. Helping you is just helping myself. So Sin didn't press the issue, turning his back to say, all right then, help me investigate the principal of this school. Trien Han agreed with a single word and split off from the group. Okay, everyone be careful. So Sin continued to give out orders. By Kot, you stay here and watch this guy for me. Wait for me to get back. A long while later, he walked into the cafeteria. The moment he arrived, he slammed his hammer on the table, stood in front of Chu Min Min, and said with a smile, what a coincidence. We meet again. Chu Min Min shot up in fright. You, why are you here? So Sin tapped his fingers, ordering him to sit down. You still haven't answered my last question. How did Wang Yichen disappear? Chu Min Min's face turned pale, but he still clenched his jaw and refused. Didn't I tell you to stop looking for me? Let me tell you, I'm not saying a single thing today. The moment he finished speaking, So Sin slammed his hammer on the table. I'm a very reasonable person, but if you refuse to listen, I know how to use my fists. Chu Min Min eyed the hammer fearfully, but his words were still tough. Last time. If you can guarantee this is the last time you'll come looking for me, then I'll talk. Otherwise, I won't say anything. A system notification then appeared. Chu Min Min's attitude is resolute. He will stick to his guns. So Sin had no choice but to compromise. I agree to your terms. Chu Min Min answered nervously. Wang Yichen committed suicide. So, Sin shot up in astonishment. What? Suicide? What does suicide have to do with being missing? Chu Min Min had to clarify. Wang Yichen killed himself, and then his body went missing. As for where the body went, I don't know either. So Sin sat back down and asked in a low voice, why did he kill himself? Chu Min Min recounted. He was bullied, hated by the teachers, and isolated by his classmates. Wang Yichen was also an orphan. With no one to help him, he killed himself in despair. Hearing this, he frowned and asked further, what was your relationship with Wang Yichen? Chu Min Min let out a sigh. We didn't have one. You could call us eating buddies, I guess. He always ate alone, and I ate alone. Then, we started eating together here. When Wang Yichen ate, he usually sat right in the seat you're in now. So Sin immediately shot to his feet and looked down. The seat I'm in? He quickly discovered the number 15 on the table and asked with suspicion. 15. Is this a number Wang Yichen carved? Before Chu Min Min could answer, the cook was kicked into the room with a shout. You audacious, insolent freaks. The cook was furious and cursed back. What do you think you're doing? If you lay a hand on me, I'll tell the principal. So Sin turned to look as a system notification appeared. In the horror high school, the cook is a violent freak. It's best not to provoke him, or he will go berserk and kill everyone without exception. From outside, Duong Dai Min and Gu Tianhao walked in, holding a dagger threateningly. Young Master Gu, this freak is tight-lipped. Let me open his mouth for him. So Sin hurriedly tried to stop them. Stop. Don't do it. Just restrain him for now, or you'll just make him angry. Gu Tianhao wouldn't listen, yelling back, what the hell do you know, kid? Get out of the way. Without waiting for his master's command, Duong Dai Min immediately rushed in to beat up the cook, secretly putting drugs in the food. I'll kick you to death. The cook hastily pulled out the spice jar to defend himself. I didn't put any drugs in. This is a supplement the principal gave me. The students are under a lot of academic pressure. This drug was developed to enhance their intelligence. The students have been using it for 3 years. The system notification appeared again. The mental supplement can cause a rapid increase in the user's mental index. It is a banned substance because it will amplify the student's mental fluctuations many times over when subjected to external stimuli. After reading it, So Sin was a bit confused and wondered, what is the principal's purpose in giving the students this mental supplement? Over on the other side, Gu Tianhao continued to give orders, keep pressing him for information about Wang Yichen. Duang Daimin obediently did as he was told. Suddenly, So Sin cut in to ask, "Young Master Gu, where have you all been sleeping these past few nights?" Gu Tianhao's lips curled into a mocking smile. "What, you want to follow me? I gave you a chance before, but you didn't take it. It won't be so easy to become my underling now." Duang Daimin confessed without being prompted. Young Master Gu has a talent that can find absolutely safe spots. We've been living very comfortably these past few days. As he finished speaking, he stabbed the cook in the thigh. So Sin didn't stop him this time, crossing his arms and asking, "Young Master Gu, do you have any clues?" But he just looked at him with disdain and sneered back. "Even if I had clues, I wouldn't tell you. This horror university, I want to clear this on my own." Su Sheng had no choice but to persuade him. "Young Master Gu, half of the 5 days are already gone. Sharing clues would benefit everyone." But Gu Tianhao arrogantly refused. "It would benefit times you, asterisk. This young master has absolutely no need for your clues. However, if you swear your loyalty to me and become my dog, I might reluctantly accept you." Seeing that his advice was useless, Su Sheng turned to leave. "Idiot!" Gu Tianhao shouted in frustration. "What did you say?" Without looking back, Su Sheng waved his hand and said, "I said, this monster won't talk unless you beat it out of him. You have to get rough." These words pleased Gu Tianhao, and he snorted smugly. "Like I needed you to tell me that? Say no more." Break his arm. Yang Daming was even more delighted. "Don't worry, young Master Gu, breaking arms is my specialty." With that, he swung his knife down. The chef, provoked into a frenzy, roared, "You've truly angered me now." Yang Daming, oblivious to the impending disaster, still swung his knife. "So what if you're angry? I'm taking your life today." But this time, the chef didn't just lie there and take it. He raised a hand to block the blow. His body slowly transformed, taking on a grotesque appearance. Yang Daming's face turned pale. "What is that?" "Young Master Gu, save me." Before Gu Tianhao could even answer, he was slammed to the ground by the chef. Gu Tianhao rushed forward. "You audacious monster, are you looking for death?" He aimed a kick straight at its head, but was swatted away by the chef's arm. He slid a long way across the floor. Watching from a distance, Su Sheng couldn't help but feel satisfied. Serves him right. "I don't understand how young Master Gu has survived this long." The system prompt appeared again. "The bull-headed monster possesses invincible strength. Do not attempt to control it. Its only weakness is an attack on its 2 horns." The chef advanced, radiating killing intent. Yang Daming backed away in fear. "Young Master Gu, what do we do? This monster is abnormally strong." Gu Tianhao didn't hesitate to pull out a demonic artifact, saying, "Don't be afraid. This young master brought a cursed tool." He threw the demonic artifact, intending to restrain the chef. The rope quickly went to work, tying the chef up. Seeing how effective the artifact was, Gu Tianhao smirked smugly. "This is a sure thing. Now, this monster is ours to deal with." Yang Daming also wanted revenge. "Son of a bitch, you bastard, I'll chop your head off." But to his surprise, the chef, who had been bound just a second ago, broke free. Even more enraged, it stomped its foot hard on the ground. Yang Daming's face was covered in a cold sweat, and Gu Tianhao's expression turned ugly as he gritted his teeth. "What? It escaped my cursed artifact? What kind of strength is this?" Without a second thought, he turned to run. Leaving Yang Daming completely blindsided, the enraged chef chased after them. Gu Tianhao screamed in anger. "No, there's no way we can outrun it like this." Yang Daming quickly said in a panic, "Young Master Gu, I'm your follower. You have to save me." Gu Tianhao explained in frustration, "This monster is stronger than I imagined. This young master is out of options right now." The moment he heard that, Yang Daming took action. "Oh, you have a way." He threw his knife, stabbing Gu Tianhao in the calf. Gu Tianhao immediately fell flat on his face, looking back with disbelief and cursing. "You bastard! You dare betray me!" Yang Daming awkwardly looked back and said, "Young Master Gu, you're all-powerful and mighty. This monster is nothing to you. I'll be going now." Gu Tianhao cursed, unwilling to accept his fate. "You dog, wait for me." Before he could finish, he was sent flying by the chef's kick. He landed like a sack of trash right in front of Su Sheng. Even at death's door, Gu Tianhao was still posturing. Kid, save me, and I'll let you be my underling for free. Su Sheng was speechless at this guy's nerve. Idiot. The chef charged again in a rage. All of you, die. Seeing this, Gu Tianhao screamed in terror. I'm screwed. But Su Sheng was already prepared. He took out the basketball he'd gotten earlier and threw it straight at the chef. The moment the ball touched its face, it immediately fell backward. The instant effect made him smile with satisfaction. One touch, and it's down. Not bad at all. Even a monster this powerful can't avoid it. This basketball must be some kind of rule-based attack. Seeing this, Gu Tianhao grew arrogant. Su Sheng stood up and said, well done. Now hurry up and carry me out of here. I'll make it worth your while. Su Sheng didn't bother arguing with him. He sent him flying with one swing of his hammer. Get lost. Then he approached the chef. The creature scrambled to its feet, hissing, you damn human. Su Sheng aimed his hammer straight for its horn. The chef stood up straight in anger, sneering, foolish human, you can't possibly break my defense. But as soon as he said it, his horn snapped. The chef's face was covered in sweat as he reached up to check. What? You know my weakness? Su Sheng didn't say a word and just swung his hammer again. He shattered the other horn, then questioned him menacingly. Ready to behave now? The chef cursed, unwilling to submit. Damn you, human, you've destroyed my foundation. Before he could say more, Su Sheng continued to swing his hammer. After a while, the system prompt appeared. The bull-headed monster has one breath left. It has bowed its once proud head. It seems to be hiding something valuable on its body. Witnessing this from the side, Gu Tianhao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Vicious. This kid is truly vicious. He nearly beat that monster into a pile of mush. Su Sheng looked down and asked, have you learned your lesson? The chef hurriedly replied, yes, I have. Please spare me. Su Sheng then glanced back and called out, you. Gu Tianhao trembled and answered, I've learned my lesson too. Su Sheng turned and ordered, get over here and search him. Gu Tianhao immediately complied, pleading with some apprehension, help me keep an eye on it. I'm afraid this monster still has some fight left in it. The moment he finished speaking, Su Sheng smacked him on the head with his hammer, saying, cut the crap. Gu Tianhao clutched the lump on his head, aggrieved. Boss, calm down, I'll go right now. While searching the cook's body, Gu Tianhao cursed under his breath. Damn it, this guy's got such a short fuse. He hits you before you can even finish a sentence. I can't mess with him. After a moment, he pulled out a book and shouted, found it. Su Sheng walked over, puzzled. A book? Gu Tianhao examined it and said, this isn't an ordinary book. It's an extremely valuable skill book. Su Sheng immediately snatched it, repeating with some doubt, a skill book? Gu Tianhao hurriedly tried to flatter him. In the ghost domain, there's an extremely small chance of a skill book appearing. I heard the probability is less than 1 in 10,000. We're so lucky to have found one. Boss, sell it to me. Name your price. Su Sheng pushed him away with the hammer. Get lost. It's not for sale. As he opened it, the system's voice rang out. Skill book detected. Do you wish to learn the cooking skill? This skill can create items that ghosts enjoy eating. Su Sheng touched his forehead, slightly disappointed. So it's a cooking skill, and for monsters no less. But he still chose to learn it. You can never have too many skills, and it'd be a waste not to. After that, he bent down to check again. Do you recognize this key? The cook answered weakly. If I'm not mistaken, that's the key to the safe in the principal's office. Su Sheng looked at it and whispered, so I finally know what this key is for. The universal reminder displayed again. The bull-headed monster's value has been completely squeezed dry by you. He has no more useful information, nothing useful left. Su Sheng turned and urged, it's getting late. Let's go back. A moment later, as they walked, he asked, do you know why I saved you? Gu Tianhao obediently replied, I know. It's because my ghost tamer talent can find a perfectly safe spot. Su Sheng confirmed with satisfaction. That's right. A young master from a great family who learns humility isn't stupid. But as soon as Gu Tianhao was praised, his ambition flared up. I saw your strength just now. How about we team up from now on? Su Sheng pulled out his hammer and asked again, what do you think? Gu Tianhao panicked and quickly waved his hands. Boss, don't be rash. Calm down. From now on, I'll listen to whatever you say. At the same time, back in the kitchen, a red mist blew in, but the cook couldn't get up. He lay on the floor, cursing in frustration. Damn it, I got completely wrecked this time. Just as he said that, the red mist enveloped his body. He screamed in terror, what is this? No, what are you doing? Spare me! But the red mist just tightened its grip, and after a moment, the screams fell silent. That afternoon at the dormitory, the group had gathered, but Su Sheng's absence made John Yan anxious. It's almost dark. Why isn't Su Sheng back yet? Just then, Yang Daming ran over from a distance, out of breath, shouting, "He's dead!" Zhan Yan whipped her head around in shock. "Who's dead?" Zhang Paigu couldn't help but scold him. "Don't talk nonsense." Yang Daming leaned over, panting, as he recounted, "When I was coming back, Gu Tianhao was being attacked by a powerful monster. Su Sheng was right there. I told him to run, but he wouldn't listen. I'm afraid he and young Master Gu were both killed by that monster." Hearing this, the muscular man couldn't help but burst out laughing. That brat got what he deserved, serves him right for dying. "Everyone, since Su Sheng is dead, can you let me go? I'll contribute to the group." While he was still gloating, he was met with a swift kick from Zhan Yan. "In your dreams." Zhang Paigu didn't believe it and turned to leave, saying, "I'm going to find Su Sheng." But he had only taken a few steps when Su Sheng and Gu Tianhao walked over. "No need to look. We're back." Yang Daming turned in utter shock. "What? How are you guys not dead?" Both of their faces darkened as they growled. "You wanted us to die, didn't you?" His face turned pale as he denied it. "No, that's not it. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu, I'm so happy you're alive. I knew it. You're invincible. A mere monster is nothing to you." Gu Tianhao walked up with an ugly expression and said, "Boss, can I borrow your hammer for a second?" Su Sheng grimaced as he handed it over. "It's not free. The big one's 80, the small one's 40. Gu Tianhao took it without hesitation and smashed Yang Daming in the head for an 80-cost hit. The man clutched his face and begged, "Young Master Gu, I was wrong. I'm not human. Please spare me." But he was only met with several more 80-cost swings. Yang Daming shielded his head. "Young Master Gu, spare my life." Gu Tianhao cursed in anger. "You bastard, you dared to set me up. If I don't beat you to death today, then my name isn't Gu Tianhao." Seeing no way out, Yang Daming made a desperate run for it. Gu Tianhao chased after him, unwilling to give up. "You dog, you can't escape." But Su Sheng reached out an arm to stop him. "Don't bother chasing him. He won't survive." Outside, Yang Daming ran while thinking to himself, "It's getting dark. I need to find a safe spot quickly." But as he ran, he spotted a figure in the red mist. The figure noticed him and immediately lunged to attack, followed by a series of horrifying screams that startled the group inside. So Sin smirked. A perfect opportunity. He dragged the muscular man away, ignoring his frantic screams. "What are you doing?" "So, Sin, I'll do anything for you. Just don't do this. We're still outside." Duong Daimin's face was filled with terror as he reached out, begging, "Help me. Somebody, help me." A hand from within the red mist reached out to stop him. Standing outside, So Sin watched with a hint of regret. "It's no good. I'm still too far away to get a hint. Let's go. Keep moving forward." Seeing him about to enter the red mist, the muscular man couldn't help but curse. "So Sin, are you insane? You'll get yourself killed if you go any further." Just as he said that, he realized the creature in the red mist had locked onto him and was charging aggressively. The muscular man scrambled to his feet, pleading with all his might. "That demon is coming. Run." So Sin immediately kicked him right in the rear, sending him forward. "Time to make yourself useful." The muscular man couldn't stop himself and could only scream, "No." The creature in the red mist instantly pounced on him, quickly pinning the muscular man to the ground. So Sin's eyes widened as he urged it on, activating his universal hint ability, but he sighed in frustration. "I got a hint, but the mist is too thick. I still can't see clearly." "Timid ghost, are you there? I haven't heard from you in a while." The timid ghost appeared and replied, "I'm here. I feel like this place is terrifying. I don't dare come out." So Sin asked again, "Is there any way to deal with this monster?" The timid ghost hid behind him, saying, "I'm no match for it. This is an incredibly powerful monster, but I can stay behind to hold it off and buy you time to escape. That's all I need to hear." So Sin stepped forward. "All right, let's risk it all. I need to see this clearly." But as he got closer, he cried out in shock. "What? This monster? It's actually outside the red mist." Truong Bai Kot shouted from a distance, "So Sin, get back here." So Sin quickly tried to run back, but was enveloped by the thick fog and had to turn around. But the creature from the red mist had already rushed out to block his path. Seeing this, Truong Bai Kot didn't hesitate for a second and ran in. "I'm going to save So Sin." Tryon Han agreed, "I'm going too." The long-haired woman questioned them, "Aren't you just running to your deaths?" Trian Yan shouted back as she ran. For So Sin to take such a risk, he must have found a crucial clue. "We have to get him back." Ko Thien Hao also volunteered, "I'm going too. After all, Big Bro saved my life." Seeing everyone leave, the long-haired woman's face turned pale as she cursed, "You bunch of idiots. Let's go. Everyone, let's save him." Lam Do and Doa Doa followed behind. Why is everyone so impulsive? Inside, the creature from the red mist growled at So Sin. He calmly shouted, "You're Chu Min Min, aren't you?" The creature just stood there growling, not responding. Trian Nyan seized the opportunity to rush in from behind, landing a swift kick right on its body. The creature from the red mist fell face first in front of So Sin. It angrily turned its head to look at Trian Nahan, then furiously charged towards her. Ko Thian Hao immediately threw a mirror at it. "I'll smash you to death with my ghost energy." The moment the mirror made contact, it instantly shattered into pieces. Ko Thian Hao's eyes went wide in disbelief. Damn, it broke on impact. This thing is even more terrifying than the ox-head monster. The long-haired woman bent down and controlled her ropes to bind it. For a brief moment, she had the red mist creature restrained, but the ropes snapped within seconds. The long-haired woman frantically urged, "Run! I can't hold it for much longer." Everyone turned and fled, but the creature in the red mist had already broken free. Lambdo stopped to block its path. Dark swamp. The creature was momentarily held for another second, and the group cheered joyfully as they ran out. Suddenly, So Sin turned his head to look back. He discovered that the creature's body was mutating. Countless faces emerged from its body, staring bloodthirstily at the group. Trong Bai Kot screamed in horror. "What the hell is that?" Lambdo also fell into despair. "Damn it, we're done for." The long-haired woman's face turned pale as she thought to herself, "I've never seen a monster this powerful before. There's no escape." Just then, So Sin gave an order. "Timid ghost, go stop it." The timid ghost immediately flew out of his body and rushed towards the terrifying demonic faces. Trian Nan's jaw dropped in disbelief. How did he stop it? She could only watch as the demonic faces slowly shrank and retreated back into the red mist creature's body. Finally, it reverted to its human form, and the red mist receded along with it. Trong Bai Kot was surprised. The monster is gone. The long-haired woman was also confused. "That's strange. We were clearly about to be killed, yet at the critical moment, it retreated on its own." Doa Doa breathed a sigh of relief. "That scared me to death. At least we're alive." So Sin walked over and patted the timid ghost on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go back." Lambdo also came to his senses. "Everyone, stop spacing out. Let's get back to the dorm first. It's too dangerous out here." Trian Han turned to So Sin curiously and asked, "Was that female ghost just now your subordinate?" So Sin, walking ahead, nodded. "That's right." Trian Han couldn't help but exclaim, "To have a subordinate before even becoming a ghost tamer, that's a first for me." A moment later, they gathered in the dormitory lobby. The long-haired woman grumbled, "So Sin, because of you, everyone was nearly wiped out trying to save you. I hope you actually got a valuable clue." Su Sheng immediately said, "I didn't expect you all to rush in and save me. I, Su Sheng, will remember this. Don't worry everyone, the clue I got this time is absolutely worth it." Zhan Yan couldn't hold back and urged, "Su Sheng, hurry up and tell us. Stop being so mysterious." Su Sheng cleared his throat and began to explain. First clue. The aberration in the fog just now is the strongest one in Jialan High School. It's a male student from this school who transforms into it. His name is Zhu Mingning. I've received a few clues from him before, but I never expected his biggest secret was the ability to turn into that monster. The strongest in the school? Lin Tu scratched his head in confusion. What good is that clue? The long-haired woman immediately scolded him. Are you stupid? Now that we know the monster is Zhu Mingning, we just have to find him today and kill him. If we eliminate the strongest monster in the school, our operation tonight will be much less dangerous. Su Sheng agreed. That's right. Plus, Zhu Mingning and Wang Yichen are friends who eat together. We might be able to get some new information from him, Zhan Yan added excitedly. This is a huge breakthrough. Su Sheng, tell us the next clue. Su Sheng continued. The second clue is that Jialan High School has a hidden underground laboratory. Zhan Yan exclaimed in shock. What? Are you sure? I've gone through every document in the school library and found absolutely no trace of this. Su Sheng was certain in his mind. This information came from the system. How could it be wrong? So he confidently declared out loud, 100% certain. The long-haired woman smiled happily. Looks like the second clue is even more important than the first, because we've searched all over Jialan High School and still haven't found any information about Wang Yichen. In that case, the most likely place for Wang Yichen to be hiding is that underground lab. Lin Tu also grinned from ear to ear. With these two clues, the mission is practically half complete. Duo asked doubtfully, so where's the entrance to the lab? Su Sheng was also at a loss. I don't know yet. There are no leads on that for now. The long-haired woman then suggested. Then tomorrow, everyone will have two tasks. First, kill Zhu Mingning. Second, find the entrance to the underground lab. Su Sheng immediately turned to ask Zhan Yan, How's the investigation on the principal going? Did you find out where his office is? John Yan answered awkwardly. There's not much information about the principal in the school records. He's very mysterious. The principal's office is on the 6th floor of the academic building, but it's probably impossible to get to. Su Sheng was surprised. Why? She replied dejectedly. Because the academic building only has 5 floors in total. This made him frown. What? Only 5 floors? Zhan Yan affirmed. In all the school documents, I can absolutely confirm that the principal's office is on the 6th floor. But right now, the entire academic building only has 5 floors. I'm afraid there's only one possibility. Su Sheng understood and cut her off. The 6th floor only appears at night. Zhan Yan snapped her fingers. Smart. The next morning, everyone gathered together. The long-haired woman looked around and remarked, everyone's here this time. It seems nothing happened last night. Zhan Yan couldn't help but urge, time is tight. Today is the 4th day. We only have 2 days left. No matter what, we have to find a solid lead on Wang Yichen. Su Sheng took the lead and proposed. As for Zhu Mingning, leave him to me. Zhang Paigu followed up. I'll go with Su Sheng. Gu Tianhao also volunteered. I'll follow the boss. That left 4 people. Zhan Yan turned and urged, let's go find the entrance to the underground lab. That afternoon, at the academic building, seeing Gu Tianhao and Zhang Paigu return empty-handed, Su Sheng asked, still haven't found him? Zhang Paigu replied dejectedly, no, we've checked every single classroom, and there's no sign of Zhu Mingning. Gu Tianhao added, that guy knows he's been exposed. He must have gone into hiding. Su Sheng scowled in annoyance. Keep looking. The school is only so big. Where can a whole living person hide? It wasn't until evening that the blood moon began to appear. The group gathered back in the dormitory. Lin Tu reported, we've turned the entire school upside down, but we still haven't found the entrance to the underground lab. Zhang Paigu also recounted wearily, it's the same on our end. Zhu Mingning has vanished into thin air. A living, breathing person just vanished like that. The long-haired woman sighed. This mission really isn't simple. Today was a complete waste of effort. Zhan Yan also chimed in. All our leads have gone cold now. There's only 1 day left. We're pretty much at a dead end. We have to think of a way out of this. Su Sheng stood up and proposed. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We're going out to find clues tonight, Lin Tu said uncertainly, but it's already dark. If that monster Zhu Mingning shows up, we'll have no way to escape. Zhan Yan cut him off dejectedly. Even if we wait, we can't escape death when the time comes. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. The long-haired woman disagreed. I don't think that's a good idea either. Last night, when we were saving Su Sheng, if that monster hadn't suddenly retreated. Louis, I'm afraid everyone's been wiped out. Lin Tu turned to persuade him. Su Sheng, think of another way. Even if it's risky, there has to be a chance of survival. Going out now feels like certain death. But Su Sheng had already made up his mind. How about this? I'll go alone. Consider it me repaying the debt for you all saving me last night. Zhang Baigu immediately volunteered. Me too. Zhan Yan chimed in. I'll go too. Su Sheng turned and refused. No need. You all wait here. A large group will just make us a bigger target. Gu Tianhao shouted from the corner. Big bro, you can do it. Be safe. Su Sheng snapped, turning to yell at him. You can do it? What? Are you coming with me? Gu Tianhao froze, and a second later, he clutched his stomach and wailed, I'm not feeling well. My stomach hurts. I have to go to the bathroom. Ignoring him, Su Sheng grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along. Then, let's go outside. A moment later, Su Sheng and Gu Tianhao were strolling through the school grounds at night. He couldn't help but remark, Zhu Mingming hasn't shown up. Looks like we're pretty lucky. Su Sheng turned to him with a meaningful look and asked, do you know why I brought you along? Gu Tianhao answered immediately, you need my absolute safe point. The words had barely left his mouth when Su Sheng smacked him on the head. Then, what are you standing around for? Gu Tianhao miserably stepped back. Let me try to sense it. He closed his eyes, and a blue light emanated from his body. After a few seconds, he snapped his eyes open in disbelief. Strange. How is this possible? Right now, there are 2 absolute safe points on the entire campus. Su Sheng questioned, confused. What's the problem with there being 2? Gu Tianhao explained in a panic. It's a huge problem, big bro. What do you think an absolute safe point is? It's a glitch in the instance. Once you enter an absolute safe point, it means you're completely safe for a certain period of time. Normally, a ghost domain has none, or at most, only 1 absolute safe point. Before, I could only sense 1. Now there's another. Su Sheng immediately asked, where are they? Gu Tianhao pointed. One is the bomb shelter over there. I hid there the whole time we were separated. And the other one? This is weird. The other one is the dormitory building we were staying in. Su Sheng repeated doubtfully. The dormitory? Gu Tianhao stroked his chin, confused. Absolute safe points can sometimes change. But for the dormitory to become one, that's really strange. There's clearly an aberration in there. Su Sheng didn't dare to linger any longer and turned to leave. Let's go. We shouldn't stay out here for too long. After a while, the two of them arrived at the academic building. Looking inside, Gu Tianhao was surprised. There are people in the classroom. They must be students being punished with night study, sitting silently in the pitch-black classroom. There was no sound, no movement. The atmosphere was truly eerie. But through his universal prompt, in Su Sheng's eyes, they were a series of different aberrations. He immediately corrected him. It's not that the atmosphere is eerie, it's that these students have all turned into aberrations. Gu Tianhao strained to look inside and asked, Big bro, do you think Wang Yishen could be among those students? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Sheng turned away. No, let's go. To the principal's office. Gu Tianhao, not giving up, called after him. How can you be so sure? I think it's very likely. Su Sheng replied nonchalantly. I've already checked their names. It's impossible. Looking up, Gu Tianhao noted. Looking from the outside, the academic building still only has 5 floors. The 6th floor hasn't appeared. Su Sheng's expression turned grim as he suggested they go inside to check. Walking for a bit, Su Sheng looked up and counted under his breath. We're at the 5th floor now. Gu Tianhao followed, sweating. This is so tense. Is the 6th floor really going to appear? Holy crap, there's a staircase going up. There really is a 6th floor. Reaching the top of the stairs, he peeked out into the hallway and reported back. The hallway is full of student aberrations. Su Sheng immediately used his universal prompt to check. Student aberration, strength, normal. They are the eyes and ears of the principal. Once spotted by them, the terrifying principal will appear within 5 minutes. Gu Tianhao, completely unaware, suggested, Big bro, the principal must be a powerful aberration. We can lure them over here. We can take them out slowly in the hallway. That way, we won't cause a big commotion. But Su Sheng didn't listen and charged forward, scaring the daylights out of him. Big bro, what are you doing? This is going to cause a riot among the aberrations. Gu Tianhao hesitated, staring at the door and muttering, Why is the door bleeding like this? Could this door be an aberration itself? Damn, good thing I didn't try to unlock it, or that aberration would have ambushed me. After searching for a moment, Su Sheng called out, Found it. He walked over and inserted the key into the safe's lock, a happy smile on his face. So Wang Yichen's key really was for the safe. He reached in and pulled out the scroll inside. He was a little curious. What is this? Gu Tianhao hobbled over on his crutches and said, It looks like a blueprint. Seeing that he recognized it, Su Sheng turned and asked, You can read it? Gu Tianhao took a closer look and exclaimed, Big bro, we found it. This is the blueprint for the underground laboratory. With this, we can find the entrance to the underground lab. Suddenly, a shout rang out. What do you think you're doing? Both of them whipped their heads around cautiously towards the door as a muscular ghost, overflowing with demonic energy, walked in. The all-knowing reminder displayed, Principal of Jialan High School. Summary, strong. Su Sheng frowned and warned, The principal is back. Gu Tianhao panicked the moment he heard the title. This dense demonic energy. I'm afraid he's no weaker than Zhu Mingming. And when the principal saw the open safe, he flew into a rage. You dare steal from me? Die. He lunged forward. Su Sheng immediately kicked the cursed basketball toward him. The moment it touched his body, he was knocked backward. Su Sheng also leaped into the air and brought his fist down like a hammer on his body, but it had no effect. On the contrary, it only seemed to snap the principal out of it. He growled, Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have? He shot back up, sending Su Sheng flying through the wall. Gu Tianhao rushed over in a panic. Big bro, are you okay? Su Sheng stared tensely at the principal, analyzing him. He's incredibly strong, just like Zhu Mingming, another unresolvable aberration. Realizing he couldn't win, he made a run for it. Gu Tianhao scrambled to follow as the principal broke free from the basketball's effect. He gave chase furiously, roaring, None of you will escape. Down in the schoolyard, Gu Tianhao reported as he ran, We made it outside. I don't think the principal is following us. The words had barely left his mouth when the principal smashed through a window, landing right in front of them. Su Sheng immediately changed direction, heading for the shelter. Seeing he couldn't stop them, the principal roared, My students, come on out. Tonight, you can all play to your heart's content. Instantly, hordes of student aberrations leaped out from every classroom, chasing the two of them like a swarm of bees. After running for a bit, Su Sheng stopped to face them. Gu Tianhao was horrified. He'd never seen so many aberrations in his entire life. We're surrounded by aberrations. As the student aberrations lunged, Su Sheng whipped out an item, held it high, and commanded, "Open." The charging student aberrations were stopped in their tracks by an invisible barrier. Safe inside, Su Sheng sighed in relief. That was close. Good thing I have this defensive treasure old Tian gave me. But one look was all it took for Gu Tianhao to become worried. Big bro, there are too many of them. I don't think this treasure can hold out for long. Su Sheng immediately summoned the timid ghost. Timid ghost, do you have a way out of this? It answered hesitantly. I can use the Banshee's wail to temporarily stop these aberrations from moving. But it only lasts for 10 seconds. Su Sheng glanced toward the shelter, calculating. 10 seconds. That might be just enough to reach a completely safe spot. More and more student aberrations swarmed them. Gu Tianhao's face grew pale. Big bro, the barrier is about to break. Suddenly, the students outside stopped their attack. Gu Tianhao's face went ashen as he yelled, "Shit, you've got to be kidding me." Zhu Mingming had arrived. Left with no other choice, Su Sheng gritted his teeth and gave the order, "I'll count to 3. Get ready to run." Gu Tianhao repeated in disbelief, "Run? With the way things are now, can we really get away?" Ignoring him, Su Sheng yelled, 3, 2, 1, go. The protective barrier vanished, and the timid ghost immediately shot upwards, unleashing its Banshee's wail in every direction. The student aberrations, who were just about to pounce, froze in place. Witnessing this, Gu Tianhao's jaw dropped. Big bro even had a backup plan. Is he really just a standard ghost tamer? The two of them had only been running for a few seconds. Suddenly, Zhu Mingming shattered the Banshee's wail with her own shriek. The student aberrations instantly snapped out of their stupor and resumed the chase. Surrounded once again, Su Sheng was forced to a halt. This is bad. Zhu Mingming woke them up sooner than expected. A few of the first students to recover charged forward. He immediately sent them flying with his hammer, gritting his teeth as he tried to get around them. Seeing the shelter door right in front of them, he yelled, "Hurry, get inside." But the principal had already caught up, throwing a punch and shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" He spun around again, throwing out a handful of pseudo-ghost tools. The items flew at the principal, forcing him to pull back his punch to block. Gu Tianhao, who had made it inside first, watched in disbelief. 4 pseudo-ghost tools? I only brought 3 items in here with me. Big bro, are you that loaded? Su Sheng yelled impatiently. Just shut the door. The two of them threw their weight against the heavy shelter door, pushing it shut. Only when the last sliver of outside light was gone did they finally relax, panting for breath. I really thought we were dead. I can't believe we made it out by the skin of our teeth. What a rush. Outside, the blocked principal roared in fury. You damn bastards. Get out here and die. After a moment of silence, Su Sheng relaxed a bit. Not even the headmaster could break in here. This place really was an absolute safe point. But just as he thought that, a handprint slammed against the door. Gu Tianhao fell to the floor, screaming, "Holy crap, it's Zhu Mingming. He's trying to break down the door." Su Sheng also turned, his guard up as he stared intently. If this is happening, it means Zhu Mingming's strength is even greater than the headmaster's. The sound of constant banging echoed from outside. Handprint after handprint appeared on the surface. Zhu Mingming charged forward, smashing his hand to a pulp, but the door didn't budge. This only made him angrier, and he let out a furious growl. Realizing he couldn't get in, Gu Tianhao burst out laughing and flipped him the bird. "Suck it, you loser. Come on in, if you've got the guts." Provoked, Zhu Mingming exploded with an overwhelming wave of ghostly energy. The nearby student ghosts were thrown into the air by the energy, flying straight into his mouth. Gu Tianhao's jaw dropped in disbelief. Holy crap, Zhu Mingming is eating other ghosts. After devouring the nearby ghosts, the energy around Zhu Mingming turned pitch black. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and charged. A crack appeared on the door from the impact, and it began to spread. Gu Tianhao screamed in disbelief. How is that possible? He's breaking the door. Su Sheng's expression turned grim as he analyzed the situation. After eating those other ghosts, he's become much stronger. Outside, Zhu Mingming frantically pounded on the door. A moment later, a shattering sound came from the crack, and a golden slime began to ooze out. Then, a blinding light shot out. The ghostly energy on Zhu Mingming's body instantly vanished where the light touched it, shocking Su Sheng. Hey, look! Zhu Mingming is scared of the golden light from the gate. He's backing away. Gu Tianhao's jaw dropped as he realized something. This golden light. Is it arcane gold? he repeated doubtfully. Arcane gold? You mean the same arcane gold we learned about in our textbooks? Gu Tianhao nodded in confirmation. That's right. Arcane gold is a precious ghost warding material, a natural counter to all ghosts. Powerful ghost masters use arcane gold as the primary material for crafting their cursed tools. To think this entire gate is made of such a valuable ghost warding material. What an extravagant display. No wonder this is an absolute safe point. Not far away, Lin Tu's group watched the scene below in awe. This is terrifying. A ghost riot. All the ghosts in the school have come out. Duo murmured worriedly. Facing so many ghosts, Su Sheng and Gu Tianhao are probably in deep trouble. But Zhang Paigu crossed his arms and stated firmly, "My brother will be fine. I trust him." Lin Tu analyzed hesitantly. I hope Su Sheng is okay too, but in a situation like this, how could anyone possibly survive? Zhan Ya frowned and declared, no matter what, Su Sheng did this for all of us. When dawn breaks, we need to go find them immediately. Meanwhile, back in the bunker, Gu Tianhao was once again flipping the bird in provocation. Ha ha, Zhu Mingming, if you've got the guts, come in here and fight me. Enraged, Zhu Mingming threw a few more punches, but to no avail. He could only stop and threaten them. You two won't leave this place alive. With that, he and the student ghosts retreated. Sunlight gradually began to shine through. Gu Tianhao looked through the crack in the door and reported, Boss, it's morning. The ghosts have retreated. Let's get out of here. But to his surprise, Su Sheng started walking deeper inside. Boss, what are you doing? Su Sheng glanced back slightly and said, What kind of person do you think would use arcane gold to build a gate? Gu Tianhao immediately replied, Arcane gold is extremely rare. Anyone who could possess this much of it wouldn't be an ordinary person. They'd have to be part of a super powerful faction, because even for my Gu family, getting this much arcane gold would be incredibly difficult. Su Sheng then asked, And what would be their purpose for doing this? His expression turned grim. There's only one possibility, to prevent ghosts from getting in and turning this place into a shelter. Su Sheng immediately cut him off. There's another possibility. Gu Tianhao was stunned, not understanding. Su Sheng hesitated, looking around as he made his judgment. To prevent a ghost from escaping, they built this place as a cage. Hearing this, Gu Tianhao cried out in fear. Damn, that's actually possible. Boss, maybe we shouldn't go any further. Su Sheng scolded him with an annoyed look. You were hiding here for so long before, and you never investigated this place? He scratched his head in embarrassment. No, this place is bottomless. Me and Huang Mao didn't dare to go too deep. Without further hesitation, Su Sheng headed deeper inside, saying, Don't worry. If this place is an absolute safe point, then there definitely won't be any danger. Let's go take a look. A while later, the two reached the end of the passage. Gu Tianhao looked at the door in front of them and guessed, We've reached the end. This seems to be a room. Su Sheng didn't rush forward, instead using his system prompt to check. The hidden room in the shelter is not dangerous. You may make a small discovery, but Gu Tianhao will not be able to see it. He advised nervously, Boss, we'd better not go in. I'm getting a really weird, creepy vibe from this place. Su Sheng didn't answer, simply walking up and opening the door. He stepped inside, leaving Gu Tianhao dumbfounded. Holy crap, there's someone in here. No, wait, how can there be a person here? It must be a ghost. Seeing him jumping to conclusions, Su Sheng smacked him on the back of the head and scolded, Stop being a coward, go check it out. Gu Tianhao had to muster all his courage to go take a look, but before he even got close, the skeleton slid off the chair. He took a quick look and breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out it was just a dried-up corpse. It looked like it had been dead for a very long time. The all-knowing reminder appeared again, a teacher at Jialan Middle School and Wang Yichen's homeroom teacher. Gu Tianhao didn't see the prompt and kept searching for clues, noting that the clothes on the body didn't look like a student's. He turned away and called back. He was a teacher at the school, and also Wang Yichen's homeroom teacher. A surprised Gu Tianhao moved closer and asked, Wang Yichen's homeroom teacher? How do you know? Chu Sheng looked down at the desk and explained, There's a diary here. He immediately picked it up and started reading the contents, completely shocked. Big bro, you were right. The owner of this diary really is Wang Yichen's homeroom teacher. He frowned and said, See if there are any clues related to Wang Yichen. Gu Tianhao quickly read aloud, June 23rd. The situation has changed. The plan is moving ahead of schedule. Wang Yichen is the most outstanding aberration seed, but he can't live anymore. But this poor child, how can I bear to do it? June 26th. Wang Yichen committed suicide. In the end, we drove him to his death. In this school, no one is innocent. All the teachers and students. No one is innocent. The plan will proceed on the scheduled date. Wang Yichen will undergo his final transformation. Once the plan succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. I don't want to make any more mistakes. Reading up to this point, he stopped and turned to Su Sheng, big bro. Based on the diary's contents, Wang Yichen was driven to his death, and his own homeroom teacher was involved. In fact, the entire school, teachers and students alike, were all part of it. Su Sheng remained unfazed and ordered, "Keep reading." Wang Yichen already committed suicide, so why does he still need to undergo a transformation? Gu Tianhao had no choice but to obediently continue reading. July 8th. The experiment is about to succeed. I've decided to destroy it. I can't let poor Wang Yichen suffer anymore. At the same time, this will be my redemption. I've decided to bear everything that comes next in Wang Yichen's place. July 9th. I sabotaged the experiment. I escaped from the lab, but it seems things aren't developing the way I thought they would. It's chaos. Everything is chaos. But that's fine, as long as the chaos is contained within this middle school and doesn't affect the outside world. July 10th. I'm about to turn into an aberration, and a very powerful one at that. To avoid creating any more evil, I've decided to hide in the underground shelter and use the rare alloy I stole from the lab to forge a massive door. I will lock myself inside and become an aberration in there. Gu Tianhao hesitated again and looked at Su Sheng. Big bro, there's an aberration in here. Su Sheng snapped impatiently. What damn aberration? Can't you see the homeroom teacher turned into a dried-up skeleton? Keep reading. He had to shut up and continue. July 10th. I can no longer suppress the aberration inside my body. To avoid turning into something that's neither human nor ghost, I've decided to kill myself. I will rip out my own heart. July 10th. I ripped out my heart, but then I saw the most terrifying sight. My heart is a living thing. If someone reads my diary in the future, please help me destroy this heart. Do not let it. Reading up to here, Gu Tianhao stopped again and turned. Big bro, that's the end of it. Su Sheng seemed unconcerned, rubbing his chin and muttering, the living heart mentioned in the diary. I'm afraid it's in here right now. As he was speaking, Gu Tianhao got so scared, he dropped the diary. He frantically pointed behind him and screamed, Big bro, it's right behind you. A chill shot straight up Su Sheng's spine. He immediately whipped his head around, only to see an aberration that had appeared out of nowhere, growling. Here you are, fresh meat. Gu Tianhao's face went pale with fright as he cursed. Holy crap, this thing can talk. The heart flew closer. It looked at the two of them and licked its lips greedily. It's been so long since I've smelled the aura of the living. So fragrant. I'm going to devour you both. Gu Tianhao was so scared, he wanted to retreat. Big bro, according to the diary, this must be a really terrifying aberration. Let's get out of here. But Su Sheng stood motionless, thinking to himself, something's not right. Before we came in, the all-knowing reminder said this place wasn't dangerous. The all-knowing reminder appeared again above the aberration embryo heart. It is relatively safe before it parasitizes a host. As he was reading, the heart suddenly lunged forward. Let me eat you. Without waiting for Su Sheng's command, Gu Tianhao had already turned to run. Seeing Su Sheng standing motionless before its gaping maw, he panicked even more. We're screwed. Big bro is scared stiff. He can't even move. Suddenly, he struck, sending the heart flying backward with a single blow from his hammer. Gu Tianhao froze and skidded to a halt. The heart, now enraged, shot back up and lunged forward. You insignificant life form, you dare to strike me? But having hit it once, Su Sheng proceeded to give it a thorough beating. Still trying to act tough? I'll beat you to death. Gu Tianhao broke out in a cold sweat and started sucking up. Big bro, you're so strong. You dare to fight any aberration. On the other side, the heart was being beaten into a panicked frenzy, scurrying around. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. He stopped his hand and taunted. Scared now, are you? Still putting up a fight? The heart laughed contemptuously. An attack like that won't kill anyone. Its smug attitude infuriated Su Sheng. Damn it. But he still had to calm down and analyze the situation. What a pain. This thing may not have much attack power, but its defense is incredibly strong. I've been hitting it for so long, and it's still fine? Suddenly, Gu Tianhao, who was standing behind him, suggested, looks like we can't do anything to this monstrous thing. It can't kill us either. Big brother, let's just get out of here. But Su Sheng immediately raised his hand to stop him. Wait, he called out to the cowardly ghost inside his body. Cowardly ghost, is this thing valuable? It was stunned for a moment before replying, this is an aberration embryo. Seeing that it recognized the creature, he immediately asked, what does it do? The cowardly ghost turned and explained, aberration embryos are extremely rare, a once-in-a-century find. It's a seed that can grow into a top-tier aberration. Once it matures, it will, at the very least, become an aberration on the same level as the director of the king's sanatorium. You can take it as a ghost servant. It will become a powerful asset in the future. Su Sheng wondered to himself, take it as a ghost servant? Can a ghost tamer even have a second ghost servant? Hearing this, Gu Tianhao walked over and said, of course, but you have to become a true ghost tamer first. The heart immediately burst out laughing. Take me as a ghost servant? In your dreams, you can't kill me. Your attacks are just tickling me. How could you possibly make me your servant? Helpless, Su Sheng turned back to the cowardly ghost. How do I take it with me? It explained with a grim expression. It's very difficult. You can only forcibly take it with a special capture-type ghost tool. Gu Tianhao immediately dismissed this suggestion. Don't even think about a capture-type ghost tool. Attack types are the most common, but the probability of getting a capture type is 1 in a million. The heart continued to cackle. You brat? You think you're worthy of making this great one your servant? I'll remember you. Once I find a suitable host and mature, I'll come and crush you first. Su Sheng paid it no mind, pulling out a stinky sock. I wonder if this will work? The moment the heart saw it, it pinched its nose in disgust. What is that smell? Su Sheng didn't know either, and could only explain, this smelly sock. I still don't know what it does. The notification I got before said wearing it on my head would have a surprising effect. I tried it, but I didn't feel any change. But the cowardly ghost recognized it. This is a concealment-type ghost tool. It seems it can be used as a capture-type tool as well. He repeated in surprise. A concealment-type ghost tool? The cowardly ghost instructed, put it on your head. The unique smell emanating from this ghost tool can temporarily help you evade pursuit from aberrations. Su Sheng understood now. So, that's how it is. I have a way to subdue it. He turned to Gu Tianhao and ordered, help me grab this aberration embryo. I'm going to try putting it inside this fishnet sock. Without a second thought, Gu Tianhao charged towards the heart with malicious intent. Terrified, it struggled relentlessly. You brat, let this great one go. Gu Tianhao grabbed it and stuffed it into the sock. Get in there. Forced inside, it could only struggle and curse wildly. Let me out now, and I can pretend this never happened. This is the last chance I'm giving you. After a moment with no change, Su Sheng rejoiced inwardly. It seems the fishnet sock can contain it. Meanwhile, the heart's struggles grew weaker and weaker. It coughed violently. It stinks. Let me out. Su Sheng calmly stated his condition. Agree to become my ghost servant. Without hesitation, it immediately refused. In your dreams, I am a great existence. I cannot be a slave. He didn't have much hope anyway. Turning to leave, he said, then you can just stay in there. Let's go. We're leaving. But as he reached the door, Su Sheng stopped. Wait, this arcane metal door is a treasure. Let's take it with us. Gu Tianhao didn't know what to do. With his hands on his hips, he reasoned, it's definitely a treasure, but how are we supposed to take it? We can't carry it. He turned and asked the cowardly ghost. You said you live in the ghost servant space. Can you put this block of arcane metal in your space? The cowardly ghost lowered her head sorrowfully. I can't. The arcane metal door suppresses aberrations. I can't be in the same space with it. Su Sheng didn't need to hear the rest and immediately switched plans. Then, let's put the door in the fishnet sock. The sock can isolate its aura. It probably won't be a problem. Gu Tianhao, sweating profusely, asked worriedly, but the aberration embryo is also in there. Won't the arcane metal kill it? Unexpectedly, Su Sheng made a reckless decision. Who cares? That punk has a big mouth, so let it taste some suffering. A moment later, the door was completely enveloped by the fishnet sock. Su Sheng waved his hand and commanded, Cowardly ghost, store it. It obediently followed the order and absorbed it. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Paigu's group was discussing anxiously. We've looked everywhere, but there's no sign of Su Sheng or Gu Tianhao. Lin Tu sighed and concluded, I'm afraid it's not looking good for them. As soon as he said this, Zhang Paigu immediately objected. No way. Let's keep looking. But the long-haired woman immediately stopped him. We don't have any more time to waste. There's only half a day left before the 5-day deadline. If we can't find Wang Yishen within half a day, the mission will be a failure. Everyone will die here. Zhan Yan muttered with a grim look. Right now, we don't have a single clue about the underground laboratory. Half a day is not enough time. If only Su Sheng were here, things would be much better. He must have gotten some crucial information last night. Just then, Su Sheng's group returned. Gu Tianhao waved his hand and shouted, Over here! Hearing his voice, the group turned their heads in surprise. Su Sheng? Zhang Baigu rushed over joyfully and patted his shoulder. Thank God, I knew you'd be okay, Zhan Yan asked urgently. Su Sheng, how did you guys survive yesterday? Gu Tianhao immediately puffed out his chest to take the credit. It's all thanks to me finding an extremely safe place. Of course, in the end, it was still our leader who turned the tide. The long-haired woman couldn't be bothered with that and asked directly, Su Sheng, we're running out of time. Do you have any clues? He smiled and replied, yes, I've found the location of the underground laboratory. Zhang Yan's face lit up with joy. That's great. Let's go. We need to get there now. A moment later, the group walked into a classroom. Lin Tu looked around and remarked, Henry couldn't find the entrance to the lab, and it was in a classroom all along. Su Sheng didn't answer, instead bending down and tapping each tile on the floor to check. After a moment, he stopped and said, pry it open. The other two obeyed and lifted it, asking each other doubtfully, do you smell that? The long-haired woman approached and answered, the stench of rotting corpses. I'm afraid what's down there is anything but simple. Zhang Yan also came over and made the final call. There are 3 hours left in the mission. Even if a mountain of blades or a sea of fire lies ahead, we have to go in. No one objected. The group filed in one by one, heading down below, and the universal reminder appeared again. The electronic alloy door is not dangerous, but don't let it close. The group paused for a moment to observe before concluding, the door is open. It's probably not dangerous inside. The long-haired woman turned to the back and commanded, let's go in. After a while, the group arrived at a pitch-black laboratory. Gu Tianhao looked around and exclaimed, this lab is incredibly advanced. Everything is top of the line. There's even a lot of experimental equipment that you couldn't buy even if you wanted to. Zhang Yan also assessed the scene. The bodies are completely shriveled. These lab workers have been dead for a very long time. Su Sheng approached one of them. A prompt appeared above the man's head. Laboratory staff member died during the outbreak of a riot. Reading this, he turned and shared his speculation. It was probably caused by Wang Yichen's homeroom teacher. According to his diary entries, he sabotaged the lab, causing a riot to break out here. Zhang Yan frowned, puzzled. What kind of riot? Did it mention anything? He answered tensely. The diary didn't mention it, but it's definitely related to the aberrations. The group stopped again and looked around. After a moment, the long-haired woman called out, but I don't see a single aberration here. Lin Tu offered a guess. The door was left open. Is it possible they all escaped? Su Sheng was at a loss as well, and could only remind them, I'm not sure. In any case, everyone be careful. Suddenly, Zhang Baigu, who was checking a computer, shouted, everyone, look over here. They all turned expectantly and asked, did you find something? Zhang Baigu said, this computer contains the lab's experiment logs. The group crowded around, urging him on. This is crucial information. Hurry up and look. What kind of experiments were they doing here? He complied and started searching. The next second, the results appeared. On the 1st of the month, after a selection process among 3,000 students at the school, a suitable aberration vessel was finally found. Wang Yichen. On the date, Wang Yichen has been an orphan since childhood, with a tragic background, making him the most pitiful student in the school. From now on, Wang Yichen will be the target of harassment and bullying by all teachers and students until he is tormented to the point of a complete breakdown. On the 20th of the month, Wang Yichen was stripped naked and humiliated in the bathroom. Upon examination, the once resilient Wang Yichen has fallen into a state of depression. On the 29th of the month, Wang Yichen was repeatedly humiliated and verbally abused by teachers. His mental state plummeted, and he has now developed severe depression. Reading this, Zhang Baigu slammed his fist on the table and roared, these sick bastards. Wang Yichen was already so pitiful, and they still wanted to torture him, but the long-haired woman remained calm and said, keep reading. The content on the screen changed. On the date of June, Wang Yichen was tricked into a confession by a male student. After being mocked, his spirit was broken. On June 5th, after half a year of continuous torment and abuse, Wang Yichen's mental fortitude soared to 10 times that of a normal person. He can now become the host for the aberration embryo. Gu Tianhao looked at Su Sheng, confused. So, they tortured Wang Yichen like that just to make him a suitable host for the aberration embryo? The computer screen continued to change. On June 26th, Wang Yichen committed suicide. Plan complete. On June 27th, it must be said, Wang Yichen is too exceptional. Even without the aberration embryo, he could be nurtured into a powerful aberration. On July 1st, the plan proceeds as normal. Wang Yichen has brought us so many surprises. On July 3rd, such a perfect aberration. If it's taken over by the aberration embryo, I can't imagine what Wang Yichen will become. On July 4th, after 2 years of experiments, we are about to succeed. On July 8th, the aberration embryo has now been implanted into Wang Yichen's body. Everyone was waiting anxiously. On July 9th, chaos broke out. Everything was in chaos. A teacher betrayed us. Vung Nut Thun had burst out. After checking for a while longer and finding nothing, Trung Bai Kot looked up and said, "It's over." Sir Sin made a grim deduction. Combined with the diary of the class monitor, Vung Nut Thun, he could basically confirm that the school was using Vung Nut Thun as a test subject. They deliberately had him bullied by the entire school, teachers and students alike, to break his spirit and finally meet the experiment's conditions. He was to be implanted with a demonic embryo. But everything was ruined by Vung Nut Thun's homeroom teacher, throwing the lab into chaos. Lamdo didn't care and immediately asked, "So, is Vung Nut Thun still in the lab?" This question silenced the group for a moment. Trung Bai Kot replied unhappily. The last diary entry said Vung Nut Thun already burst out. Trian Han also lost her patience and rushed off. Let's keep moving and see what's ahead. Lamdo didn't rush to follow, instead warning them. Everyone, be careful. The experiment log said that even before being implanted with the demonic embryo, Vung Nut Thun had been transformed into an extremely powerful monster. After walking a bit further, a curtained doorway appeared before them. The universal prompt displayed a notification. Blood-stained curtain, extremely high contamination. Infection will result in transformation into a monster within 5 minutes. Seeing Trian Han approach it, he quickly stopped her. "Wait, there's something wrong with this curtain. Don't touch it. Burn it." As soon as the flames caught, the curtain let out a shriek. "You all deserve to die." This scene terrified the people behind them. "Holy crap, this curtain is a monster too." "Good thing Sir Sin warned us. If we had touched it and gotten infected, the consequences would be unimaginable." Trian Han looked at him gratefully. "Sir Sin, you saved me again. Thank you." He gave her a playful wink and asked, "How are you going to thank me?" She deliberately pulled up her pant leg and said, "After we get out of here, I'll let you see my legs." Her words made Sir Sin facepalm in exasperation. This time, Sir Sin led the group inside. They had only taken a few steps when Trian Han screamed, "What is this?" In front of them were countless test tubes containing monsters. Lamdo followed cautiously from behind, asking, "What are all these things?" The long-haired woman guessed. "They must all be test subjects from this underground lab. Almost all of them are monsters. We just don't know if they're still alive." Trian Nan looked at a few of the tubes, her anger rising. So many of the test subjects were human. This is completely heartless. Sor Sin, however, remained emotionally detached as he went to inspect each tube. Aberration, four-legged giant python. These test subjects are labeled. Let's see if we can find Vung Nut Thun. After a round of checks, the group gathered to report their findings. "We didn't see the name Vung Nut Thun." Trian Han wasn't very surprised, saying, "The diary said he already broke out. There's no way he'd be in one of these jars." Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind them. Lamdo broke out in a cold sweat and asked nervously, "What's that sound?" Trung Bai Kot pointed. "There's an iron door over there. The sound is coming from behind it." The long-haired woman was overjoyed and led the group over. "This is great. It's highly likely Vung Nut Thun is locked in here." Suddenly, Doa Doa, who had been silent until now, warned them, "Wait a minute, the aura inside. It doesn't feel right. The one locked inside might be a monster. And there's more than one." Lamdo panicked and asked frantically, "What do we do? Should we open it?" Trian Nan, however, smiled manically and said, "Is there even a choice? If we don't open it, we're as good as dead. Open it." Seeing the truth in her words, the long-haired woman volunteered. "Everyone, stand back. I'll do it." She stepped forward and slowly cracked the iron door open. Immediately, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared, followed by a monster in a student uniform lunging out. The long-haired woman quickly tilted her head to dodge a swipe, simultaneously using her ability to bind him. The others immediately came forward to investigate. A student who turned into a monster. "Is that Vung Nut Thun?" Lamdo smiled smugly. Who else could it be but Vung Nut Thun? The mission's almost complete. But just as he finished speaking, a pack of hellhounds burst out from inside, charging past the bound monster. Trian Nan acted fast, landing a kick and shouting, "Watch out!" On the other side, Sor Sin also swung his hammer, smashing one of their heads in, and yelled urgently to the group, "Get moving! Take care of these monsters!" After a while, all the hellhounds were defeated. Trian Han looked at the creature before them and remarked, "It seems like Vung Nut Thun has completely lost his consciousness." But an idea flashed in Sir Sin's mind, and he immediately objected. "That's not right." She looked at him quizzically. "What's not right?" Above the creature's head, the universal prompt displayed, 11th grader, Li Kuang-hai. He announced it to the group. "He's not Vung Nut Thun." Lamdo questioned him doubtfully. "Not Vung Nut Thun?" Sir Sin, how can you be so sure? The long-haired woman was also skeptical. We've searched this whole place. If he isn't Vung Nut Thun, then we'll never be able to find the real one. Trien Nhan, however, agreed with him. The mission completion notice hasn't appeared, so what Sir Sin is saying is probably true. Sir Sin was silent for a moment before analyzing the situation. The diary mentioned that Vung Nut Tun is extremely powerful. We caught this guy without any effort. He can't be Vung Nut Tun, not Thon. Seeing this, Lamdu impatiently drew his sword and stepped forward. Let me try killing him. Sensing the danger, Lai Kuang Hai struggled violently. Lamdo shut his eyes and recklessly yelled, "You're asking for it!" With that, he swung his blade and took the man's head clean off, then muttered to himself in a daze. He's dead, but there's no notification. Trong Bai Kot jumped in fear. The strange preservation jar is cracked. Everyone stared in horror at the snake that had just escaped. Holy crap, the damn thing in the jar is still alive. So Sin hurriedly shouted, "Something's wrong, let's go." The monster shattered the glass jar and broke free. The long-haired woman quickly backed away. "Be careful, the monster's out." Trien Nan immediately rushed forward and stomped on the serpent demon's head. Did that do nothing? It flung her away, as other beasts continuously broke free. A werewolf grabbed Lamdu's head and slammed it into the ground. He screamed in terror, "Help me!" So Sin ran over and knocked the monster away, saving Lamdo. Kothian Hao yelled, "Let's go! The monster's here! Every single one of them is super strong! Just run!" Everyone scattered and fled in terror. The long-haired woman encouraged everyone, "The exit is right ahead. Speed up." Trien Han gritted her teeth. "Oh no, the door is about to close," he shouted urgently. "Hurry up, we absolutely can't let that door close." The woman suddenly warned, "Watch your back." Everyone was trying to fight off the monster's tentacles. Truong Bai Kot was terrified. "There's not much time left. The door is about to close." The long-haired woman clenched her teeth. "Think of something. Quick. Once we're trapped in here, we're dead, for sure." Lamdo hastily volunteered. "Let me use my darkness contagion." Trong Bai Kot was furious. "Lamdo, are you insane? Why are you using your talent on us?" He realized what was happening as he saw Lamdo run away. "Son of a bitch, that bastard screwed us over, using us to hold back the monsters, and now he's run off." Ko Thien Hao, who was tied up, roared with rage. "That bastard. If there's one thing I hate, it's a traitor. You better pray I don't get my hands on you." Even So Sin seemed not to have expected this. "Lam, I can't believe you'd pull a stunt like this." Lam Do smirked sinisterly. "So Sin, don't blame me. I told you when we first came in here, don't underestimate anyone. No one who dares to enter a place like this is a simpleton. Goodbye now. I won't forget you guys. After all, your sacrifice is what saved me." The door slammed shut, causing the monsters to charge forward frantically. Truong Bai Kot's mind raced. What do we do now? So Sing summoned, "Cowardly ghost, do it." She froze. They've all stopped. Trien Nan glanced confusedly at the motionless monsters. "What's going on? Why did the monsters stop attacking?" The long-haired woman quickly severed the tentacles and jumped down. "I don't know, but don't just stand there. Let's get out of here, fast." He checked with his ghost. "Cowardly ghost, do you know why they stopped?" She turned and shook her head. "I'm not sure. These monsters seem to have suddenly lost their ferocious nature." The group approached the tightly sealed door. Trien Nahan threw a kick at it, but it was useless. "It's no good. This alloy door is too strong." The long-haired woman walked over with her sword. "Let me try." She immediately struck with all her might, but nothing seemed to change. It's the door to an underground laboratory. You can just imagine how tough it is. It's not something human strength can break. Kothian Hao sighed. "If we want to open it, I'm afraid we'll have to enter the correct password." Trong Bai Kot was frustrated. "That's even more impossible. Forget the correct password. We don't even know how many digits it has. The electronic alloy door isn't dangerous, but don't let it close." So Sin crossed his arms and shook his head. It's still the same message as before. The All Things reminder didn't provide any new useful information. There's 1 hour left until the mission ends. Kothian Hao ran his hands through his hair. Sigh. "Are we going to be trapped here until we die? This is too hard. I've never seen a dungeon this difficult." Trien Han calmly comforted him. "It's not over till it's over." Let's try the date this lab started. May 1st, 2038. Let's try entering that date. The system's cold voice rang out. Beep, beep, beep. Incorrect password. The long-haired woman frowned and offered an idea. "I think Vuong Nat Than's class name or his birthday is more likely." She continued to try. Vuong Nat Than's class was 302. "Let me try that." The system voice rang out again. Incorrect password. Warning. You have one final password attempt remaining. If you enter it incorrectly, the door will be permanently sealed. She turned to the others. One last chance. The probability of getting it right is close to zero. Ko Thien Hao leaned on his hands in despair. Sigh. All hope is lost. The long-haired woman suddenly spoke up. Has everyone heard this saying before? He asked. What saying? She put her hand on her hip. In any ghost domain, there's no such thing as a completely unsolvable situation. Trong Bai Kot hesitated. You mean, we still have hope? She nodded. You kids are still young and haven't been through many ghost domains, but I've been through 17 of them, big and small. The one belief that has kept me going is that no ghost domain is unsolvable. In every desperate situation, there's always something we've overlooked. The things we overlook are the very keys to overcoming the ordeal. So don't give up, everyone. We still have an hour. Let's keep searching for clues. Come on. Zhan Yan smiled and agreed. That's right. Even if this is a horror school, there's no such thing as an unsolvable puzzle. Let's think about what we've missed. Su Sheng frowned and thought. Based on the system's usual style, it should have given me a hint for the password. Since it didn't give a hint this time, does that mean I already know the password? If that's the case, when and where could I have seen it? Gu Tianhao was nearly out of patience. Half an hour has passed. Has anyone figured out any clues? Zhan Yan was the first to speak. I have a few guesses, but we only have one last chance. I don't dare to risk it. The long-haired woman encouraged her. Just try it. We're running out of time. She nodded with determination. All right. Just then, Su Sheng stopped her. Wait, let me take this final chance. Zhan Yan frowned. Su Sheng, are you sure? He walked forward anyway. It's hard to say. Gu Tianhao was stunned as he watched the code he entered. 15. She crossed her arms and asked, Su Sheng, is it just 2 digits? Isn't that too simple? He tried to reassure them. Right now, the most likely answer I can think of is 15. The system's flashing light made her feel unwilling to accept it. Wrong again? We're trapped in here. I can't accept this. The door suddenly swung open, and Zhang Baigu shouted with joy. It's open. Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and then explained. I knew it. The number that Wang Yishen carved on the cafeteria table earlier was the password for the door. The reason he carved it on the table was probably to tell Chu Mingming, right? Gu Tianhao excitedly threw an arm around his shoulder, trying to curry favor. Boss, you're a genius. He smiled and walked out. Let's get out of here. In the schoolyard, Gu Tianhao looked up at the sky, moved. We're finally out. For a moment there, I thought we were all goners. The long-haired woman shattered his hope. Don't celebrate too soon. We have less than half an hour before the mission ends. If we can't find Wang Yishen, we'll all die. Zhan Yan said in frustration. Wang Yishen wasn't in the underground lab. I can't for the life of me think of where else to look. Zhang Baigu also frowned. We've searched every nook and cranny, every inch of this school. I have no idea where Wang Yishen could be hiding. Just then, Su Sheng spoke up. There's one place we haven't looked. She quickly asked, where? He said gravely, the dormitory we're staying in. It was like a light bulb went off for Zhang Baigu. That's right. We've only stayed in our room on the first floor of the dorm. We've never been to the other floors, and we haven't even checked all the rooms on the first floor. Gu Tianhao worried. Could the anomaly in the dormitory be Wang Yishen? Zhan Yan quickly denied it. Probably not. If the anomaly in the dorm was Wang Yishen, that would be too simple. Su Sheng nodded seriously. Indeed, it can't be Wang Yishen. She hesitated. Then, what do you mean? He turned to Gu Tianhao. Gu Tianhao, check if the dormitory is an absolutely safe zone right now. He quickly looked up. Yes, let me check. That's right. The hidden curse shelter is no longer an absolutely safe zone. Right now, the dormitory is the only absolutely safe zone in the school. Su Sheng took the lead. Then, it's just as I predicted. Let's get to the dormitory, quickly. The long-haired woman was puzzled. Su Sheng, Wang Yishen isn't here. Why are we coming here? What are you looking for? He softly said a name. Chu Mingming. Gu Tianhao was startled. What? Chu Mingming? No way. Is he hiding in the dormitory? Su Sheng didn't answer, but asked a question instead. Let me ask you, when we first arrived at this horror school, was the dormitory an absolutely safe zone? He shook his head. No, it wasn't. Back then, only the hidden curse shelter was a safe zone. He smiled, leading him on. So, why did the dormitory become an absolutely safe zone later? A guess suddenly popped into Gu Tianhao's head. Could it be because of Chu Mingming? Su Sheng shook his head. Wrong. For a place to become an absolutely safe zone, there must be a reason. The hidden curse shelter had that secret metal door, and the dormitory has Chu Mingming. She frowned. I still don't get it. Chu Mingming is an extremely powerful anomaly. He shrugged, confirming it. Chu Mingming is indeed very powerful, but his transformation into an anomaly clearly has limitations. He can only become an anomaly at night. During the day, he's just a normal student. Zhang Yan also spoke up at this point. Su Sheng's speculation is probably correct. We searched the entire school during the day and still couldn't find Chu Mingming. The most likely possibility is that he's hiding right under our noses. He waved his hand. During the day, Chu Mingming is hiding here and can't manifest, so he's not a danger to us, but his presence has a suppressive effect on the other anomalies in this building, which is why it became an absolutely safe zone. Gu Tianhao nodded. That analysis makes a lot of sense. The long-haired woman still wasn't satisfied. There's still a flaw in that logic. If that's true, then why didn't Chu Mingming just kill us in the dormitory at night? Su Sheng stroked his chin and offered his bold hypothesis. Perhaps that's his second limitation. Chu Mingming can't kill people inside the dormitory. That's the most likely possibility I can come up with. Start searching from the first floor. Don't miss a single corner. Report. We've searched everywhere. Nothing. Su Sheng's expression turned grim. Search upstairs. The long-haired woman was already heading up the stairs to the final floor. If we still can't find Chu Minmin, we're out of time. A scream echoed from across the hall. There's a noise over here. They rushed over, overjoyed, finally having found Chu Minmin. Everyone gathered in front of a room. Should we barge in? He gave the order, open the door. Zhang Ya immediately sent the door flying with a kick. A monster inside heard the noise and lunged, but she dodged it. The moment it was exposed to the light, its entire body burst into flames. Zhang Ya stepped back cautiously. No need to fight. This aberration is afraid of sunlight and can't move during the day. This must be the creature that's been knocking on doors at night. Unfortunately, it wasn't Chu Minmin. Meanwhile, at the city's border station, Teacher Yin frowned at the scene before him. The number of human head balloons was growing, tripling compared to last month. Shopkeeper Tian agreed. With this many aberrations, I'm afraid they'll create a massive ghost domain. It'll be incredibly difficult to eliminate then. Ma Gu crossed her arms and sneered. You people have been investigating here for a long time. Haven't you found the source of the aberrations yet? Teacher Yin shook his head. No solid leads. These human head balloons spread like a virus, and their numbers are increasing faster and faster. We can only find the source of the aberration by finding the very first balloon that appeared. She scoffed. Are you asking me to step in? The man didn't deny it. That's right, Ma Gu. Your squad of ghost tamers specializes in tracking and investigation. Only your squad can solve this. Ma Gu smirked. Fine, I'll help. On one condition, old Tian has to beg me. The old man beside her yelled, in your dreams. This old man would rather fight these monsters to the death than ever beg you. She shrugged. Then go ahead, fight them to the death. Just then, one of the human head balloons glanced in their direction. Teacher Yin warned cautiously. Be careful, a human head balloon is looking this way. Ma Gu arrogantly summoned her ghost servant. You pathetic little aberration. Let Auntie teach you how to be a proper ghost. The ghost servant shot forward, tearing the human head balloon to shreds. Watching this, Teacher Yin couldn't help but praise her. Incredible. The power of Ma Gu's ghost servant is on par with an ordinary ghost king. But just then, the other human head balloons swarmed the ghost servant, and its body began to corrode. Teacher Yin quickly turned and warned, watch out, the balloons are starting to corrupt your ghost servant. She reluctantly gave the order to return, and the ghost servant shot back into her body. Checking her own condition, she assessed herself. It's not contagious. This type of aberration is truly rare. Suddenly, Teacher Yin inquired, Ma Gu, in your opinion, which power from the main ghost world is connected to the source of these aberrations? She fell silent before uttering a name. The King's Sanatorium. Teacher Yin nodded in analysis. In recent years, the King's Sanatorium has been aggressively invading the human world, secretly conducting all sorts of experiments. It's true. They're the most likely culprits. Suddenly, a voice called out, Grandpa. Tian Chow Chow came running from a distance. Shopkeeper Tian hurried over to her. Chow Chow, why are you here? The little girl didn't answer, instead running to hug Ma Gu affectionately. Auntie Ma Gu, you've gotten even more beautiful lately. Ma Gu was pleased. See, Chow Chow knows how to talk. Not like her grandfather, whose mouth always sounds like he's been eating crap. Can't say a single nice thing. Shopkeeper Tian, embarrassed, cleared his throat. Chiao Chiao, weren't you participating in the Ghost Gate trial? Why are you back? The girl let out a long sigh. Don't even mention it. I was originally going to bring the 108 ghost artifacts you forged for me. But this time, the Ghost Gate trial was the Terror School. Teacher Yin was startled. The Terror School? That's the most dangerous instance in the Ghost Gate trial. To this day, no one has ever cleared it, and the result has always been a total party wipe. Chow Chow rubbed her chin in agreement. Exactly. I saw that the terror school was way too dangerous, so I quit. I didn't even participate. Hearing this, shopkeeper Tian praised her. That's my Chow Chow. So smart. Quitting was the right thing to do. An instance that dangerous is just a suicide mission. Suddenly, Ma Gu asked, wait a minute, if you're back, why don't I see that kid, Su Sheng? Teacher Yin looked at her and replied, it seems Su Sheng hasn't returned. A hint of worry began to show on Chow Chow's face. Su Sheng. Su Sheng. A total of 9 people entered the terror school. I think the first one to go in was named Su Sheng. Hearing this, the other 3 were all horrified. What? Shopkeeper Tian took out his pipe and took a long drag to calm his nerves. Su Sheng already went in? Does that kid have no idea what he's getting into? Teacher Yin frowned and rubbed his forehead. Entering an unresolvable ghost domain like that, I'm afraid it'll be nearly impossible to get out. What a shame. Ma Gu covered her face in regret. It was so hard to find such a promising candidate. Is he really going to be lost just like that? At that same moment, inside the school, Gu Tianhao looked at the remaining survivors and announced, this is the last room. The long-haired woman crossed her arms and said grimly, if Chu Minmin isn't in there, then we've completely failed this terror school instance. Hearing this, So Sin shouted, open it. Trian Han immediately grabbed the doorknob. After she opened it, the long-haired woman led the way inside. The moment Baikot stepped into the room, he cheered, there's someone inside. So Sin strode forward and called out, Chu Mingmin, so you really are here. Chu Minmin turned his head to look at him and offered his praise. So Sin, I have to admit, you're the smartest investigator I've ever met. No one has ever managed to investigate this far before. The long-haired woman urged impatiently. We don't have much time left. Hurry up and interrogate him for Vuong Not Than's whereabouts. So Sin, holding a hammer, asked, Chu Minmin, I won't make this hard for you. Tell me, where is Vuong Not Than? Chu Minmin answered decisively, I don't know. The moment he finished speaking, So Sin swiftly swung the hammer at him. Chu Minmin fell to the ground, his head covered in blood, but he remained defiant. I don't know. Seeing his stubbornness, So Sin threatened, if you don't talk, then before we die in here, I'll make sure to kill you first. Chu Minmin slowly stood up. I don't know. Ko Tianhao cursed in anger. Damn it, this kid is one tough nut to crack. At this point, the long-haired woman lost her patience and suggested, there's no time. Let me show this kid what true agony feels like. As she spoke, she gently lowered her hand, and tentacles shot up from the ground, piercing through Chu Minmin's body and making him scream in pain. The long-haired woman explained as she controlled the tentacles, my blood tendrils will churn every inch of flesh and blood in your body, making you wish you were dead. Suddenly, Chu Minmin laughed defiantly. Bring it on. You all have less than 10 minutes left. Once time is up, you'll be the ones who lose. His words successfully provoked her. The long-haired woman flew into a rage, screaming, just die for me. A barrage of tentacles stabbed violently through every part of his body. Despite this, Chu Minmin remained conscious and smiled. Go on, kill me if you can. I will never tell you where Nathan is. Even at this point, he refused to break. Seeing this, Ko Tianhao exclaimed helplessly, I'm afraid Chu Minmin's relationship with Vuong Not Than is really strong. He still won't talk even after all this. At that moment, So Sin spoke up. Stop. Don't torture Chu Minmin anymore. The long-haired woman turned to him and protested, if we don't torture him, our mission will fail. Let me try a little longer. So Sin concluded seriously, it's useless. He won't talk even if you kill him. Hearing this, she reluctantly retracted her tentacles. Chu Minmin collapsed, coughing violently. So Sin looked at his pathetic state and said, Chu Minmin, you can go. He looked up in surprise. You're not going to kill me? He stood there, looking down at him, and said, Vuong Not Than is a pitiful person. The fact that you're protecting him like this proves you're not a bad guy. I don't want to kill an innocent person. Chu Minmin slowly stood up, looking at him with gratitude. So Sin, you're very special, completely different from the investigators before. Unfortunately, I can't tell you where Not Than is, because doing so would put him in danger. Suddenly, So Sin asked curiously, you like Vuong Not Than, don't you? Chu Minmin's face immediately turned red. What are you talking about? So Sin instinctively glanced over at Doa Doa. Looks like I guessed right. Ko Tianhao scratched his head in confusion. What the hell? Chu Minmin likes Vuong Not Than. He likes a guy? So Sin immediately cut in. Who said Vuong Not Than is a guy? Ko Tianhao's jaw dropped. Huh? Vuong Not Than isn't a boy? Trian Nan put a hand to her chin and mused. We just assumed Vuong Not Than was a male student from the start, but we never actually confirmed his gender. So, Sin, have you discovered something else? The long-haired woman cut in urgently. Whatever you've discovered, hurry up. The mission ends in 5 minutes. Chu Min sensed something was wrong and advised, So Sin, don't waste your energy. You'll never find Vuong Nhat Thun. So Sin ignored him. He called out, activate universal notification. A system screen appeared above his head. Doa Doa, Doa Doa. But this is her alias. Her real name is Vuong Nhat Thun. After reading it, So Sin thought to himself, I knew it. Ko Thien Hao asked impatiently, Boss, what are you doing? What did you find out from that? So Sin didn't answer him, stroking his chin as he thought. When I first came in, I used universal notification to check on Lam Do, but I didn't get any information at all. I was careless. I forgot to use universal notification to check the others. A mission that should have been this easy was delayed until the very last minute. The long-haired woman walked over and patted his shoulder. There are still 2 minutes left. So, Sin immediately looked across the room. Doa Doa, do you have any clues? At the same time, Chu Min shouted. He started to worry. So, Sin is looking for Nathan right now. Could he have figured it out? Doa replied in a small voice. I'm sorry, I don't have any clues. So Sin turned his head to look at Chu Min. Is something wrong? He immediately shook his head. No, nothing. If you're letting me go, then I'll be on my way. At the same time, he secretly thought, it seems Su Sheng hasn't found out yet. Then, Zhou Mingming walked straight out the door and left. Seeing this, the long-haired woman gritted her teeth and announced, there's still 1 minute left. Zhang Yan also reminded him, Su Sheng, it's the final moment. Su Sheng stated his decision. Let's wait for it to end. Gu Tianhao was startled when he heard this. Wait for it to end? Big bro, you don't have any clues? Just then, an announcement rang out. Horror high school mission, 10-second countdown, 10, 9. Gu Tianhao clutched his head and wailed. They say you shouldn't fear a rich heir who only knows how to party, but one with grand ambitions. I am Gu Tianhao, the sole heir to the Gu family of ghost tamers. To die, just like this. If I'd known, I wouldn't have tried so hard. The long-haired woman expressed her regret. Perhaps this is fate. I still couldn't enter the main supernatural world. Are you all doing okay in the main supernatural world? No one said a word. The announcement continued its countdown. 6, 5. At this moment, Zhang Yan let out a sigh. No matter what, it was nice meeting all of you, even though a tragic end is closing in on us. Is this how I die? For some reason, it doesn't feel real. Just as he finished speaking, the system announced, 3, 2, 1. Time for the horror high school mission has run out. Zhang Yan braced herself for the worst. It's over. Contrary to her expectations, the system's announcement rang out. Congratulations to all surviving investigators. Congratulations on completing the horror high school mission. Gu Tianhao shouted in astonishment. What? The mission is complete? The long-haired woman was also confused. What on earth is going on? Bai Gu scratched his head in a daze. When was this mission completed? Why don't I know anything? Zhang Yan immediately asked. Su Sheng, was this your doing? Su Sheng nodded. Yes. Hearing this, Gu Tianhao asked, Big bro, where did you find Wang Yichen? Hurry, take me to see him. Zhang Yan quickly cut in. Don't ask. Su Sheng completed the mission secretly. He didn't tell anyone, probably because he didn't want us to see Wang Yichen. Hearing this, Su Sheng made an announcement. Wang Yichen's true form cannot be revealed at this time. I hope you all understand. The long-haired woman didn't press the issue. If that's the case, then let's head back first. Su Sheng, you're the most talented supernatural genius I've ever met. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll definitely lend a hand. Zhang Yan also sidled up to him, joking, Su Sheng, I'll keep my promise. Remember to find me after we get out, okay? He looked at her, puzzled. Promise? As she vanished, she replied, to let you see my legs. Suddenly, someone lunged forward and grabbed his hand. Gu Tianhao said fawningly, Big bro, I can't bear to leave you. Su Sheng immediately pulled his hand back. Get lost. Seeing this, the man gave a forced laugh. Big bro, I'll be leaving first then. If you have a chance, please come visit my Gu family. At this point, Bai Gu also spoke up. Su Sheng, I'll wait for you outside. When everyone else had left, Duo asked, how did you figure it out? Su Sheng answered honestly, just a guess. She praised him, you're very smart. He said seriously. You're very smart too, managing to disguise yourself as an investigator. I doubt anyone could have guessed. Duo lowered her gaze, embarrassed. Thank you for not revealing my identity in front of everyone. You're a good person. Su Sheng waved his hand and pointed out, you're a good person too. Back then, Zhou Mingming was disguised as a ghost and suddenly stopped his attack at the dorm entrance. And those strange attacks that happened in the underground lab. Wasn't that all because of you? She clasped her hands together shyly. I'm not as good as you think. I just felt that letting these ghosts kill you all would be too boring. I wanted to see all of you fall into despair when the mission timer ran out. That was my real intention. Hearing this, Su Sheng pointed at her and said, I'm not as good as you think, either. That's why I didn't expose you in front of everyone, but rather, to maximize my own benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, a venomous snake lunged out from nowhere, opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs right in front of him. At the same time, Duo frowned. Maximize your benefits? What benefits could you possibly get from me here? Su Sheng calmly reminded her, threatening me won't work. I can leave at any time. She immediately retracted the snake and said, if that's the case, then perhaps we can cooperate. Su Sheng began to negotiate seriously. Cooperation is fine, but first, answer a few of my questions. Number 1, you don't want your true identity exposed because you're afraid of someone finding out, right? Duo nodded. That's right. He continued to ask, the people who built the laboratory? She replied with surprise. Exactly. In fact, those people are still looking for me. Behind this investigation into the horror school, their shadow is involved, one way or another. After hearing this, Su Sheng grew curious. So, who are those people? Duo spat out a name with hatred. The King's Sanatorium. The moment he heard this name, he was stunned. What? Seeing his reaction, she asked, you know them? Su Sheng didn't hide it and replied, the director of the King's Sanatorium once tried to kill me, but failed. When Duo heard this, her expression relaxed into a smile. It seems we have a common enemy. So we have a common enemy. Right now, I can't for the life of me figure out what the King's Sanatorium's purpose is for conducting experiments here. She frowned, answering his question. I once interrogated the staff in the underground laboratory. According to them, the King's Sanatorium is conducting a series of experiments everywhere, with the ultimate goal of creating a demon god. Su Sheng's eyebrows knitted together tightly. A demon god? Duo explained. A demon god is a being that far surpasses a ghost king, one who rules over all ghosts and monsters. He fell into deep thought. If they succeed in creating a demon god, then I'm afraid the human world won't be able to stop the main ghost world from launching a full-scale invasion. The entire human world will become a ghost domain. Thinking of this, Su Sheng asked, what are your plans from now on? Duo replied decisively, to leave this place. He was stunned. Leave this place? Can you really do that? She immediately cut in. In your eyes, this horror school is just an instance for you guys to conquer, right? And I'm something similar to what you guys call an NPC. Hearing this, Su Sheng exclaimed, it seems you really do know everything. Duo placed a hand on her chest. It doesn't matter what I am. Once I leave this place, I'll be no different from you. Seeing this, he asked, do you have a way to leave? She looked at him and gave a sinister smile. I do, but I need you to do something for me. Su Sheng looked at her cautiously. Help you how? Duo pointed and explained. Leaving the horror school means passing through the domain boundary. The boundary rejects ghosts and monsters and will destroy them. But there's a way to prevent the boundary from attacking. He immediately realized. A ghost servant. She nodded. Exactly. When a ghost tamer like you enters this place, the ghost servant you bring along isn't attacked by the boundary. Hearing this, Su Sheng shook his head and refused. I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm not a true ghost tamer yet. I can't take on a second ghost servant. Duo quickly explained. You're overthinking it. I will never become anyone's ghost servant. No one can become my master. He frowned in confusion. Then what do you mean? She immediately proposed, I need some of your aura. That way, I can trick the boundary and leave this place. Su Sheng raised his hand curiously. How do I give you my aura? Duo quickly replied, it's simple. Give me some of your blood. Right after, he cut his hand and gave her nearly half a glass of his blood. Su Sheng stopped and asked, is that enough? I'm getting a little dizzy. Duo stared at the glass and said, it's enough. Seeing that, he got straight to the point. All right, your business is done. Now it's time for mine. She asked seriously, what business do you have? Su Sheng said excitedly, this horror instance must have a lot of treasures, like ghost artifacts or something. How about you gift me a few? Duo answered honestly, I only have one, but I can't give it to you. Before she could finish, the weapon was already in his hand. Su Sheng exclaimed happily, ooh, a nice item. The aura of this ghost artifact is powerful. I'll be taking it. She stammered, you can't take this ghost artifact. Su Sheng retorted, you can't take back a gift. I'm leaving now. With that, he disappeared. Just then, Ju Mingming walked in. First God, why did Su Sheng take that ghost artifact? That thing isn't suitable for a ghost tamer to use. Duo turned to look at him with a helpless expression. He wanted to take it, I couldn't do anything about it, just let him be. Let's go. The people from the King's Sanatorium will be here soon. We need to leave this place first. Model.